Hey YouTube, Sizzy here.
Hey guys, Isrin here.
Hey everyone, so I was literally just about to go to bed.
Hi, Scissorin here. Scissorin here with Scissorin here. Scissorin here with Scissorin here. Hi, Scissorin here. And welcome to my channel. Wow, that looks like my girlfriend. Sharks is the best one. Go away! Leave! I believe in Sharknado, and you should too. Vote Sharknado to go away! That says a lot. What? Aqualon.net will be hell on Earth? Yes. Yes, it will. Oh my god! Nothing prepared me for that! So creative. Oh! Oh! We made so much money! Oh! Oh. Scripted! Scripted! That's our card! That's our community card! We made this! That is, oh my, this is the undisputed best axe in the game for duelist, for banquet, fucking banquet, holy shit. Well, oh my god, why is my camera freezing so much? Like a USB issue. My microphone broke, so I'm gonna new mic again. Get like a whole new mic system.
Like Golfer86 just resubscribed for
Thanks,
56 months. Hype. Let's
Avid,
go.
thank you. The new mic you got sent broke already? No, that's the one I'm using. My like, so the sponsorship ended, so now I'm using the sponsored mic, just not being sponsored anymore. So thankfully I have that as a backup. But my actual mic, I don't think the microphone's broken. I think it's like my Yamaha like mixer or something. So I spent like $700 buying a new mixer and stuff. But I'm also like, Raid wants to talk to me about a long-term sponsor, so I might end up using this long-term. So it is really good for a budget mic. That's actually what we casted on too. I was trying to get them as a gauntlet sponsor because I was going to use it anyway. But they, it was too short notice for them. Oh really? That's on Yaya, Hammond and stuff? How are you guys doing? Hey Zar. So I've seen there's been leaks. Is this a spoiler for your waiting room? I have not currently looked at them. I have not decided whether I should. I feel like there's not really a reason to look at the leaks, right? Like, we're about to be told everything anyway. Isn't it a bit more fun to see it in the actual trailer
Just resubscribed for
than reading on it on some fucking
Z's
website?
pride.
Like, it's like right before. It's not like it's a week before. When though it's in 2 hours, like 1 hour 30. Like, I might as well fucking wait. Will there be drops today? Yeah, on every channel. On every channel. But yeah, let's just wait. 2 hours and 30, unfortunately. Is it 2 hours and 30? That's fine. We can stall. Jonathan's selling out the reveal to China first. From what I read, the main leak was the French website. Nothing to do with China, no? It's from the China event. That's not correct, though.
Kicking the
The
door
French
just
website leaking
resubscribed for
it.
63 months.
The French Extra Life has his own crappy website with Twitch and Kick embeds. Yeah. Hey, Kickin. What's coming out in 2 hours? The PoE2 trailer, so we get to like see what they're launching. So my guesses is like Abyss, Druid, Abyss, Druid, and a new act. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there's more or less, you know? Sound a bit down? You okay? It's probably just a different microphone. Let's see. We're going to do a bingo. Yeah, the only worry I have about doing a bingo is that people just start like writing, we already know that or so, and then we get loads of like leaks that way. You know what I mean? Because loads of people are just gonna assume that everyone's seen the leaks. Hey Van. Yeah, like look, it sits on, right? Oh, you're talking about the fact that PoE2 launched in 2 hours, not the what's actually coming. Never mind, I'm stupid. If they had Act 4, how do you think they'd have you get to the end game? So, it is actually quite easy. It will probably be more difficult for us as players, but if you remember, in PoE2, you actually get insane XP in the zone you're in. It's almost impossible to be under-leveled in PoE2, but you can't really over-level, right?
Raquan2 just resubscribed for 60 months.
Are you expecting this too? I am, yeah. One sec, I have to type something. Let's see. Um, Can I find this? Abyss at 30, do you mean we're getting blight? I don't know. I mean, it's just guessing for me. I haven't looked at the leaks, so.
It's Just Trees is just resubscribed for 39 months. Laid off for the third time in a year.
Oh
Gang,
no.
guess who's going hard in la?
I'm sorry, dude. I'm so sorry to hear that. That sucks, actually. Man, I need to turn my fan back on. So warm in here. Maybe titles need to be changed to spoiler free. Promise people don't really read that. Realistically. Realistically, people don't read that. Man, me and Virus sent too many messages. I'm trying to look for something. Can't fucking find it. I think I talked to you more than my wife. Control F is king. It's not something I can control F. Even worse, finding out the spot where you can afford to save for down payment and buying a home for the hopefully housing crash. Damn. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. That sucks, Reese's. The economy is pretty like crazy right now. My accountant told me it was the first time ever in his life that like a builder had reached out to him and asked if they had work. My unreplaceable colleague got hit in a February wave, got replaced by shit tier AI. Oh damn. Is there a Twitch drop during the reel? Yeah. Which you obviously won't get on YouTube. We need a buyout slash tab to fix price fixing. Yeah, Reese's. Yeah, I mean it's pretty crazy, the economy in most countries right now. Pretty crazy. Shit is so whack right now. It is pretty weird. It's so bad. Well, so the income inequality right now is worse than when all the nobles and royalty got executed during the French Revolution. But still, like, relatively, people are more comfortable now. So. It is what it is.
Riacone7 just resubscribed for
Ragcon,
67
7.
months. Is this a call for more executions?
Eat the rich. Do you have anything that you really hope to see on us today? The only thing I want to see is Druid. And please don't spoil if it is confirmed. I would like to see Druid. What should I be running on Last Epoch to screen through all the content? I am going Druid on Last Epoch to prepare for the Druid in PoE. Yeah, Kronsky. You're a god viral. Double red? Yeah, that'd be nice. Yes, I am avoiding leaks. Another, I mean, it's not the end of the day if someone comes in and leaks something, right? I'm not gonna have a fucking breakdown, but like, yeah, it's just, it's so close. My girlfriend dyed her hair blue. Should she start streaming? Yes. We should. Yeah, I've been just switching my sleeping patterns. So I'm ready already. My sleeping pattern is already ready. Hey Wahoo! How you doing? See, you can buy houses without inserting time. That's a good amount. Just buy a house. I'll just like my other MasterCard, right? Do you think we'll get challenges this league? I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. What is the announcement about? So Path of Exile 2 is having like a big update. So we're assuming we'll get like a new league mechanic. We're assuming.
Kindergarten now and soon back to uni.
Thank you, TG. Good to see you, man. Hope everything's going good. Not being able to watch much with the little one. Yeah, how old's your child now? Thanks so much for the 104 months. Thank you. There's a way to turn off. Oh. That's funny. Mods, you can at me again. I was just like, with the new display message, it does at Scissorin and it does a big red message for me. And I was like, I wonder if there's a way to turn this off, and it was just one button, so probably should have done that 6 months ago. Maddie ceiling. 18 months, that's awesome. Almost the same as Mila. Yeah, it was it wasn't too bad with the mods doing it. It was kind of useful actually. But it was the display bot giving me an at every time somebody does ! display. I was like, okay, I'm about to end it. Nah, there's a countdown on pathofexile.com. So it's in 2 hours and 19 Minuten. Hoffe, ja. So I was doing my lunch. Yeah. Thanks for the content. I'll stay here with you. No problem, dude. No problem. Dude, how cool was this? This was so sick.
A mighty Python just resubscribed for 81 months. Log a dude.
Mighty Python, thank you for the 81 months. Are they doing roastering this? Yeah. Oof, Ranger. Well, so it's because Ranger is mostly made for muling the decoy totem and for killing Hillock for the what do you call it? Glove. I don't know if you're the wrong person to ask, but a friend of mine won in a gauntlet raffle and didn't get any message. Does he have to reach out? No. He does not. We'll message him on pathofexile.com through the direct message system. What did he win? Wait to copy. The hello can stop from egos crushed by raw. Yeah. Witch armor. I read that as witch ASMR, and I was like, that's not a prize. The cam died. I'm like 50-50 on whether it's the cable or whether it's my USB. It is usually, no, it must be the cable, right? Because it's whenever I like step a certain way. I don't know. Are you more excited for PoE2's future or PoE1? Ooh, that is a great question. Because you're not asking about right now, you're asking about the future. Oh, that's a tough one. Oh, that's genuinely a hard question because most people are gonna think of that as a very very right now question. Um, so that is a tough one. Um, ah, which one has the most potential? That is a genuinely great question. I think I am more excited for PoE1 though. Um, just because of the direction PoE2 is going in. Um, I do think PoE2 will be a better and more popular game, but I think PoE1 will be a more advanced game. So I think that PoE2's perfect spot is to be onboarding for PoE1. In my opinion. You watched the announcement with Steel Mage? No, I don't know if Steel Mage is back in time. So obviously his father died, so he was traveling to Australia for the funeral. I think he's on his way back now, but I don't know if he's back in time. Oh, so I was avoiding leaks, TJ, so I don't know about that. PoE1 would benefit from some of the quality of life of PoE2? Yeah. Are you rolling about it? Yeah, I'm good. My throat is a little sore. Yeah, I'm a bit sore. But I'm mostly alright. I've just been like fixing my sleeping pattern, getting ready for the PoE2 stuff. I need to use this. I can't contain my excitement. And we have last Apex tomorrow and then PoE2 soon. Sucks to hear that, yeah. I think you saw an ONL that you were excited for. What's ONL? I actually don't know what ONL is. I'm sorry. I'm terrible with abbreviations. I have a streaming question. If I'm permanently known for Fortnite, would it absolutely kill me to switch over to playing stuff for PoE? Yeah. So even like it does depend on you as a streamer, right? It depends. Are your audience there for you and what you're playing? So for example, like normally like people that are really good at the game, people don't care about their personality for the most part. There's some exceptions. Shroud is probably the best exception example where but like I'm sure loads of people have seen pro players that have had like 10 to 15,000 on like Overwatch or H1Z1 or League that have like gone righty and they're just streamed, they fucking died within a year. Um, so it does depend. Gamescom opening night live. Oh, I didn't even watch it. Was there anything cool announced? We're feeling better. I'm a bit sore, but mostly good. I've just been like switching my sleeping pattern and staying up playing some Albion and chilling. And I've been watching Dexter. Dexter, the new season, exceptional. Exceptional. The one where it's in the woods? No. There's a new one. That one was very mid. you seen the K-pop Demon Hunters? No. Fallout Season Teaser 2 was my biggest takeaway. Oh, yeah, I did watch that. I didn't know that was from ONL. Is it on Netflix? Where am I watching it? I'm watching it on Prime. Initial series ending was really disappointing. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's really good. It's really good. Hi, Derek. Are you going Last Epoch Season 3? Yeah, so we'll be playing Last Epoch Season 3 into PoE2. Look amazing. Thank you. I did do my hair and makeup. I did. When you go back to streaming? Bitch. When is the announcement supposed to be? It is in 2 hours and 11 minutes. So we're just stalling. Building up some viewership and hanging out. When the depression ends, stream begins. Should just go have more gang squads with me. Do you see the final Yosis vid? No, let's watch that. Let's watch that. Put a timer of the announcement on screen, maybe. If it came out like yesterday, then no. What broke on your microphone? So I don't know. I don't know the PoE2 stuff. I don't have inside info. We don't know. I went over with a Rocky, and he thinks the entire mixer is broken. So he recommended me a new mixer and compressor, so I bought that. I did my hair. I did my own hair.
Salutations, Exile.
Alright, let's watch this. I'll play Druid. Summoner.
Sandslug007 just resubscribed for 10 months.
Sandslug, thank you. Music Taste, thank you for the 5 months. Sandslug, thank you for the 10. Do we think this is going to be a major thing that saves the game or just a new class? I don't know if the game necessarily needs saving, but I'm assuming 1 new act, 1 new class, and 1 new mechanic, which we're assuming will be Abyss. Frog build? I will probably go for squirrels, but we'll see. I might go for a new summon. But yeah, let's watch this.
Salutations, Exile. Thank you for supporting the
How's the volume
Merciless
for you
Gauntlet.
guys?
For the final video, I'd like to have a look back at the event that made history.
Oh my god!
Isn't it just right to normal exile? You just stay there, you don't narrate? Oh my god, what?
I hope you claimed your free Mercenaries Gauntlet skin by killing Hillock.
Wait, one sec. I want to address this. Do you have any comments about how Zizaran says the N-word with all of his friends when no one else is around? With Steel and half of these other streamers he claims to be friends. So that is a reference to the streamer Destiny. Not me. Not all white people with blue hair are the same person. Pestily, thank you for the 59 months. How you doing, dude? Derek, thank you for the 2 months. But yeah, not all white people with blue hair are the same. I'm also not ninja. I know, dude. Thank you for the 45 months. But yeah, let's continue
I
watching.
so kindly reminded you. The campaign remains as the single deadliest entity,
Not playing Fortnite
claiming
today,
the
boys.
lives of countless exiles. Most of you chose a Marauder to tackle the axe, despite Hillock being quite difficult with a pure melee character, and a big percentage of you made it to Act 2. Ranger was the second class of choice.
I went and visited Sis and he was throwing hard R's while we had breakfast, caught in 4K. The only R word I say is retard, and it's my favorite. Hey, Festly. You gonna play this season? You're pretty much done with PoE 1, right? And you're just gonna play PoE 2? Yeah, I'll be here for PoE 2. That's awesome, dude. How's the Darko wipe? Oh, lol, guys. That's funny. It's a wipe? Oh, dare. I have not played it. I got super... Will you check out Sailing on OSRS? I'm very addicted to Albion, to be honest. I consider maybe just don't like it. Oh, PoE2, yeah. New area of Valdemar, no stress, that quit hard, it's amazing, yeah. Do I play World of Warcraft? I used to. And I did come back for both for Classic and for Hardcore Classic. But I don't play regularly. I know you like full loot PvP. Do you think you would ever try Star Citizen in the distant future when it's done? So it is unlikely that Civilization will survive that long. But in the event that it does, I've either achieved immortality or my great grandchildren can play that from their spaceships, like it would be very exciting to play Star Citizen. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm very excited for it. I do own a Star Citizen, so I was one of the lucky few that kickstarted them on their first Kickstarter. So I kickstarted Star Citizen in like 1963, I think it was. So like honestly any decade now. Any decade now. There are 6 people that finished the campaign without ascending. Yeah, that's pretty wild. Yeah, no, I loathe Star Citizen. It is like actually a scam. To be fair, it's a scam that people volunteer to get scammed by. It's gonna be the first game to blow $1 billion and still not be released. I thought it was over $1 billion already. I love it. Yeah. So waiting for CSP to make Eve 2. I like how you can buy ships for like $60,000, but they aren't even in the game yet. But you can buy it if you want to. It'll be in the future, guys. Definitely people that enjoy it, so just let it be nowadays. Yeah, but it's like watching people enjoy NFTs. 856 million, right? Oh, what's the new trend? There's a new trend that really enjoys me now. It's got a really dumb word. La boo boo. Thank you. Do you know, I really just... I... Do you have one? No. It just... I dislike humanity. The fuck is a labubu? Enjoy your life until you know what it is. Don't be grumpy, sis. I am a grumpy old man, and I hate humanity. I hate them. Yeah, I'm a hateful person. This is mad. This is old and hating on anything new. Like, how is it? It's just not just Beanie Babies all over again. My daughter wants one. I saw, okay, so the reason I dislike it was the first video I saw about it was this white woman who had a KSI Labubu. And it was just like, do you know how just fuck me? Yeah, so like sometimes like this is a literal blackface. It was just like, you know, sometimes it's exaggerated and you're like, oh, you're being a bit like weird here, but here I was like, bro, fuck me. Oh my god. And I watched the video and I was like, you could torture someone with this video. Oh, oh shit. I might share it. I might share it because I want you guys to suffer too. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. I want you guys to suffer with me. There's definitely rage bait. Let me see if I can find it. I want to. Yeah, I'm sorry, Scrya. Okay, cool. Awesome. I found it, and I'm about to ruin your life. Enjoy.
I am the owner of the world's first KSI Labubu. So I
First off, I no longer think I have an annoying voice.
have been a fan of the Sidemen for years and years, and I can't tell you how excited I was to pick up this KSI Labubu. I was so excited. So I paid £100,000 for the KSI Labubu, and I think it's just
By the way, do you know what we need? We need an asteroid to hit the planet.
perfect. I love it. This is with my collection of most expensive Labubus of the world, obviously because they are top celebrities.
Make it stop. Siri, thank you so much for the 117 months and all the support so far. I'm so sorry that I'm a part of ruining your life by showing you this.
They're probably the biggest YouTubers out there. I don't know if there's anyone else from the Sidemen that I'll get in Labubus, because obviously this is a one-off. I am the only person in the world that has the KSI Labubu.
After this video, I really hate the word Labubu.
Now the bandana that is actually on the KSI Labubu is actually one of KSI's bandanas that he used in one of his rapping videos. So that is why I'm the only other person to own the KSI Labubu. Obviously no one else is going to have one because no one else is going to be able to get a bandana from him like I've been able to.
I mean, okay, and it's probably rage bait, but it is so well done and effective because I am livid. I am livid. I cannot. Oh wait, I do need that open here. Wait, is this the correct browser?
Salutations, Exile.
Yeah, it's just stream reported for terrorism. Yeah, you're just highly affected by rage bait. Do you know, we all have things we're affected by, Scry. I'll mention AI and you'll pop off, and you know what? It's fine. Making a sister in Labubu and I'll offer it to her. It's just crazy. I even know somebody that bought a Labubu and I'm like, why? Labubu has a sponsor next continent? Sorry, AI. Bro, they're just fun dolls. Yeah, I'm just a hateful old person. I'm 37 soon. I can start being grumpy. No, my wife didn't buy one.
For 36 months.
I divorced her.
I tuned into this on Twitch along with YouTube just to double down the hate on the La Puppy Lady.
Oh, nice. Go strengthening for 3 years, dude. My girlfriend bought a bunch. Oh no. Is your girlfriend a super normie? Yeah? Would you take the 100,000 Labubu sponsorship? Oh, that's a good question. I mean, it's not unethical. Like, I turned down unethical sponsorships. It's just retarded. I don't know if I could bring myself to, though. It's loot boxes for children. What if we get you a Piety Labubu? It's for Pokemon children, yeah.
Kendethu just resubscribed for 45 months.
Yes, you would. Well, I've turned down a lot of larger sponsorships than 100k. Myra, would you want a Gauntlet Labubu sponsor? I keep asking my girlfriend for a Labubu. She gives me the side eye and calls me retarded. Is she the one? Marry that guy. Marry that guy. Labubu Gauntlet would have been huge. Playing the new Last Epoch season. So I'm gonna play for a few days. I would rather have a Labubu sponsorship over raid. Actually, I have Jack Black short recommended to me for days now. Oh yeah, it keeps trying to recommend it to me. 100K to redo that video is a skit. But yeah, let's watch this video before Scry offs himself.
Thank you for supporting the Merciless Gauntlet. For the final video, I'd like to have a look back at the event that made history.
Oh my god!
Business just died to normal exile.
And Lance just died to Shaper!
Oh
Yeah,
my
no.
god, what?
I hope you claimed your free Mercenaries Gauntlet skin by killing Hillock, as I so kindly reminded you. The campaign remains as the single deadliest entity, claiming the lives of countless exiles. Most of you chose a Marauder to tackle the acts, despite Hillock being quite difficult with a pure melee character,
Thank you, dude.
and a big percentage of you made it to Act 2. Ranger was the
I'll do that.
second class of choice, although barely over 7.5% even managed to beat Act 1, with a pathetic 0.59% completing the campaign. Hillock and his goons remain as the single deadliest encounter of the whole event, claiming over 200,000 kills. Unsurprisingly, most of the Merciless Gauntlet exiles chose Ancestral Commander as their Ascendancy subclass, followed by Servant of Arakali and Paladin closely behind. 6 of you completed the campaign without ascending at all for some insane reason. Congrats, I guess. Big thanks to Grinding Gear Games for the fascinating data in their recent forum post.
Very cool.
I'd like to offer a special thanks to Rue2 for organizing an incredibly generous fundraiser with his cat community.
Where's the costume? That's not a costume! I have boobies, Tai. I have big, they're double Ds. I wear maid outfits all the time, dude. I have one sitting in my closet from when I go clubbing on Saturday night. I just toss on my maid outfit, be like, which guy wanna fuck?
Which provided our exiles with a myriad of fun bounties as references to memes in the Path of Exile community.
Yeah, Viro found some pictures of me on the internet, and he said, if you don't do a fundraiser for me and you don't play the gauntlet, I'm releasing the pictures. Yeah, there were some pretty bad ones, so I was forced by Viro.
As you may well know, the competition for the latter
job,
was
Mario.
a series of ups and downs. Ben, dominant as ever, claims the top spot on his first character after swapping to a CI Molten Strike build. His mercenary marks his demise and opens the competition up for the remaining exiles.
Oh, I actually died. Fuck.
In the face of the difficult modifiers present in the Merciless Gauntlet, slowly but surely, they all fall.
Wow.
One by one by one by one, they all fall victim to the endgame bosses. As if graced by the powers above, Ben acquires ridiculously strong gear in the form of a Light of Meaning with Energy Shield, and an ironic Nimbus ring from a Reliquary Key, considering it's a unique item designed by Jungroan, the favored runner-up.
Get a Nemesis out of it. Is that good?
Nimbus is an especially powerful upgrade to his build, as it makes his new character deal more than 3 times as much damage as his previous one, solving all of his damage issues. As per the rules of the Gauntlet, Ben's new character must slay all of the endgame bosses once more on his new character to qualify for a victory. His Uber Awakener kill, which took close to an hour on his original character, now takes barely over 10 minutes. The greatest challenge lies in the Uber Maven, a fight that requires specific cooldown mapping to withstand certain attacks, and tight positioning to avoid the double dual directional beams. Touching these beams at any point will remove any sort of recovery for 10 seconds, and will most likely force an exit from the fight.
Do you know what I really like about the Gauntlet is that I feel like ARPGs in general are kind of like weak mechanically. Like you can't have ARPGs be too complicated because people just won't be able to do it, right? But like the Gauntlet kind of changes that a little bit. The fights are actually like still not MMO hard, right? Like softcore games like WoW and Final Fantasy, but it does step up the level quite a lot, right? It does step up it quite a lot because you can never have it at like WoW, Mythic, or Final Fantasy levels, but now only one person was able to clear out of all of us, right? So it is quite a lot more now, and it's not like getting there is hard, right? It's doing the bosses are hard. Because now we have a lot of it is passive gear checks. Damage to tank shipper balls, but those don't do any damage. Yeah.
An extremely costly move, as there are only 3 portals available during Uber boss fights. Despite taking a couple attempts and a training session in Standard with his previous character, Ben manages to take it all and claim overall rank 1 once more.
Gee. That fight, 1 portal without Nemesis would have been really hard. But I had 2 of them, so it's important to, you know, have backup plans. Like the foiled Nemesis or the non-foiled Nemesis. DJ, that was a fun one.
This guy.
In the final couple of days of the event, the latter saw significant changes through most of the other classes. The nature of the Merciless Gauntlet rewards the top placement of each class with extra cash prizes, and so our exiles fight on. SSS overtakes Garatha and claims the top shadow just a couple hours before, claiming rank 1. We found out Oscrix is the favorite child of Oshabi in the Ranger ladder. Jungron locked in an early duelist first place, as nobody managed to match his performance on the Paladin. Guido grabs the top spot of the exiles with the longest necks. You might be wondering why I haven't mentioned the witches yet. Let me tell you a tale. Tuad took their Herald, using the Herald of Agony Scorpion as their damage dealer, and grabbed rank 1 witch. But here's where it gets fun. After securing rank 1, they achieved an incredible feat. Uber Eater of Worlds is an incredible foe in the Merciless Gauntlet. His Hunger Blast hits almost the entire platform if it originates from the middle. To solve this mechanic, other competitors carefully bait his dashes to an edge of the arena and quickly scurry over to the opposite side. Tuad doesn't care. Time after time, he spell blocks Hunger Blast after Hunger Blast. He had a little over, but let's assume his spell block is at the regular 75% cap.
73.
And for the sake of simplicity, let's assume he tanked 10 blasts. In reality, there were more. The stars align, and he manages to defeat the Eater of Worlds with a probability lower than 5%. Fantastic.
Oh, did he have 77? I thought it was 73. Maybe I'm wrong. It's crazy. We have never seen anyone defeat an Uber in the Gauntlet with literal just luck before. That's so crazy. That's such a crazy thing to happen. Yeah, only Ben was able to clear. And he needed like a lot of days to do it.
I'd like to showcase a few impressive or otherwise outstanding bounties our exiles have claimed. Ben goes back into the deadly Uber Maven fight and defeats her a second time without any audio, a vital tool necessary to telegraph her dangerous attacks.
If I had a little less cast speed, I'd die there.
This gets him $300. Sky Luna claims the bounty paying homage to a certain historic moment.
What?
Dying to the Cirrus meteor while having a perfectly full and tasty amethyst flask. Congrats on the $299. They also claim $199 for finding and hiring Rutu. The biggest Madman bounty goes to Romeo. They were the only exile insane enough to bring down the quest versions of Eater and Exarch by only using Flicker Strike as their main damage.
Oh my god, his damage though? How long was that kill?
Hope the $99 covers the treatment. Since this event ran with Freesia ascendancies, I think it'd be a good time to showcase some builds that were particularly interesting, since this is a format you don't usually see in Path of Exile. First goes to Jungron's Warcry Paladin, which he explained in a previous video. By having one mercenary for clearing maps and another for boss damage, this paladin features multiple ways of buffing the mercenary both offensively and defensively. Secondly, Und piloted a Bog Shaman Witch, scaling his life to over 18,000. With the use of Wrathpith to scale spell damage, his Blight deals impressive damage. Defiance of Destiny provides a very solid layer of multi-hit defense and recovery. Tuad's build, which you saw earlier, features Herald of Agony, reaching up to 100 virulence stacks with relative ease. Herald as an ascendancy provides a few other defensive bonuses which round out his build and help them survive the dangers of the event. Though the world may be sundered, and their souls set adrift, where they walk, my dearest friend, fate shall surely follow. Remember that they once lived.
Oh, the spider getting hit by everything. That's not good. I died! Oh my god! I freaking misclicked! Oh, I actually died! No!
He went into orbit chat. You're very wild doing that. He should have been screaming my ass.
Oh, did I die? Should be okay, but that's famous last words.
I love Axe.
Oh, told you.
Oh, all right. Board mission. Purple guys are above. Holy shit! No! I should have never fucked with them.
That is so cool.
Axe. Those purple guys, I should have known, dude.
Avoiding the puddle.
I should have never fucked with those.
He plays a lot of fighting games. He's a really cool dude. Plays console. Really cool dude.
Purple guys.
Shoot that guy!
Mr. Doglegs. He's dead.
It was around 10 a.m. Yeah, I think so too.
Oh my god, he just died to XR.
What? Oh my god!
Isn't it just died to normal XR?
And Lance just died to Shaper!
Oh my god, what?
They literally both died within seconds of each other. It's actually crazy. Like, there was so little time left on the event. Everybody was going for bosses and trying to, like, race each other. It's so nuts. So, like, within 2 seconds, two of our top competitors died. Uber Shaper and normal XR.
Wow.
Nej, jag fucking visste det.
Is he Norwegian or Swedish?
Thank you for watching the official Gauntlet Highlights, an event by the community for the community. I'd also like to thank you for participating in the Merciless Gauntlet and being one of the 500,000 characters to brave into this brutal event. Hope you've had fun, and see you in the next one.
And so another gauntlet comes to an end, and a huge thank you to everyone for participating. Obviously, we did a bunch of interviews. Thanked everyone. Huge thank to our sponsors as well. And it was an absolute blast of a gauntlet. I love that GGG added the Gauntlet. I think that added a lot, and the free shit ascendancies were so fun. Over 500,000 characters, crazy new record on people playing, and it was an extremely successful Gauntlet. So thank you all for supporting in any way, interacting with our sponsors, and a huge thank you to everyone who worked on the Gauntlet. And we'll see you all next time for a new Gauntlet, maybe as early as December, but we do try to do 2 Gauntlets per year, so we'll see. We'll try to announce as early as we can, but either way,
Yazzie leaked what
thanks
he
for watching.
shouldn't. No.
Try to die.
Is it PoE2 related? If so, I don't want to see it.
Yeah, I guess around 500,000 characters. I didn't expect that at the start, though. Telling it in chat. Cool. Very good. I love doing it. He also leaked your potential thing with DM. My potential thing with DM. Huh? Yazzie accidentally leaks huge PoE2 event. Yazzie was saying he overheard Sis talking about a race. No, he didn't, because I didn't fucking tell anyone about it, because I'm a fucking good boy. I didn't even know Yazzie knew. Didn't tell fucking anyone about it. What event? Who knows these things? I didn't tell nobody. Because there's nothing to tell. Exactly. You're smart, chat. You're smart. 1 hour and 39. So back to the original statement. Yazzie has loose lips. These fucking Swedes, man. You know, okay. For the Albion Guild, we have a TeamSpeak server that I bought. And the password is basically don't trust Swedish people. That's the password. Don't trust Swedish people, chat. Any Swedes in here that can confirm? Can't trust them. They're all gossip. They're all gossip. Just don't trust them. Nay. I have gotten no leaks. So I know there has been a lot of leaks. Chat has been really good with not leaking anything. I haven't seen anything. So yeah, I have no leaks. I, as a little bit of a treat, will show you guys, and this will not be part of the trailer. So this is straight from the source. This is not going to be part of the trailer. This will be the only place you'll see this. But I'm going to show you one of my leaks. It is not mine, I lied. Like this is dead now. We can make terrible jokes. Yeah, I figured I would start making terrible jokes. Should buy some leaks for the joke. I really should. I really should. You only started the terrible jokes after becoming dead? I already made that joke. You can't take it. Let's see. 1 hour until the announcement. What model is your Starforge PC? NVIDIA or AMD? So I used to have an NVIDIA, and now I'm not very happy with NVIDIA anymore, so I've switched to AMD. I have an NVIDIA CPU, but I have... No, wait. I have an AMD CPU and an NVIDIA graphics card. That's what I have. I have an Intel, NVIDIA's GPU. AMD CPU. Is it ran or is it walked? Yeah. But I don't know if my model's for sale anymore. I do have like the super PC with the 1590. Intel CPUs got fucked over 13th and 14th gen? Yeah. This leaking NVIDIA CPU? Yeah. My sleeping pattern is completely fixed for the both last Epoch release and PoE2 release.
Raska just subscribed.
Yeah, Lyra. Do that. It was pretty easy because like so my off-stream game of choice right now is Albion, and it's really nice to gank late at night because we get a lot of people. So it was very easy to fix my sleeping pattern. So I went to bed at 6 AM last night. What time is last Epoch coming out tomorrow? 5 PM my time, so I'll probably like wake up like 2 or 3. And then play. I usually don't fix my sleeping pattern for last Epoch, but now I have to switch it for PoE anyway. Yeah. Start with a good GPU and as a dogshot AI company. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good uses for AI, so a lot of companies are using it in a bad way. What build are you doing for Albion? So it depends what I'm doing. So I don't do any PvE. For ganking, I usually do Bear Paw with Astral swap for fights, and then for CVC I do Astral. I'm maxing out Astral right now, so I'm like 400 spec now. 100% NVIDIA, total dog shit now. Zero issues with AMD. Yeah. Yeah, I've had no issues. Yeah, we can delete the bingo command. Give me AI cores in my gaming GPU. Yeah, I should just make better PC commands already. Yeah. Is your guild full on Albion? No. You're welcome to join. And you can apply on our Discord and just say in your application, Ziz sent me or something. Part of Ziz's community. Why is he flicking us off? Oh, I didn't realize I was doing that. I was just crushing my nose. Fuck you, chat! I was just rubbing my nose. Right. Let's do a quick shout out for display. There are still display gauntlets for sale. I don't know if you guys have seen them. Display combat. Let me open the website and show you guys. But we have some pretty cool displays. Try and see the rest of the collection. So this is the one for this time. And we have all the other ones too. Thank you, Shadira. We have all the other old ones as well. Up so you can see the background. I have a lot of displays. I just got a bunch of other ones too. I show one here that I haven't like. This is not going up in my room. You see what it is? Hey nerds. I got a bunch for like the rest of the house. Stargate! Yeah. Display release big. I mean, it's a really, really good decoration. They're easy to swap out. They're easy to hang up. I mean, they got no one. It's badass. Want the T-shirt that this is on? Yeah, it's the same. It's the same logo. Same logo. Yeah, I think it'll be Druid. But yeah, they're really, really cool. And they obviously they sponsor the Dauntless too, and they participate in them too. They actually play PoE. They're really cool. There's obviously loads of other ones too. That are really popular. This was never an option. And like so like if you really want some like good art to like spice up the decoration in your room, Displayed is a really good choice. Really good choice, chat. Yeah, Myra. Good choice. Is the bestseller. Do you get kickback for sold displays? No, they just like sponsor me a monthly thing, and then they keep doing it. As long as I do get enough job driving people to use code Zizrin, then they like keep sponsoring me. Well, Are You Pooping one is really good.
Darvik just resubscribed for
really
4
good.
months. Hopping in for drops. Heading to gym.
Thank you, Darth.
May not make it back
Yeah,
in
huge
time.
thank you to Display
Lag
for sponsoring
lets
the
you
stream.
Rewind live streams.
Huge thank you. What time is the announcement? 1 hour and 30 minutes.
Martise
How many
just
Albion players do I have in
resubscribed
chat?
for 13 months. You are a legend. Thanks for everything you did for the PoE community.
No problem. Me? Sort of fresh though? Yeah. Dude. Look at this. We were chasing this fucking bear with 4 of us. And we like so close. Stupid CC immunity. And then we would have had him here if someone dismounted behind him. I should have just stayed dismounted. I was trying to catch up with a husky to get ahead, and then he turns here. No one's dismounted behind. And he gets into an enemy terry and gets away. Devastating. Devastating. How long the live announcement will be? Like an hour? I don't know. It usually lasts quite a while, right? Do you guys remember? They do last quite a while. Let me play some music. They just added mass ID into PoE1 literally just now. What do you mean? What class do you think Will gets is? Druid. Wait, one-click ID inventory. Wait, link to notes? I need to take a quick toilet break, but link. Wow, For a price? Why is it not free? That's annoying. I'm not paying for that. Why does it have a price, dude? That's cringe. Gold is already hard. That's crazy. Alright, chat, I'll be right back.
The _ Gorius just subscribed.
Alright. Alright. Why does PoE2 still not have 39.9 support? I know, bye. I hate widescreen. Well, building your Velocity Park Primalist. Is there a free skin for today? I think it's a finisher, right? Is there anything on the screen? Tell me if the announcement is 1 minute and 20 seconds away. 1 hour and 20 minutes, obviously. Like, you can see that just by looking at the timer and the fact that it has seconds. Just use your brain. You going Cocaine Bear? I don't know. I like Summoner. I finished easy already. I don't need a skin. Right.
Timo
thank you for the 70 months.
For 70 months. I really hope they add a lot of things for this update. I need me some PoE2 juice.
Nice. Yeah, I wonder what they're gonna do. I'm glad I haven't seen the leaks yet. I'm going a new frog build. Cool. Can only raid. Yeah, I mean, they can't support every weird aspect ratio, right? How much they've addressed from interview in point 3? Yeah, it'll be interesting. I want to do Ignite Pro Live with the new Emmy and last epoch. I hate the fact that I have to watch the announcement on Twitch to get the drop. Your YouTube stream is so much better. Yeah, but it is a Twitch drop. YouTube doesn't have any functionality like that. YouTube don't really care about their streams. Master Cuber, thank you for the 3 months. Yeah, Exin. Interesting how Last Epoch does. I know a lot of people are skeptical with the craft and takeover, but it doesn't really affect people that already have the game. I think it will affect like supporter puck buys though. Do you know, I was so blown away by the Moonbeast game. That was so impressive to me. That was so impressive to me. For pre-alpha. I think it's like the best pre-alpha I've seen. Moonbeast game. By Moonbeast Studios. It doesn't have a game yet, a name yet.
Prisma Zinar
Prisma, thank you.
Subscribed for 61 months.
Thank you, Prisma. Like, it looked really, really impressive to me. Like, pre-alphas are usually... Can you show a video of it? Yeah, I can find my stream of playing it. So they gave me access and asked if I wanted to try it. And I was blown away. I was blown away. Here, let me show you. Oh no. So this is the... This is a pre-alpha. So like the game is not even... The game is not even like playable yet. It's probably like anywhere between 1 to 3 years out from being in early access kind of thing. So this was what blew me away the most. Look at this functionality. It's the one Chris works on, right? No, not right. Incorrect. So do you see that the ground is shaking and stuff? So if you see on the map, this is purple. So this is some sort of corruption similar to Terraria that is spread. But it's an ARPG. So this is spreading and covering my entire world until I kill the boss. It doesn't have a name yet, so they're calling it Moonbeast. Moonbeast game. So I was so impressed. I was so impressed. I have to start development time, expectation account for AI. Yeah, true. At least interesting? Yeah, for pre-alpha, it's very interesting. I also just like, it's cool that they're gonna have a dynamic. Did you see someone posted a video on the other game you can't talk about? No, Link? Yeah, okay, they are. Well, only Luna. Loki doesn't. Getting used to jumping feels weird. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I don't remember the spelling, sure. But yeah. A live stream? 1 hour and 17 minutes. Yes, I can see that purple. Is that growing? So you have like a timer to kill the boss or your entire world is fucked. But yeah, very impressive. Very impressive for like the start of a pre-alpha. What was that? That was Moonbeast game. So it's by the original. Some of the original D2 devs have made a new studio, and that's the pre-alpha. They just wanted to show something. I'd heard about it, just hadn't seen much. Yeah. Sis, you look like you're banning me. They're getting the name wrong, or they took it down. Right. Yeah. But yeah, I'm excited for the new PoE2 stuff. What do you think of Titan Quest 2? I have not tried it yet. I do want to play it. I probably want to wait for more stuff to come out unless they sponsor me. I'm not a huge fan of early access stuff. Obviously, I would have done it if sponsored, because I do want to check it at some point. They offered me a sponsor during the gauntlet, and I had already taken one sponsor during the gauntlet, and taking a sponsor for me during the gauntlet is a bit weird. So I always end up getting questions like, oh, is the gauntlet dead? Is no one playing? Or are you playing another game? Yeah. Alright, Mikos. Nah, that's alright. It's not that secret. Yeah, so Supervive gave $2,000 towards Gauntlet Flash bounties. We maybe could have asked Titan Quest to do that too, but it was a bit... It's a bit weird. What are we doing till PoE? Wish list or build ideas? Or we're just stalling and yapping? Yeah, I don't like finisher effects because I don't really like cluttering the screen. I can patch PoE2 and like do something. The problem is with making a bingo board is people say that's already in the leak or something when I put things on there. So I'll get spoiled by making a bingo board. They usually do. I've actually not seen any leaks.
Pi is good for you. Just resubscribed for 58
Chat off,
months.
but usually tech gives suggestions. So
Lots of
it's
PoE.
a tough one. I think I just can't do. This is the league they announced base 30% MS buffs. That'd be nice. Pi, thank you for the 58 months. I'm patching. Well, so all I want is Druid. All I want is Druid. That's all I want. I'm expecting a new act and Abyss. Maybe Blight. Oh, and we're probably getting Toda. Because that's the last way to ascend. How much did your Amethyst Geode cost? 10,000? No, 3... I can't remember now because it was a while ago. I think it was around 3 including shipping. Pound. 3,000 pound. I'm so happy I have one. That's so pretty. Bruh. That was weird. So on half the sites are 4K. I better keep looking. Oh, really? Yeah, no, I got a really nice one. I have some close-up pictures of it. So I particularly like this one because the outside was filed down. Yeah, Son of 7. Like most amethyst rocks, because obviously it is just a rock outside. I thought this was so cool. Other pictures are in this folder. At least that was risky. Me and my dad when I was like 5 or 6. The classics. This is his dad's clone picture. You and older y'all? Yeah. Watch out for dick pics. They're not on my PC, they're all in your mom's phone. People who want income and movement speed buffs are playing the wrong game. I mean that is a crazy sentiment to say, considering Path of Exile 1, but yeah. Look at that side profile, yeah. But yeah, no, I'm very happy with the amethyst. Cause yeah, I don't know. I didn't care as much about like paintings and stuff. But I've always liked amethysts. It's so cool. I really wish sapphires looked like amethysts, but blue. Have you seen the PoE dev interviews? Yes. I don't know if I've seen the last trailer actually. Can somebody link it to me, or maybe I can find it? $21 ago.
Here, you will survive. Just resubscribed for 10 months.
Thank you, Mag.
So excited to see what they've cooked up for us. Play Moro.
I want to know if your mom also looks like you. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna show my parents. Let me Google them. That's my mom and my dad. You got your mom's cheeks? I mean, they're very similar to my dad's too, no? I guess I have more. No, because my dad's just more obscured by beard. I don't know. I just copy pasted. Hold on, let me Google my hamster. Dude, it's kind of nice to just be able to like Google things. It's really handy. Look at her. Isn't she beautiful, chat? I was being sarcastic. Brave Googling like that? Eh. Hey, Big Night. Didn't know Bajira was your girlfriend? Oh.
R3
no, but
Day
we had a
N3B
fun
just
meetup.
subscribed.
Right. Oh, no picture of Steel? I shouldn't scroll down. Why is there no picture of Steel? It's just my wife and my ex. deal here either. You gonna do subathon this league? No. I did not know that was your ex. Oh yeah, yeah. I dated Noodle for like a year or two. That's great. We ended on good terms. It's just hard to do long distance. But no, I'm not going to do a subathon. What date did you get married at? I think it was 27th of August 2022. Let me check. That's on my ring. Yes. That was it. So I don't really, I'm not a huge fan of subathons. I wasn't going to initially do one because I think for the most part, subathons are a scam. Obviously, like, it's voluntary for people to donate and support, but I think so many of them are so stupid. Yeah, true pig night. So I don't really like doing them too much. It wasn't until my wife suggested, like, why don't I stream when you're sleeping? Then they have content 24/7 and it actually makes it special. And I was like, yeah, okay, let's do that. So, I would maybe do one for the PoE2 launch. But I don't want subathons to be something I do regularly. Love it streams. Like, if I want to do something like that, it needs to be special. Men are so smart. I got my wife a picture of the stars above us and our wedding night with our anniversary date on it as my reminder. Nice. Oh, damn, this sucks. Translation, I don't like free money. I do. I love money. I genuinely want as much money as possible, but I want to get it in a way that I'm personally happy with ethically. Hello there. Is there a charity you would do it for? So I'm too selfish to do a subathon entirely for charity. I wouldn't do that. And I don't like the idea of doing part of it for charity because that muddies the water a little bit. Because then people will start saying like, oh, well, he's doing it for charity. But then maybe only 20% is charity or 30%. So what if you get 600% more income and you're actually getting more for yourself too? So I think doing things like that for charity ends up being a little bit muddy. I don't really like doing on-stream charity. I do all my charity stuff off-stream. And I like helping people off-stream. Like I do a lot of Christmas stuff for kids and stuff. But I'm not a huge fan of doing it on stream. I think it's like too easy to, it'd be weird. I also just don't trust most charities. Madu, thank you for the 10 months. Thosol, thank you for the 13. To be honest, the Iron Mouse charity subathon is a good thing. I mean, I have no idea how that works, but the problem with doing like what a lot of people like doing is that they do like 10% goes to charity or something, but then they still label it as a charity subathon. So a lot of people, especially that aren't very big parts of the communities, often end up thinking like 100% or a big part of it is to charity. You know? I will do a PoE2 gauntlet when the full campaign is out.
Dantails just subscribed.
She did 50-50? I mean, yeah, that's a very generous split. It's a very generous split. Dantails, thank you for the prime, dude. But yeah, I'm very skeptical of most charity stuff. I'm just a bit jaded. I never understood donating to a streamer to donate to charity. Yes. Like, why not just donate directly there? And my problem with charities is that there's like more charities that scam than that don't. You know? So today now, are you gonna learn about the charity from the stream, then donate yourself? Yeah. They want the streamer to say their name. What a cop out, LMAO? What's a cop out, sorry? You have to do so much research into them, it's tedious, yeah. What class do you think gets the most love this patch? I mean, I hope we get Druid. Hello there. Hand-to-hand charity is the best way? Yeah, that's what I do. But yeah, I'm not sure if I understood what you were saying, Grumblebump. As long as you're not a talent org that embezzles $500,000 from an international charity. Yeah. Oh, that was the VTuber one, right?
We_dead_yet just resubscribed for 19 months.
Yeah, Big Night. That's a lot better. We show you, yeah. Big Sil with 117 months.
Big Sil just resubscribed.
Sizz for Kids is not a good name for a charity. True.
Casting was so good.
Thank you, Sil. Appreciate it, man. Alright, idea. Thank for the 19 months and Big Sil with 117. Dude, thanks for doing the interview stuff. There's no way they're hitting their year plan with PoE. Did I pay you for the Gauntlet interview thing yet? They're hitting their year plan with PoE2 launch. No, there is, because they said they might not finish the game before releasing it. I love my class. Yeah, it means full release. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't think it'll be finished by this year, but I think they'll release before it's finished. I think they'll release unfinished. Because then it'll be free. I think they'll finish the campaign and then release. Chat. We have 1 hour until the announcement. I am going to start playing a decent amount of ads now so that you guys don't have any ads for the announcement. So I'm going to play another one now. I want to work up to like 3 hours of ad free so we don't have ads. They just went live. Oh, can you link the channel? I don't really need you to, actually. Works.
Pew. 48 Chimes just subscribed.
Wonder if anyone would blot with me. Someone blot with me. Lord. I think full story mode and at least one base class burst is good enough. I agree. I agree. Don't look at the PoE chat. I mean, realistically though, like, we have a very wholesome community. I love the blind gauntlet form post, yeah. 48, thank you for the prime. Pyro, can you add like drops soon to the title or something? Except for all the toxic people? No, like genuinely, we have such a wholesome community compared to any other community. Can you add drops soon to the title? Going to the PoE lo-fi, did you hear it? I did not. I think I saw it, but I didn't hear it. To be honest with you, I've been pretty addicted to Albion. It's the 3rd best game I've ever played. Wilson Studios revealed their new game called Gods, Death, and Reappears. It's supposed to be a mix of RPG and extraction looters. They reached out to me for a sponsor. I want to run this by you guys. Obviously, I fucking love free money. I do love free money. I said no to the sponsor. I haven't even looked at anything about the game. I don't know if they have anything to do with unethical extraction practices or anything like that. And I love extraction looters. I love RPGs. I really want more extraction games. I think it's the genre that should be explored the most because it's the best genre. But am I the only one who's like, fuck Wilson after what they did? Like, I feel like they just literally did a pump and dump of a game. I mean, I play Diablo 4 non-sponsored, so yeah, I'd take a sponsor for it, obviously. Like, I just feel like they did a pump and dump. Or aren't they just gonna do that again? So I said no to the sponsor? I don't know. Fuck. Say yes to every and any sponsorship and we'll support you on your quest to make money. Sadly not how it works. People aren't actually smart enough for that. What did they do? So they released Wilson. Did a huge amount of sales. They peaked at 127,000 on Steam, which by the way is a large achievement. It was such a mess that the next day it was like half almost of the player base. Yeah, they did a huge launch. And they had game-breaking bugs. Now, I am personally extremely resilient, extremely patient with bugs. Like things like Skyrim being knocked into the sky, the game closing, a car going flying into the sky, no problem. Do you know what happened in Wilson? When you got to Act 2, the entire thing fucking reset and you had to start over again. It deleted your save game. That is the type of bug for me that is completely unacceptable. I mean, if you can be honest about what you think about the game. No, I don't think that's good enough for this. You can say whatever you want about their idea how to monetize the game, but it's not about the monetization. It's about the fact that they did a pump and dump. I don't want to support them at all. I don't really even want to buy the game to try it. I might, like, but I'm so upset with it. So they did that. They did like a really shitty bug. And there were so many lazy bugs. Like there were typos on their skill tree, like a comma missing that ended up being 50 times more damage just from a typo, right? 50 times more damage. And there were like so many, like the game was so bad. And then all of this is fine. It is okay for a company to have a disaster of a launch. But best thing you could do is take the sponsorship and be as honest as possible. This will save members of your community more than anything. Maybe, but I think not. I think boycotting it saves people more than anything, but maybe. We'll see. I'll think about it. I probably won't though. But they never fixed it. They never fixed several of the same game bugs. So even if you're playing here, they're still there. They just completely abandoned their game. And it really sucks because Wilson had the best campaign of any ARPG. I think the only one that's going to beat it is PoE2. They had genuinely a really good story, really good campaign. They had several really good systems that were really interesting. And they made what is, in my opinion, the second best ARPG system of all time, which is Legendary Potential, which Last Epoch realized was a good system. And they were like, we're going to use that then. So they invented the system by accident. There was a bug in Wilson where you could accidentally smash a rare item into a unique item. And they were like, oh, that's a bug, guys. We're going to remove that from the game. And everyone's like, why don't you just keep it? Like, this is so fun. This is such a fun system. And they're like, no, guys, we're sorry. That's a bug. We're removing it. And Last Epoch is like, we're going to use that. That's fucking smart. I think you should not do a sponsored stream, especially for companies publicly dislikes like this. But so like I never take sponsorship anywhere where I can't say what I think, right? Like I've roasted so many sponsors. That's not a problem. The issue here is that it's not about the monetization. It's not about the quality of the game. It's the fact that on their previous game, they did not fix basic bugs and abandoned their game in an incorrect state. And that's not okay. If they had fixed the majority of save game bugs and stuff, it would have been okay. It would have been okay if the game failed, if they had fixed it before abandoning it. But they didn't. They didn't really. There's still so many bad bugs. Yeah, they're working on a new game. Who was the guy that had to give a final statement on a sponsor game? Those shit and just cracked up laughing with tears for 2 minutes? I don't know. But I remember one of my first games, because there were a few clips of me on livestream fails over this, because several people were sponsored by Magic Legends to play it, and a lot of streamers were obviously saying like, oh guys, it's not that bad, this thing they're doing is really cool. And then, so it was some sort of, I can't remember what the livestream post fail was called, but like, it was something like integrity versus no integrity or something. It was good for my ego. But then there was me who was sponsored, and I was saying, don't use my link, don't download this game, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. And like, I still got paid. Yeah, sense. And if PoE2 will replace PoE1 in the long run, it will not. It will not. What are you talking about, Wilson? So, yeah, pretty frustrating. At least they still paid you. I mean, I've roasted a lot of sponsors. I don't know. If anything, I'd be more likely to check it out off stream. I'm really, really annoyed by the fact that and they are trying to sponsor streamers. I'm assuming a lot of streamers have accepted offers. Did you see that last epoch past 3 million copies sold? Yeah. Best roast was Magic the Gathering. Second was Torchlight. I don't even know if Torchlight was what I roasted the hardest. Probably on December was what I roasted the hardest. Star was pretty interesting. Yeah, very interesting. What do you make on a sponsor? I mean, it depends. So normally when I make sponsor deals, I offer a low offer, a low offer that I'm not really interested in doing for like very little money, a medium offer that I want them to take for the perfect amount, and then a high offer where I have to do a bit more, and it's a shit ton more money than they should pay. And one time a sponsor went for the high offer, which was $10,000 an hour. That was shocking. That was great. So that's the most I've ever been paid. The least is like $300 an hour. So it just depends on the product. So anywhere between $300 an hour to $10,000. I mean, the $10,000 happened once, but it's very nice. A lot of money. Is Steele going to join you? No, he's flying back from Australia. Hello, Booth. You measure it in CPM, so sponsors are usually based off your average concurrence in the last 30 or 90 days. For 10k an hour, you can get me to say just about anything. The thing is, the difference is that when you're making that kind of money, you already have a lot of money. So would you still feel the same way? Let's say you have over 100k in your bank account. Would you still do anything for 10k an hour, or say anything for 10k an hour? Most people, that's still yes, but not everyone. Absolutely, that's fair. At least you're honest. That's 10% of your total worth. What source do you get the most revenue from? Sponsors.
Shady Boy 777 just resubscribed.
Okay, let's say your net worth is 1 million. Would you still do anything for 10k an hour? Better example. That's my example. That's me. Yes, that's fair.
Hello, Omings just subscribed.
How do you resist getting a fancy sports car? I don't have a driver's license and large moving metal objects scare me. Metal Max, thank you for the 32 months. Shady Boy, thank you for the 7 months. Lou Mings, thank you for the prime. I don't like going outside. You might make 10k an hour, but you're losing integrity, which could harm earnings in the future. Sadly, literally nothing ever points to this. Does your wife drive? Yeah. We have I'll show you my car. This is our car. It's nice. Wish you could drive 1 hour longer. No, not yet. Gauntlet rewards are not out yet. Got my Gauntlet dust bat. Oh, nice. Nissan II, yeah. How do you not buy all the geodes then? So my goal in life is just saving up until I have £3 million and can securely financially retire and not worry about money and play whatever games I want to for the rest of my life. And make sure I can support my kids. No, I don't recommend with this. Like, I just want to play video games all day, every day for the rest of my life. Hi, Ignal. Good to see you, man. Been a while. Would you still stream in that instance? I don't see myself stopping streaming. But I want to be able to stream things like Kerbal Space
Chris
Program
92
or
just
Albion and not
resubscribed
care about
for 13
viewership.
months. Kenlo Zizran, hyped for PoE2? Zizgasm.
Oh, nice, Pronos. Chris, thanks for the 13. How close that are you? I'm on like 1, so like 30% of the way there. 35. Your personal rating for WoW? Well, it depends, because I don't think I will ever have a better game experience in my entire life than World of Warcraft because of at the point in my life that I played it. No, Purify, I don't believe in this statement. I played from vanilla. Any plans on playing Battlefield 6? Maybe. I haven't played Battlefield since 1942. Yes, there's a drop today for a finishing effect. Yeah, you know, let's get to you, man. From Manila? You're old? Yeah. I feared you would say Eve. It's very high up there, too. There's no way you were alive in 1942. Okay, dude. Didn't even know they made video games back then. That's BC 1 or 2. Wasn't 1942 the first one? Up to you, Stream Talk Club? Yeah, I mean, like I said, right? I just want to make enough money that I can play video games all day, every day, and never worry about money. The arcade game. No. I don't like kernel level security things. I am a big fan of any like really, really crazy security that works. I'm a big fan of kernel level security if they work. What's your favorite console? PC. I hate console. That's just it, they don't? I mean, I'm sure there must be one game in the world that's like somewhat effective on cheating. Too much effort, I think, Tiger. Battleforge? No, I haven't heard of it. What's your favorite Gamba website? I don't gamble. Would you ever want to open a game studio? So right now I've started moving into consulting for game companies. A friend of mine asked if I would help consult for his game / do some dev suggestions on it. After more experience with it, I want to make a primitive game first. That's sort of like just going to be like a play game, like I don't know, is there a word for this already? But like a first pancake game? Do you know what I mean with that? I said thanks for the 85 months.
Just resubscribed for 85 months.
Is there a word for the first pancake? What did you say? Like, you know how you always mess up the first pancake? Prototype game? Yeah, so like, I want to make one game first to just get some game dev experience, right? One that's probably gonna fail, or just be like bad, or I don't really care about the success of it. And like, get some experience and maybe do like a few, I don't know. But I do have one game idea that I really want to make. Danswar is one of the few people who knows. He liked it. Hello, Akron. Hi for I think for the 19 months.
Just resubscribed for 19 months.
I heard Quinn is looking for dev consultants. I think what Quinn's doing is kind of cool. Although, okay, so I think what Quinn's doing is very difficult, right? Because from what I understand, he doesn't know any programming. Do you have crypto? I don't. Like, Quinn doesn't have any programming background, right? Like, he's literally just coding with AI. Yeah, I did consulting for Hellclimb. 0? I wonder how much easier what he's doing would be for me since I can program. Yeah, I saw you had to ask AI to change the numbers. That was surprising. A little vast. How's Gamescom? Do you know what I love to see? At 0-0, all big streamers like yourself change stream to Last Epoch. That would give a big message to this corrupt company. I don't understand. Who's the corrupt company? Last Epoch? Like, do you hate Last Epoch or I'm confused? Oh, nice best. They hate GGG. I'm confused. It's easier, but it can still be annoying. I'm a software dev with a master in computer engineering. Sometimes I have to bash my head against the wall trying to use AI. I still prefer it for the small things and doing 95% by hand. Yeah, but the thing is, for me, right? I haven't programmed since a very long time. Like 10 years. I haven't programmed in 10 years. But I would still be able to like change things manually. And I can still add code and I can still look up code. And I understand it and I can relearn it a lot quicker. What was your experience with programming? I did bachelor in computer science. Do I have cancer? No, I don't. What do you study? Computer science. When using AI, you spend more time bug checking and leave gaping security holes. Yeah, but it can be a good way to like start some stuff, I guess. The fuck? Well, it's not that weird a question because I was getting, I had an endoscopy and they were checking for cancer. And I have a precursor to cancer. It wasn't that out of the blue as you might think. I was tweeting about it. You play Factorio? Yeah, but I didn't get that into it, but I do want to play it at some point. Do you see yourself in the future collabing with Chris Wilson on his new game? I do talk to Chris and like, obviously I would do consulting and stuff. I want to get a lot more into consulting. And I am talking to several companies about doing consulting. I also want to do consulting for events. I think me and Vira are really good at events. Are there 2 timers and they're not even synced? Never talked with Rami, given that's where his career went. Who's Rami? Message me. I'm somebody who specializes in RPGs for a big company who might want to talk to you. Yeah, I'm leaving you on red right now so that I don't forget to reply to you. I'm so bad. I have like 5 people I'm not replying to on Discord. How bad is Lightning Strike gonna get nerfed? Probably a lot. Soon to be 6? Yes. Yeah, I have a Discord server. Mishmack Discord. Hi, why? Hi. I love you.
O_Ogden just subscribed.
Blankers need to stay the fuck out of game dev. I'm sure Scry agrees with this. AI can be a good or a bad tool depending how it's used. No one hates AI more than Scry. It's like a nuclear bomb. Or it's like nuclear technology. Thanks, Micro. AI is inevitable in some matter. I'm staunchly anti-AI in game dev, but I'm making sure I'm an expert. Oh, that's smart. Do you know what I hate though? Honestly, companies should be disbanded when they replace support with AI. Do you think if you get big into consulting, it'll be hard to manage streaming and consulting? Nah, because I don't want to do a ton of hours of consulting. I don't like... The thing with consulting, and I assume this is the same for most consulting, but it is usually a few select topics where you have such a specialized knowledge that you can do your job relatively quickly, and they're paying for your hundreds of thousands of hours of experience. Consulting isn't something you do like 20 hours a week. Is it late there? Yeah, it's 8. So I've switched my sleeping pattern around. It's usually 4 to 6 engagement. Yeah, like for example, when I did consulting for Twitch, that was 10 hours a year. I love Renos. Oh, for sure, Sujo. Also, chat, I'm gonna play some more ads, and then in 15 minutes we should be able to play ads again. Then we have 3 hours of no ads, so we can watch all the announcement and read patch notes. Are you from the UK? No, but I live here. Society would be vastly improved if there were fewer people playing video games. The pendulum has to swing back the other way eventually.
Anna Zero just
I don't know about that.
resubscribed for 49 months.
I would love to consult for GTD. Same with anything except sales. TikTok's the issue? I mean, a lot of things are the issue. A lot of things are the issue. When will be PoE 1 season? I'm not interested in PoE 2. In 2 months. October for the next PoE 1 season. I've been a game dev for 25 years. AI writes better code than what we can get back from outsourced staff. I figure they're just using GPT anyway, but can't analyze it. Right. Have you ever visited the US? 8 times, I believe. Quite a lot. I've been to the US quite a lot. I do like visiting California and stuff for churros everywhere. Chaz, thank for the 76 months. And on Zero for the 49. But, no, I have no shotguns in America. Shotguns in Czech Republic. But I get really on edge in America because your homeless people are so fucking scary. I really dislike it. Oh, I don't know, Akron. Good question, though. Is there any IT field you would recommend somebody to pursue? I would not take life advice from a streamer. Oh wow, Wolflay. That's crazy. Perschetti, they've been 34 months.
Perschetti just resubscribed for 34 months.
Hello, McCraw, yeah. Midwest homeless are alright, at least there's plenty around my town. Yeah, I don't know, it's just like, I saw like this dude who was like a zombie, like wailing his arms. So scary. Yeah, drop start when the stream starts. The fentanyl zombies are crazy. Yeah, I don't even know what they're on. No, they're just adding some stuff to PoE 1 and supporter packs. Homeless are insane everywhere? Nah, that's not true. The homeless people here in Ireland are so chill. They're fun. Any drugs you recommend? Caffeine. Anything you're excited to see that we don't know about? Well, I went through it. I haven't seen any of the leaks, so I don't know anything. I didn't want to make a bingo card because of the leaks, because I was worried people were going to be like, oh, we've seen that already. So I'm actually going in blind. Oh, Hollywood was the biggest shithole I've been in America. Do you have a favorite fantasy book? I have two. Any book by Raymond E. Feast and Wizard's First Rule by Terry Goodkin. First two books I read was Wizard's First Rule by Terry Goodkin, and then I read Rage of a Demon King by Raymond E. Feast. Are you from Northern Ireland? No, I'm from Norway, but I live in Northern Ireland. I remember I was getting really into writing. I was pretty disillusioned by Hollywood, yeah. I was getting really into writing, and I read somebody write that Terry Goodkin is a terrible author, but he's a good storyteller. I was really annoyed when I read that, but it was really true. Oh, by the way, Viro, we can remove the PoE2 announcement thing at the top of the screen, because I have this open anyway.
Bismarcky3 just resubscribed for 2 months.
Oh, nice races. Literally just finishing Magicians, so good. Yeah, Viro. How do you manage a living with kids and streaming? Do your wife work also? Biz, thank you for the 2 months. So our roles is we have a very traditional relationship where she stays home and takes care of the kids. So she does everything in our lives except make money, and I make money. I was surprised to hear your voice in a Dota 2 match with Seb. Yeah, it was funny because I don't follow Dota comp scene that much, so I only really knew like Dendi, and I've heard of Seb just from the Seb. So that was fun. Does she get part of the money that is hers only? No, we just share the money. How do you manage when the subathon and she streamed a lot then? My parents were over and they were, when my wife was streaming and I was sleeping, then my parents were babysitting the kids. No best. Yes, there will be Twitch drops. I've Deckard Kenya. Yes, I did see that.
Just subscribed.
Did see that. I should tweet about it too.
Persai88 just resubscribed for 16 months. Money for the
I
family.
had a tweet for the engagement. Money for the family. Thank you. I appreciate it. Persai, thank you for the 16-month resub. Thanks so much. But yeah, no, so we're very split. How's workload balance when working as a full-time streamer and being a dad also? I mean, I try to like hang out with kids every day and they see me every day and stuff, but realistically, I want to work as much as I can until the kids are between 6 to 7 and then be able to spend a shit ton of time with them as they're 6 onwards. That's my goal. Not necessarily the right thing to do, but it's what I'm gonna do. Yes, Mallet. Sinhead, thank you for the 5 months. Skip the shitty part. Yeah, I definitely enjoy kids the older they get, for sure. Loki's, thank you for the 17 months.
Loki's Fin just resubscribed for 7
Why at
months.
6? Because that's how much time I need to make enough money, I believe. I've never seen you post the times when you stream. I don't really have set times. I probably should. I really should go back to what I was used to do. What I used to do the first 3 years of streaming is every time I ended the stream, I would edit the exclamation mark start command and like it would do a countdown. Like next stream is in 16 hours.
J Rodia's just resubscribed for 6.
That's the best thing I ever did. How many years have we been streaming games? 10 years. Coming up in 10 years. 27th October. Or 15th October, 13th. J Rody, thank you for the 67 months. Burn XL, thank you for the 57 bomb time. Thank you. Good to see you, bomb time. Been a while. What time zone are you in? You're always in it. You're only here when I do like late streams. Like I was just looking at this lately, and look how many hours I've streamed. Don't know what it's under.
Just resubscribed for 14 months.
I have, so this is not like I started streaming in 2015, but I've streamed 25,000 hours, so a little bit over 26 already. Kind of crazy. Kind of cool. State of PoE1, it's in a really good spot. PoE2 patch isn't in yet, my dude. Faded, thank you for the 14 months. The follow button on that graph, it really annoyed me because it got me past the 300k follower mark. So I was excited to celebrate. You plan to retire streaming when they're 6 then? I don't think I'll ever retire from streaming. But at some point, I want to get to the point where I don't care about the revenue I make from streaming, ever. Oh, damn, Pronos, that's crazy. That is crazy. That's nuts. Yeah, last epoch launches tomorrow. Would you switch platforms then to like Kick? I'll never stream on Kick. I'd stream on Kick if I was dying. I'll be playing last epoch launch. Yes, Samurai. What are you hoping for? Druid. All I want is Druid. If I get Druid, I'm happy. What's your number for Kick? There is no number. There's no number that they would pay me. Bomb time with the 50 gifted subs. What the fuck? Dude, you're always crazy. Thanks so much. Thanks so much, dude. Thank you so much. If you got a sub from Bomb Time, go give him a thank you. Thanks so much, man. I have had offers from Kick, but are larger than my net worth. No, Steele's on a plane coming home from Australia. His dad died, so I had to deal with that. Have you ever come to a DreamHack event? No, but I would like to. Did Albion pay the subs yet? No, they asked when I wanted them, and I told them they could give them to me during the last epoch launch tomorrow. Why do you dislike Kick? Because I don't like getting people addicted to gambling as a baseline for their revenue. Is your wife a tread wife? A tread wife? I mean, effectively, I guess. Effectively, but not really. Not like the weird, like, TikTok stuff. Yeah, Jemmy. Never say never. What if they offered 1 billion? So, like, I don't, like, thought exercises like that are kind of pointless, right? Because, thought exercises like that are kind of pointless because people are only... The reason people would pay you a large amount is they're expecting to make more than that out of you, right? No, I want to the Elfida. So, like, a number like that when actually talking and discussing integrity is pointless. What did you earn last subathon? 230k. 230 or 250. Oh, racist. Yeah, Danny. Well, no, because he's not coming back to Belfast. He's going to his girlfriend in the UK. Like, when you're discussing integrity, you also have to have realistic scenarios, right? Not things that literally can't happen. Like, would I kill half of chat to become a god, live for eternity, and have godlike powers over the universe? Yeah, of course I would. I would click that button. You're gone, chat. That's good money for the subathon. It was very good money. Leaving stream now so I don't get Thanos. But then I could bring you back after, right? But I try to be very happy with the sponsors I take. Never understood how streamers make money. Is it through the Twitch subs, YouTube? So both. So there's ad revenue. So actually I need to play one more batch of ads. I'll do it after this little talk. I need to play one more batch of ads now, but I play 3 minutes of ads an hour. Hi Snooty, great to see you. I play 3 minutes of ads an hour. I think that's fair. I try to time it really well, and that makes like a lot of money. There's ads on my YouTube videos. I take sponsors, so sponsors will pay me to like, hey, check out our game, show it to our audience. Hopefully they'll buy it. They'll pay me money. People subscribe to go ad-free or because they like my content and they want to give back. Like, especially at League Start, a lot of people use like my content, they ask for a question or they get help from me and they're like, hey, sis, here, have a $5 tip basically.
For 14 months. What is love?
And obviously, like, the more you ask for it, the more you get. So, like, that's why most streamers will do a lot of call to actions. I have a lot of money, so I try not to ask. I love it when people sub and gift and sub, but I don't want to beg. I'm a Mad Hatter, thank you for the 45 months. Lucifer, thank you for the 28. Baxter, thank you for the 1 year. And Patty, thank you for the 14 months. I remember especially when Twitch Prime first got rolled out, it was like very tedious for me watching streamers just like, hey, are there any Twitch Primes every 5 minutes? That was very exhaustive for me. Cersei Trova. Thanks, AI. Thank you for the 5 gifted. How long did it take for streaming to actually become lucrative? I think, if I remember, I think my 3rd or 4th year, I was making like 25 to 30K. And then it was just a slow climb. How's the IRL health? Nah, getting better. I'm gonna play last batch of ads, chat, before... So then we have 3 hours of ad free. A year. A day, that'd be nice. A year. Is the cost of living in Ireland half of that in the US? I don't live in Ireland, I live in the UK. Yeah, TP, I don't know. Like, I remember I was very proud because I was very proud that my parents were not like actively supporting me. They weren't sending me money. I didn't need to ask my parents for help or bailout. And they sent me $1,000. And I don't know if this will make sense to most of you, but I got kind of annoyed. I was like, not upset, but I was like, whoa, I don't need help. I don't, Snooty. But yeah, I was kind of upset. I was like, wait, I don't need help. I'm like on my own feet now. I don't need any help. And they were like, oh, but your brother needed help and we don't want to make a difference on you. And I was like, oh, never mind then. We're good. We're good. That was funny. You actually do live in Ireland. Ireland is the island. True, but I don't live in the country of Ireland. Or Steele, flying home from Australia. They probably tricked you there. They didn't. They knew I was like making enough. Going for Last Depot tomorrow? Yes, I'm gonna be playing Last Depot Wolf tomorrow. I'll basically play Last Depot until I have to start doing PoE2 content. So it depends how fast we get like proper patch notes and stuff. Yeah, he's doing great, Elgar. He has some health issues at the moment. He has like a stomach bacteria. So he's down to, I think my brother is almost sub 50 kilos right now. He started going up a little bit now, so he's not like about to die, but he is pretty touch and go there for a bit. What ability doing? In Last Depot, I'm gonna do Druid Summoner. But yeah, I'm very excited for Last Depot. It's just like, I wish it wasn't like this close to the PoE2 launch. Like that is a bit shit. Bit shit timing. I would like to use my helmet, yeah. You're gonna make guides for build guides for PoE2? Yeah. What's wrong with your health? My health? I have a lot of like esophagus issues and stomach issues. Intestinal issues. When your brother would say that, I mean he's fine now. Getting better. And you're sick 24/7? I mean, I have kids. I have kids. To be fair, I wasn't very sick. It was just I noticed that my throat was getting scratchy and I didn't really have anything super interesting to stream. So I was like, would I rather just chill, play some Albion and watch Dexter, hang out with my wife? Or would I rather go stream and yap and risk losing my voice for lunch? Well, thanks, Sinead. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. No, I have something called Barrett's esophagus. But Last Epoch is a more complete game, no? PoE2 is a beta? Yeah, but it doesn't look like a huge Last Epoch patch.
For 6 months.
I'm watching Resurrection, yeah. My mom has that disease and my uncle died from it, yeah.
Forced to just subscribed.
Let's just hope I don't die from it. C-Spot, thank you for the 6 months. Forrester, thank you for the prime. Where's the New York Ripper? Any theories? I'm very early in the show still. I hadn't even thought, until you said that, I hadn't even thought about thinking about that. Very interesting.
The current ARPG schedule. I can't find a time to remind you to play Neo.
Oh,
Google used
thank you, Isis. I appreciate it.
For 3 months. I am hyped less
Appreciate
than
it.
3.
Ugliest, thank you. I think Droid is coming up, so too. Also, I've not looked at leaks yet. Oh, lol, man. Do your knees or your feet ever hurt from long gaming sessions? No, I usually get like pain in my thigh, but it's like deferred back pain. Yeah, I did see that episode. We're gonna bingo? No. Didn't want to make one because I figured people would spoil. Are drops enabled for this channel? Yes. Very good, dude. Here, I can naturalize this British. I just want Druid. I have very low. I think low expectations in life is the best thing to do. The lower your expectations are, the better. Can you do a quick recap about getting into fishing in PoE1? Okay, so get one of the fishing rods. Obviously, a rare one will work, but the unique ones are better, especially the tier 0 one. And then you go to... And... that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. What do you mean? Not watching with Steel? He's not streaming. He's on a plane. I think he'll be back for tomorrow's Last Epoch launch. One day your mute button breaks, I manually click on it. Did you test the fishing spots in King's March? You can combine rare bait with legendary rods. Steel's title is gone until 21st? Yeah. Yeah, his dad died, sadly, so. Hello, big. What's the story of the fishing meme in-game? It's just always been a fishing meme. I asked Chris Wilson if it was because he liked fishing, and he said it was not. He does not like fishing. I do wonder what you're saying during those mute moments. Is it random gibberish? I think I continued saying something like go to the winding pier, and then I said, and then you can do the stuff with the thing, and then you can do the stuff with the thing, and the thing, and the stuff.
Subscribed for 5 months.
It's just trolling. I've done this. Well, no, I've done No, I've done something similar. Maybe it is trolling, but I basically had I was on a small boat, like a canoe, and I had it looked like this. I don't know if any fishermen are in chat. So it looked like something that you would have for like tailoring. And there was like thread around here with loads of hooks on them. So there would be like a hook here. Yeah, it's not a very good hook. But there would be a hook here with bait, and it was loads of thread, and it would be like 20-30 meters. And you would do this. You would a spool of thread with hooks on it, yeah, and you would have that like this after the boat.
One there just resubscribed for 55 months.
The line fishing, right? Is it just called line fishing? Holy diver. I wonder if this worked at Blizzard for 7 years. I've never worked for anyone but my mom in her flower shop. I worked there for 4 years. Trot line, fiskeharpe. Oh, yeah, that's what it's called in Norwegian, fish harp. And that was pretty fun. That was the most fish we ever got. What's sai in English?
For 16 months.
I had it. Wait, what's sai? Oh, pollock. We got like 22 pollock, 1 haddock, 2 mackerel. Most I ever fished in one session. Can you imagine you see something? When you imagine something, you can see the image detailed enough in your head where you can move it and look at it individually. No, I have aphantasia. My head is dark. I see nothing. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee. Hello, Governor. Do people with... Yeah, I have very vivid dreams. I got oysters and veg juice. I'm drunk. Enjoy. Make sure you drink some water. Never had a lucid dream? Oh, I have lucid dreams. Is it gonna play ads before it starts? No, I have 3 hours ad free right now. It's not gonna be more than 3 hours. I don't need to give you guys more ads. Just I love money. We're good. I think we're good. What was your scariest dream? My scariest dream was when I had a lucid dream. I was fully aware that I was dreaming. And to make it easier to control my dream, I used like sort of like a Jarvis type function, right? So instead of focusing really hard and trying to will something into existence in my dream, I would say like, computer, start hotel simulation. And I would be at a beach. There'd be like a huge beach, a huge hotel. And then I really like disaster movie, so I was like, oh, this would be cool to try in a dream. So I like spawned in loads of people, and I was like, okay, let's activate a tsunami and kill everybody, like in a movie. That'd be really cool to see up close, but be immortal. And then I started losing control over the dream, so when I'm like, computer, start tsunami simulation, my consciousness starts like falling asleep again, so the computer goes like, no. Very, very like Space Odyssey, 1980, whatever the movie was called. Very, very that type of like computer voice where it's like, no, that would kill people. And I'm like, I'm still sentient at this point, right? I'm still like lucid in the dream, so I know I'm dreaming, and I'm like, oh, 2001 Space Odyssey, that was it. So I'm like, question mark? And then I keep trying to ask it to do things. Suddenly, I get teleported to a city with like rolling hills and huge building blocks. And I see the power go out, like boom, boom, boom. And then I'm like saying like, computer, stop, and like trying to regain consciousness again. But it didn't work. And I feel something is chasing me while I'm running through the streets, and then my wife noticed because I was like lying like this, like trying to wake up, and I eventually woke up. Basically, open console, activate cloud mode. Yeah. Have you ever had sleep paralysis? 3 times.
Astra Lovecraft just resubscribed for
No,
55 months. Is happy.
Thank you, Astral. Oh, Billy. Man. No, when I had sleep paralysis, I saw like, honestly, almost dodery. Some sort of like hag witch thing that like sat really creepily straight out of a horror movie, jumped on my chest and started screaming. Wood? Dude.
Sargo 73 just
Sargo, thank you.
for
Give me the 69 months.
Ziz hype Yespo 2 time now.
My worst dream is seeing somebody being eaten by somebody else and laughing while their eggs have already been eaten. Didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Yeah. Having dreams means you're healthy. Yeah, chess. Shadows. My chair, best purchase I made. Really good. Yes, I've not had any leaks.
Just subscribe.
Fabian, thank you for the prime. What's the worst case of butchering your name? CZ Ren.
Freeman Fersia just
Please stream on YouTube, sis. I am live on YouTube right now. I am literally live right now on YouTube. Just double check. Thanks for everyone buying mouse pads and supporting the gauntlet. I think they are about to go out of sale. Wait, I just realized something. What scene do I have the mousepad thing on?
I am Todd _ just resubscribed for 5 months. Brainproof _ box just subscribed.
How do I delete a source? I found it. Okay, I think I've started it. I have no more alerts. Still not joining you? Correct. It's on a plane. I'm Todd, thank you. And Brainproof, thank you. I'm gonna mute alerts. We're about to see everything. Alright, let's hope for Druid. Remember the people on YouTube though, you don't get the drops by watching on YouTube. The Twitch drops are only on Twitch. Ravian, thank you. Any general build ideas? No, and any content creator posting build videos now before the patch notes are out is a good content creator to block because they're scamming you. Alright, this is on Chrome, right? I'm gonna record just in case. How's the audio? Let me know when it goes live how the audio is. I'm gonna reduce the camera a bit. You want me to be smaller? How's that? How's that? Huzzah! Alright, here we go! No, my camera broke. Now's a good time for that to happen. Huzzah! Wait, now when I sit up, I'm like too small. Okay, I'm gonna make it bigger. Sorry. I think if I set up properly, I need to have some room. I need to have some room to hype. Alright, here we go! Stream starting soon. I'll be here, bottom left is fine.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games.
Quiet.
And welcome
That's
to
the
GG
volume.
Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Sun Priest's Incineration
That's
rare
us.
finisher effect
We
by
have
following the
drops.
instructions below. Now with that out of the way, let's get started. It's time to give you a teaser of what's coming in Path of Exile 2, the Third Edict.
Third Edict. It's Act 3, guys. We're getting Act 3. We're getting Act 3.
Karui! I have called you here to save our people. To save our way. Over the ages,
It's Toda.
we have known pain like no other.
We're totally getting
We
Toda.
endured, and we became mighty. Now, outsiders dishonor our shores. And
More
we have
career
stood
lore
by,
would be cool.
doing nothing.
Boats. It's Boat League.
Hear my voice, ancestors! Show us your strength! Show us the true
You don't need to
way!
write anything for drops. You just watch.
Understand.
Why are we spamming drops? It's because stupid. Is that an Earthquake MTX? Definitely getting a new act then. I wonder if the Siren boss that I fought at XFCon will be here.
The true Makuramakoi will.
You don't need to write anything for drops. I don't know why people are writing drops. Wow. Massive skill rework. Wow, that looks cool. Wait, what did that say? Lineage supports? It's too fast, GGG. Sprinting. Oh my god, the game needed that so much. The game needed that so much. Ah, sprinting is gonna fix the game. Oh my god. Oh, that looks cool. I did say Abyss. I did say Reunion Abyss. Wait, I didn't see Druid anywhere. Where's my Druid?
Now, as you can see, there's a
There's
lot
no
going
road.
on, and we have a lot to reveal today.
Is there a road?
We'll start by going over Act 4, the next chapter in the Path of Exile 2 storyline.
All
But that's
classes
not all.
left.
There's also 3 new interlude acts to get you to endgame, which means we're removing cruel difficulty too. After that, we'll be going through the massive
Okay.
changes to characters. I'm super excited to show you how I've overhauled the entire support gem system, added new skills, and yes, there are buffs. Next, we'll go over the Rise of the Abyssal, this season's exclusive league mechanic, and talk about the new rewards, crafting systems, areas, and bosses that it adds.
Does that say
After
a
that, it's on to
synchronous
changes we're making to the endgame.
Does that say a
Then
synchronous
it's time to
trade?
talk about items, crafting, and oh yeah,
No
trade.
shot.
That's going to be a big one.
Wow.
We'll then go over our new supporter packs and finish up
Wow.
with a live Q&A session
Nothing
where
else
ZD
matters.
will ask Path of Exile 2's game directors, myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch chat.
Nothing else
And
matters.
after that, at 4 p.m. Pacific, patch notes.
People are gonna be
They're
so
not
happy.
quite complete, but they should give you some nice details to chew on. We've got a lot to cover today, but first, another
knows?
announcement. When the third edict launches on the 29th, we'll be having a free weekend for Path of Exile 2. That's right, Path of Exile 2 will be free for the first time
That's
without
smart.
requiring an early access key. The free weekend will end on September the 1st, so you'll have plenty of time to give the game
I
a
never
try.
play SSF in PoE2 anymore.
All right, let's get started with Act 4. The story continues from the end of Act 3. Doryani has agreed to help you find an ancient weapon that can be used against corruption, the instrument of the Third Edict. The weapon was broken in ages past, but he believes that the pieces may be found in the Karui archipelago, the home of the Karui tribes. You will need to journey to Kingsmarch, hire a ship, and set sail.
Please show
When
like
you open the
actual
map,
sailing
you can choose
mechanic.
to sail
Nah.
any way you like.
That'd be so
Act
cool,
4
though.
is
I love
completely
boats.
non-linear, and you can visit the islands in any order you choose. Will you visit the pristine beaches of Whakapanu Island? The Karui
Whakapanu?
whisper of a curse that afflicts
What's a
all who travel
panu?
there.
How do we
Perhaps
fuck
it's related
it?
to the weapon you seek. Or maybe you will visit the volcanic shores of the Isle of Kin. The Kin have been more restless recently, mining for sulfite and driven by some dark force. Perhaps you will choose to consult with one of the local Karui tribes. Their ancient wisdom could hold clues to finding the Third Edict. No matter where you choose to go, you will fight dangerous beasts,
I'm guessing we have to go to all of them, no?
find fabulous treasures,
I want them to go harder on the tier system.
and
I think
battle
that's so
incredible
good.
bosses.
Navali!
Come, you must seize your soul.
There are 8 islands to discover, each teeming with its own flora and fauna.
Third Hawkage?
Act 4 contains over 100 new monster types, 16 new areas,
Yama?
12 new
Yeah.
bosses,
Why is Yama
and plenty
big
of
now?
other interesting encounters. There's a huge
Yeah.
amount to show,
The
but we're
monkey.
not going to spoil too much here. We want to give you a chance to discover it all for yourself.
Whoa.
What happens after Act 4?
Did I look at chat
Well,
instead of
until
tits?
now, you had to repeat the entire campaign again before you could face the endgame. But after adding Act 4, the game is far too long to make you do that. We needed something else to do in between the end of Act 4 and the endgame.
Okay.
So what else could we do? Add 3 new mini-acts, of course, and we're calling them the Interludes. The Interludes are a set of 3 temporary side stories that will be included in the game until Act 5 is released. It will
Okay.
take you to level 65 where the endgame
They're
can
maps.
begin.
They're
The
gonna be
first
maps.
interlude sends you on a journey back to Ogham. Renly has been leading the efforts to rebuild Ogham Village after the defeat of Count Geonor.
They're just gonna be
But
temporary
there's a
maps.
new danger afoot. The nearby town of Holton is surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, and each night their corrupted townfolk emerge to raid the local farmlands.
6 is the final act, but 6 is
You'll
short.
discover new areas
But where Druid
and
though?
new bosses.
New bosses?
You'll need to find your way
Okay,
through the darkness.
hold on. They just said new
Uncover
bosses
the
in
source of
Shroud
corruption.
Varana.
Soon you will serve our master.
And defeat it.
Yes, I shall dance with their corpse.
And that's just the first interlude.
Need to PoE2.
The second interlude will have you return to the Vasteri Desert, where Asala has been given a sacred duty. When the skies align, the gifting of water requires a chosen Sekima to meet with the Selkari, guardians of the sacred water. But they're nowhere to be found.
Can I film my
You will
flash
need to
there?
track down the Selkari. Find those responsible for disrupting the gifting.
That move does look
Fight
sick.
even more new bosses.
That is cool.
Discover the
That's in a
secrets of the
shotgun.
ancient ritual. discover new locations, and ultimately help Asala carry out her sacred duty. Now for Interlude 3. As Royal Thaumaturge of the Vaal, Doryani had plans within plans to save his people from the cataclysm perpetuated by Atzeri's lust for power. One such plan involved sealing a group of willing Vaal deep in a great mountain vault near the home of the Asmeri, deep enough to survive the cataclysm.
Oh.
Even though thousands of years have passed, he believes that their descendants may still live, and may be key to defeating the beast. The journey up the mountain will be dangerous. New foes stand in your way.
Yeah, Volkswagen.
And the further up the mountain you venture, the colder it will become. Explore caves of ice and enter the vault itself.
Arga.
Who can say what you will find within? The interludes are 6 to 7 areas each and generally include 4 boss fights as well. When you put that together with Act 4, that adds up to 35 new areas in the campaign and 24 new bosses.
Verona Arena does look sick though.
It's worth making clear that the interludes are temporary. When Act 5 and 6 are added, the interludes will be going away.
Makes sense.
These are side stories after all. But don't worry, the bosses and areas that make up the interlude are all part of the endgame. We're not just going to throw them away. And with that, we don't need cruel difficulty anymore. We do know that it was a pretty big chore to have to play through the campaign multiple times on each character, and this was a huge reason that the campaign could feel like a bit of a slog when playing through again. But we do also have another new feature to address that particular concern as well. So let's talk about sprinting. In 030, when you hold down the dodge roll button, your character will go into a sprint after they finish the roll. This is available on all character classes, and there's no limitation on how long you can sprint for. The primary purpose of this feature is to make navigating areas faster when out of combat. Because of that, if you do take a hit while sprinting, you'll fall to the ground.
Oh.
The best idea is to use a skill when you see monsters. That'll break you out of the sprint so you can engage with no danger. If you do need to run away from monsters, just hold spacebar. You won't be vulnerable during the roll, and you're faster while sprinting than basically any monster in the game, allowing you to retreat from combat. Sprint is a pretty significant change to PoE2's gameplay. What I like most about it is that we can accelerate the pace of the game for those who want that without having to compromise on PoE2's more visceral combat systems. Okay, so that's the new extensions to the campaign, but there's a whole giant league to play through as well. I'll leave that to Mark to talk about later.
Hi, Mark.
And that's because what I want to talk about now is the new stuff for your characters. And probably one of the biggest new systems here is with the support gems. Now, support gems are one of the most interesting elements to creating a build. They're what enables so many interesting mechanics and different ways to play. But PoE2's support gem system has just never been quite right.
Yes.
One of the major issues is the limitation of only having one support gem of each type on your character. We didn't want builds to just become using the same 5 most powerful supports in every skill. The problem with this design, though, is that it's actually working against using multiple skills in your build. If you can only use each support gem on one skill, it means that you're encouraged to go all in on that one ability. We want to encourage you to combo your abilities. Something needed to change. So with that in mind, we've removed the restriction of having one of each support gem per character. You can now use as many copies as you like. This should drastically increase the amount of possible builds and increase the amount of skill diversity.
Interesting.
There are a lot of potential builds that suffered from the previous restriction. For example, a poison build previously couldn't add poison to more than one skill. They couldn't use stacking poison on more than one skill either.
I'm going to get Gemling
This severely
Legionnaire
limited
at
your
launch.
ability to combo with anything outside of the specifically designed poison archetype, but now you can. Many utility skills previously couldn't scale to endgame, because the supports that would make them scale were more useful to use in other skills. You would never speed up killing Palm with martial tempo, when you would much rather use it on your primary skill instead. There are more examples like this all over the place.
That's huge.
In addition to that, though, we thought there wasn't enough feeling of progression in the supports as you went through the game. There were only 3 tiers of supports, and many of the most important ones were given out at Tier 1. Also, there were no strict upgrades, meaning that upgrading supports when you ran out of sockets required quite a lot of thinking.
I don't know about that.
In order to solve these issues, we now also have multiple levels of many supports as you go through the game.
I don't know about that.
For example, double barrel support gives you an extra bolt, but at the cost of 30% less reload speed. At Tier 2, the penalty gets lowered to 20%. But then at Tier 3,
let
the
us
support
level
gem
the
gets
gems,
something
bro.
new. It now
Just
reloads
let us
automatically
level the
when you heavy
gems.
stun
Like,
an enemy.
why this system?
In some cases, the highest tiers might work a little
Just like
differently.
you have
You'll
the
to
system
decide
in
if you like the
PoE
upgrade or
1.
not, depending on your build. For example, rapid casting.
This is
The
leveling
first
with
couple of
extra
levels gives
steps.
15, then 20% increased cast speed.
This is
But then at
leveling
Tier
with
3,
extra
it
steps.
changes to a new approach. For each different spell you cast in the last 8 seconds, you get 10% increased cast speed, which could be a pretty big bonus if you use a lot of different spells.
But that's fine. It's not a big deal.
That's pretty good for upgrades through the campaign.
It's not a big
but we
deal.
wanted to add
It's
a little more
fine.
spice to the endgame for supports too. And that's where our new system, lineage
It's a
supports,
very
comes
minor
in.
thing, chat.
You can think of these like
What is
unique
this?
items, but for supports. There are supports that are only available at endgame, but they're much more powerful. Like Ratha's Assault. It's an upgraded version of Double Barrel that reloads your skill as you dodge roll, as well as increasing the number of bolts it can hold. But it does mean that it's the only way you can reload the skill now. Now, unlike regular supports, you can't find these through the uncut support gem. Just like unique items, many of these can be found from specific bosses.
Excellent. Well, they're awakened support gems.
And there's a ton in the regular drop pool too. Some of them are fairly rare,
And quality.
others fairly common.
I'm dealing and
Some of
killing
them are
left.
build defining. Others are just straight up power upgrades.
Converted.
All in all, there's around 40 lineage supports being added throughout the endgame, so there's a lot of power to find out there.
Well,
Now, the new support gems are certainly going to open up a lot of builds, but of course we have a huge range of improvements to individual character classes as well.
okay.
As well as adding new skills, we had a big focus on buffing existing skills so
Please
that
just
they
say
can
we're getting
scale well
grid.
into the endgame. There's a huge amount to cover here, so we're not going to discuss everything. We're just going to quick fire through some of the coolest changes. We wanted to make cold a more useful element on the Ranger, so we've expanded the cold tools available. As well as increasing its range, Escape Shot now creates fragments of ice whenever it hits the ground. These fragments explode after a short time, making the skill better for killing groups of enemies. But not only that, we added an ice fragment support that creates more of them when killing frozen enemies.
Okay.
And a new buff skill called Ice Tipped Arrows that allows all your arrows to create ice fragments. This
Sounds good
already
for
gives
fighting.
clear to rangers wanting to use ice. But to take further advantage of the ice fragments, Freezing Salvo has been upgraded to shoot additional cold arrows towards every fragment, giving you a nuke-like ability.
Okay.
We've also modified Snipe to consume frozen from enemies, dealing a huge amount more damage, giving you a nice ice single target option. And something you might notice about this is that the bonus is a lot higher against bosses. This is actually a change you'll see throughout the entire game. Since it's a lot harder to freeze a boss, you should get a bigger reward for it.
Okay.
Another theme you'll see throughout the game is making movement feel better. Toxic Growth is a skill that was pretty cool,
I think we're
but a
gonna
bit
see people
annoying to
one-shotting
use with the jump that
bosses.
it had. Now Toxic Growth is a range skill, so you can spam it more easily.
Oh my god.
And we've also added a new poison skill while we were at it, called Toxic Domain. It creates a small area around you that makes all your attacks create toxic growth pustules.
This is
that
basically
attach
what
to
I was
monsters.
doing in the alpha. When they nerfed me.
Another skill that was annoying to use was Electrocuting Arrow.
Yeah.
It's now just a regular arrow, making it easier to use.
Oh,
But
that
it
looks
also means
cool.
you can support it with projectile supports. And
It's
it now
fun done
also
at
has
full
area of
math.
effect, making it a tool for more than just single target, and allowing it to scale into the endgame. We also added a new spirit reservation called Mirage Archer. This is a meta skill that allows you to create shadowy
looks
clones
so
of yourself to use a skill of your choice.
Kind
Of
of
course,
more
one
like
of the other big
Bama.
problems the Ranger had was survivability. Evasion was the weakest of the 3 defenses, and we wanted to change that. Currently, Evasion doesn't evade all types of hits in the game, so you're still vulnerable to things like slams or unblockable attacks. To make Evasion characters more tanky, we're adding a new mechanic called Deflect. Unlike Evasion, Deflect works on everything, and if you successfully deflect a hit, you take 40% less damage. Items can now give you a mod that gives you some amount of deflection based on your evasion.
It's suppression, but for hits.
And there's a bunch of it available on the passive tree too. Deflection is rolled in addition to evasion, so this is an upgrade for regular hits too. And unlike evasion, there's no maximum chance. You can reach 100% deflect against all hits if you spec into it enough.
Suppression.
Of course, this is a buff that helps all Dex characters, so the Mercenary and the Monk, but especially the Huntress, are seeing
I'm
big
going
defense
Dex on
boosts from this as
hardcore.
well. Speaking of defensive mechanics,
Please buff
let's talk
armor.
about block and parry.
And armor.
Now, one of the big concerns on the release of the Huntress was parry feeling unreliable. One of the big reasons for this is there's a lot of hits that are not blockable, and thus not parryable either. So a huge balance change we're making is that now, everything is blockable, except for specifically unblockable red flash skills that bosses use.
Okay, I thought that was the case anyway, but sure.
This makes parry much more reliable. And not only that, but to make block and parry nicer to use, you now also move faster than before while using these abilities. This is a massive buff to passive block as well. So to counter that, we did have to lower the max passive block a bit, but overall you should feel much safer.
Yeah, I thought that's how it blocked.
Fire skills on the warrior were not really cutting the mustard, so we decided we needed to upgrade a bunch of them, but also add some more as well. Let's start with a buff. Volcanic Fissure now branches into multiple fissures, giving it much more clearing potential.
What about armor?
We've also added a new skill called Forge Hammer. This skill throws a molten hammer that does a slam at a distance.
What the fuck?
You can recall the hammer back by using the skill again if you like, but the cooler thing to do is to use a war cry near it. Using a war cry makes the hammer explode, making a bunch of volcanic fissures around. Volcanic fissures re-trigger when you slam them, so it's a great skill to make a flaming arena to fight a boss.
Chat.
We also buffed Perfect Strike to have much larger area of effect, and changed Molten Blast to not always force you to move forward. Trust me, it feels a lot better to use now. The skill now has massively boosted chance to ignite monsters as well. And you're going to want to ignite monsters due to a new glory skill called Ancestral Cry. Ancestral Cry charges up with glory by igniting monsters, invoking King Kaum's favor. After you do, use it to channel Kaum's ancestral power. Every attack will be ancestrally boosted with fire. Your very steps will explode, triggering volcanic fissures.
Wow.
And molten balls will erupt from your attacks.
Okay, that looks laggy in the preview.
Warrior shield skills were another area we wanted to improve. Now that we've got sprint, we actually don't need to have a cooldown on shield charge anymore. It now also does more damage the further away you are when you use it.
Let's fucking
Shield
go!
got significantly upgraded AoE. Also, you can shield charge right through it to trigger all the walls.
Oh my god.
We also added a new shield war cry.
This
Fortifying Cry gives you a defensive buff, but it also builds up charge on your shield that empowers your other shield skills. And Magma Barrier now doesn't require timing in order to use. Just wait for your shield to charge up and block.
New full block characters.
Seismic Cry now stuns enemies that are primed for stun. And we changed the Sunder interaction with Armor Break. It now also gives a Sundered Armor debuff that makes enemies take 40% extra physical damage. Great for bosses. Ancestral Warrior Totem has undergone some pretty significant changes too.
Anyway? I mean, it was
we wanted the skill to feel more like using an ultimate.
Most of us.
That summoning an ancestor to fight for you was a big deal. So we've changed this totem to require 3 endurance charges to summon, and massively buffed its damage. It also now scales your weapon damage too. Since there's no limit anymore,
charges in PoE2.
if you build around generating endurance charges, you can summon an entire forest of totems. In order to make that easier, we added some new sources of endurance charges. There's now a support to make Perfect Strike generate charges, and a support for generating endurance charges from heavy stuns as well. Speaking of totems, we wanted to upgrade the Warbringer.
I hate charges.
Among the other changes we've made to this class, Answered Call now gives an extra totem, and the spirits have just been generally buffed in many ways.
Okay.
Use it with your limitless ancestral warrior forest to make an army of Karui that would make Tukahama proud.
I mean, it looks cool.
We've also merged the Great Wolf Howl and Warcaller's Bellow support, so that you can get all the benefits with 1 point. And Encased in Jade no longer removes the Jade when getting hit, making it a much better defense.
Wow. That looks cool
Next up, let's talk about accuracy. Accuracy was always intended to be something that warriors didn't need to care about very much so long as they're in close combat. But unfortunately, that's not currently the case. This was particularly annoying with skills like Bone Shatter, which you certainly don't want to mess with. So we significantly buffed your chance to hit at close ranges when you don't have much accuracy. Warriors shouldn't require any accuracy investment in order to hit with close range attacks now. We also wanted to improve armor. Now, one of the major weaknesses of armor is the inability to defend against elemental damage. In order to mitigate this, we're adding a lot more of the stat that allows your armor to defend against elemental damage. It's now available on items and in a lot more places on the passive tree.
Wow!
One of the most important improvements we made in 030 is to declunk the action and flow of shooting crossbows.
I'm back in it!
You can now reload crossbows without any movement penalty.
I'm so in!
But not only that, all skills that can be used while moving now slow you for a shorter amount of time. This change benefits everyone, not just crossbow skills. With both of these changes put together, the run and gun playstyle feels much better. It's hard to explain how important this change is for the feel of the class. The Mercenary is also a good chance to talk about how we're rebalancing to make comboing skills much better. Take Shock, for example. It buffs damage and lasts 4 seconds right now, but that isn't really giving you enough time to take advantage of it. If you're going to add a lightning skill into a build that otherwise wouldn't use one, we need to make mechanics like this much better. So we've increased shock duration on monsters to last 8 seconds. And skills like Plasma Blast, which are intended to be good at shocking enemies, now increase the damage bonus by a lot more. You'll find changes like this all around the game. Chill now lasts 8 seconds, giving you more of a reason to weave in cold damage. Freezing skills are better at freezing. Burning skills need to cause burns that last longer. But making skills like permafrost bolts and incendiary shot double down on how they're supposed to be used,
it's the main
and makes
issue
using
there.
them in your build alongside other skills much more likely. We're also making sure to buff specific combos too. The freeze explosions from frag rounds now chain to nearby enemies. And using high velocity rounds with armor break will now fragment the opponent's armor. This causes monsters to take a portion of high velocity rounds damage with every subsequent hit, even tiny pellets. So that means following it with a shotgun blast is way more effective.
Huge.
Now there's a lot more buffs to crossbow skills, but for now I'm just going to talk about the new one we added, the Mortar Cannon. This one lets you socket any grenade skill, and using it will summon a cannon which loads and then fires the grenade you choose.
Oh my god. Okay, never mind. We all know what I'm going. We all know what I'm going. We're
Another
aware.
issue in the Mercenary were banners.
We're aware.
They were just not very good, so we're doing a big upgrade to them.
Never
they now last
mind.
longer, don't disappear when moving out of them, and we removed the Valor mechanic. They now just give a much more consistent and stronger buff, and you can use them when you get enough
here
glory.
with explosive arrow for PoE2.
On which one of the main focuses was making various minion types more useful to use together. Melee
They made
minions in
minions so
particular were
nice.
just not that great compared to ranged ones. As a starting point, we just straight up removed the requirement for minions to have accuracy.
Okay, good.
Attack minions now always hit, which makes them way better.
Way better.
Brutes got some good numeric buffs, but we also added a new command skill where they do a war cry that intimidates enemies
Very
and
cool.
detonates any frozen monsters and allies around you in a big cold explosion.
Interesting.
We've also changed the Frost Mage's command skill to an ability that adds ice armor to your other minions, adding a layer of defense.
Okay.
And it makes them deal cold damage back to the attacker as well. The ice armor also makes the minion count as frozen, so the Brute's war cry can detonate
calm
them
down.
too.
I can hear him from Sweden, dude. Fuck.
Unearth was changed to work on corpses of your dead skeletons, allowing you to summon the minions more easily in boss fights. And they also got a new jump ability, allowing them to get into combat faster. Ray's Spectre was also feeling pretty weak for the spirit cost they have. To be honest, we were a little afraid of these when we first balanced them.
Yeah, no shit.
We've both
We get
decreased
that.
the spirit cost for a large range of monsters, and have significantly increased Spectre damage too. They should feel a lot more impactful.
Gabby, come on. There are people watching.
There's also a lot of new spellcaster weapons with newer cult skills. But I'll just talk about one of them that I thought was particularly cool. The Reaping Staff is actually a wicked scythe that gives you a new ability called Reap. When an enemy is low in life, you can dash forward and rake enemies with the scythe to cull them instantly, healing you. It can also inflict critical weakness on enemies too. Now, there's a lot of balance changes in the Witch's Ascendancy classes, but I'll just talk about 2 of them for now. On the Blood Mage, you were previously required to spend your first points on Sangomancy, which really was supposed to be the downside for being able to access the powerful abilities on the rest of the class.
Yeah.
In order to make picking the Blood Mage a better early option, we've made Sangomancy free, unlocking the power of the rest of the class immediately.
Cool.
On the Infernalist, the Demon form wasn't something people were really using because you lost your weapon stats while transformed. Well, you no longer do, so it's a much better option now. On the Monk, the wind skills needed a big upgrade for sure. Staggering Palm can now stack up its duration if you use the skill multiple times in a row, so you can keep the effect of all your skills throwing up wind much more easily. Wind Blast had the purpose of building up to dazing an enemy, but dazing just wasn't worth all that effort. Now it just dazes on hit, meaning a single Wind Blast will make all your skills stun enemies more easily. Following up with Vaulting Impact on a dazed enemy previously did a bunch of stun. Now it allows you to break your enemy's stance. When their stance is broken, following up with a fast attack will do way more damage. A cool build that certain people always enjoyed in PoE1 was hand-to-hand combat, but until now we just didn't have a real way to make it viable. Well, that changes now.
Oh shit.
The Monk, as a true martial artist, now has the ability to learn the Hollow Palm technique, a keystone that lets you use all quarterstaff skills while unarmed.
Okay. Okay.
All quarterstaff attacks now have a special unarmed version, and you get further bonuses to all your attacks from stacking Energy Shield and Evasion on your character.
Wow.
A new keystone we also added to the monk section of the tree is Walker of the Wilds. This changes mana leech to work with elemental damage instead of physical, which is pretty useful for all those elemental attacks the monk has. But it works well for the ranger too.
Path of XL2, the W patch?
Now, one of the least used Ascendancy classes in the game is the Acolyte of Chayula, so we knew we needed to make some changes here. One of the key things we had to do was make the chaos damage that the Acolyte can do much more useful.
Okay.
So we've added a new skill, allowing chaos damage to ignite, shock, chill, and freeze, embracing the elemental prowess of the monk in a truly chaotic fashion.
Whoa.
In addition, he can make all of his chaos damage leech. And we've buffed Into the Breach and Embrace the Darkness by moving the effects of the 4-point nodes into the base skills. He also gains a new notable, Grasp of the Void, which leaves void illusions behind you as you dodge roll. If they're killed, they do massive explosions of darkness, dealing damage
Look at
to everything in
the thing
sight.
around him. That looks so cool.
Now let's talk about Sorceress skills. One of the things we wanted to improve on the Sorc is the ability to use multiple elements together more effectively.
Here then. Here.
Now, this might seem small, but one of the things pushing you towards using a single element is debuffs like Elemental Curses, which lower resistances of a single element. In order to fix that, we're making quite a lot of game-wide changes to these kinds of mechanics to broaden what they apply to. So for example, there's no longer 3 curses for fire, ice, and lightning. Instead, there's just a single curse that buffs all 3 at the same time.
Oh.
And things like
That's
Frostbomb,
good.
which gave you cold exposure,
That's huge.
now give elemental exposure. You can use it to buff any of your other skills.
That's huge.
We also wanted to make switching between different weapon sets smoother.
Oh, thank
So you
fuck.
can use different elemental staves more effectively.
Oh my.
To do that, we've removed the weapon switch time.
Oh my
and now
god.
it happens instantly. This applies game-wide too. Now, we didn't just want to stop there. We wanted to add some specific mechanics that work between different elements, and that's where elemental infusions come in.
I'm trading.
Certain skills can now drop elemental infusions. For example, when a Frostbomb explodes, it leaves behind a cold infusion on the ground. After picking it up, you can spend it on one of any number of different skills to transform how they
It
work.
hurts so hard.
Spark will create a nova of cold infused projectiles. Ice Nova will leave a chilled area on the ground. And we also added a new low-level skill that fires ice shards. Use it with cold infusion though, and the ice shards will explode. Orb of Storm now generates lightning infusions when you cast enough spells near it. And that's all spells, by the way, not just lightning. Once you have one, you could cast a lightning flame wall, which adds both fire and lightning damage to all the projectiles that pass through it. Or power up Ember Fusillade with lightning, which will generate arcs to nearby enemies as each fireball hits. Or maybe go lightning on lightning with arc. This skill is now a projectile, and by infusing it, you can go full Palpatine.
Wow.
Get fire infusions by blowing up monsters with living bomb. Then use them with Comet to summon a
Ignite.
giant
I really
fire
hope
meteor
they've done
from the
something
sky.
to Ignite, because like
Or use it
functionally
with
it was a bit...
Firestorm, which transforms it from a small area into a much bigger one. Firestorm is unique in that it can be infused by multiple different elements at the same time. Add an ice infusion to rain down ice at the same time as the fire.
That's cool.
And add lightning to add deadly strikes from the heavens into the mix.
Oh, that is sick. Full
Or use it
LA
with all
storm.
3 to generate a storm that is truly apocalyptic.
That's so cool.
Cold Snap has been simply turned into Snap. Previously, you could use it to shatter ice, but now it works to detonate all of the different elemental ailments and makes them leave behind infusions. And just like how you could previously use it on Frostbolt, you can now also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well, which means you can create many infusions at once. We also have a Spirit Reservation skill and a support gem to help generate them too.
Whoa. Can't wait for Junk to get that there for
On the
the
passive
first 3
tree,
days.
we've added quite a few new keystones to the Sorceress section. Here are a couple of examples. The Black Flame Covenant keystone converts your fire spells to chaos and causes your ignites to deal chaos damage. Your fire spells and ignites will also turn purple. The Ritual Cadence keystone causes your
Free MTX.
invocation skills to trigger more times, but makes them trigger periodically over a longer duration instead of one. Great for those auto bomber builds. Now, in addition to skill changes, we've added a lot more options for the passive tree for each class.
Do you know they should bring
Overall, there are
masteries
more than
back?
100 new notables on the
I miss
tree,
masteries.
usually around 20 per class, along with smaller clusters as well.
I like masteries a lot.
Check out the old version. And here's the new version.
Get fucked,
it's a
new
lot
players.
more
You
dense
guys are
and there's
so
more interesting nodes than
screwed.
before. Now, we probably can't go through too many of these in the live stream, so I'll just show you one from each class's area of the tree. We tried to be a lot more thematic with the new nodes. So for example, the Molten One's Gift. It lets the benefit of Armor Break apply to your fire damage.
Okay.
Or how about Last Stand, which gives you lots of stats as your situation becomes more and more desperate.
Yeah, they need guides. Aye.
A lot of these have themes aligning with Ascendancy classes. Like for the Gemling Legionnaire, for example. You have crystallized immunities, which makes you immune to different status ailments, depending on which support gem color you have socketed the most. Another Ascendancy class aligned notable is Sanguimatic Rituals. It allows arcane surges to generate life instead of mana, unlocking that support gem to be used with the Blood Mage Ascendancy.
Oh, that's so nice.
In the Sork area,
For
you'll
regen.
find these Archon nodes that allow you to convert all of your elemental damage to a specific element. You become a Lightning Archon when you spend enough mana, after which all your skills will be converted to lightning, and you will do extra lightning damage as well.
Ah.
We have ones for cold and fire too, with different
Oh.
triggers. Here's another cool one. Elemental Practitioner gives crit bonuses if you've triggered a skill recently, while also making crits generate more energy for triggers.
Okay.
Or maybe you'd like the Great Boar. It gives you a reason to stack dexterity to make you tougher, giving a bonus to life and stun threshold. Or the Cunning Fox. It straight up gives you 5% quality to
Didn't
all your
Evasion get
gems.
buffed too much this season?
Now, another major
Isn't
change
life
is
fucked?
attribute requirements.
Isn't Dex already
We
the
felt
best?
like players probably had a few too many nodes and attributes, and not enough in interesting passives. So we lowered attribute requirements by 25% across the board. That means you'll have more points to spend on interesting notables
Plus
rather than just
25
needing to
left.
allocate more strength, dex, and int. Now, there are way more changes than just these. These are just some of the
That's
cooler
huge.
ones we wanted to show off. But I'd say that's just about enough for now. We're not even half done yet. So I think it's time that we talk about the League, the rise of the Abyssal. And to do that, I'd like to hand things over to Mark.
As you just saw,
Hi, Mark.
even though there are major changes to the campaign for this update, we want to make sure that every time you come back for an expansion, each area feels different with something extra going on. It is really important to make sure your experience when returning between expansions is fresh and filled with new content. And the way we did this was through leagues. Every expansion we make has a league, which not only has a fresh economy, but also has new content exclusively available in that league.
All right.
So, let's delve into the details of what Path of Exile 2's first official league is bringing to the table. The Abyssal are a race that have mastery of forbidden magics and necromancy. They were thought to be extinct, but have merely been biding their time underground. You first encounter signs of the Abyssal in Clairfell, where you discover that during the night, weaker members of the Undead Legion have been attacking the encampment. The townsfolk require your help to investigate where the monsters are coming from and put a stop to their attacks.
Out there, ancient creatures, lurking beneath the surface.
As you proceed through Rayclast, you'll find fissures in the earth connected to larger pits. The monsters
That's very
normally
different from
inhabiting the
PoE1.
area are being affected by it, harmed by it even, having their souls eaten to strengthen the abyssal underground. As you defeat the monsters, the fissure closes and abyssal emerge, angered by you killing their food. Once all those fissures have been sealed, the pit activates, and more abyssal pour out. This is where the larger and more dangerous monsters reveal themselves, as hordes of abyssal spew out from the pit to take your soul. If you kill a magic pack, then magic abyssal arise. If you kill a rare, then a rare monster will emerge from the pit, having absorbed some or all of its modifiers for itself. This means the monsters emerging will generally be more difficult and more rewarding, as each modifier gives better rewards. If you are able to kill them all, the pit will seal shut. As each pit is closed, it reveals a potential reward. Abyssal troves will rise up out of the pits, allowing you to get some epic
Very
loot.
similar. A Nod Rib?
Areas often contain many pits, with many fissures, and the amount goes up as you progress through the game, getting more intense. It doesn't stop there.
I'm hungry
When
now.
monster mods are absorbed, they have a chance to become infused with the dark necromancy, transforming them into abyssal modifiers. For example, you defeat this monster with the Mana Siphoner modifier. Their soul is eaten by the pit, and a rare monster emerges. The Mana Siphoner modifier has transformed into Soul Siphoner, and is now amplified in danger and reward.
Wait, what? Wow! Can we see that
Abyssal
again?
pits also interact with other monsters and mechanics. If you defeat a rogue exile that's near one, it'll be revived as a Lichborn that has multiple abyssal modifiers. Lichborn exiles even have their own unique jewel they can drop, if you are lucky enough to encounter and kill them. If an abyss spawns near a boss, killing it will summon a gigantic Giga Larvae creature.
Wow, that is so cool.
Monsters imprisoned in essences near abyssal pits are affected by the abyss too. They will come with an additional new essence item
So many
that
new
can be
players are
used to
gonna not
craft
make
your
a new
items.
zone and just die to it.
So, that's your bread and butter of the Abyssal League. Kill surface-dwelling monsters, kill the emerging Abyssal, close the fissures, overcome pit encounters, and reap the rewards. There's a lot more to this league, however. As you complete Abysses, you can find ancient pieces of bone, preserved from the remains of fallen Lichborn. These are one of the many rewards for your mission to seal the pits.
That's the crate.
You can use this on a rare item to imbue it with abyssal magic, adding a special hidden modifier to your item. But how do you reveal it? In Act 2 of the campaign, you'll encounter a new area. This area is overrun by the Abyssal and the Lost Men. After clearing through this area, you'll find the Well of Souls, a giant cavity with a massive vortex of souls swirling beneath you. So how do you reveal the mods on your Abyssal-infused items? Obviously, just throw them in, right? Yes, that's exactly what you do. Before throwing it in, you are given the option of how you want to transform it, in the form of a choice of 3 different modifiers.
Right, okay, so this
Once
is
you've
veiled.
chosen your desired mod, throw it in, where it will absorb the power of the souls, and the ominous creature will then retrieve it for you. These modifiers can be ones from the core mod pool, all the way through to specialized modifiers that cannot normally appear on items.
It can take that long each
During
time.
the
Let's
campaign,
get the first
you
time.
can use it as a way to more easily add useful existing mods, but during the endgame, there is a whole set of new
I do like
and
the
powerful
animation
mods
a
you can
lot.
add to your items. Like this mod for crossbows that allows you to place an additional ballista
It's
totem.
weld, not veiled. Wow.
Or this one that adds spirit to your staff.
I'm going EA.
Or this one that allows you to generate more combo with your quarterstaff skills.
Cool.
And speaking of endgame, you can also use the system to craft waystones. With a preserved vertebrae fused into your waystones, you can get some new modifiers that push difficulty and rewards to new heights.
Okay.
Here are some examples of those mods. You always get a choice of 3, so you can avoid anything you don't think your character is capable of. With this modifier, the natural inhabitants of the area are all spawned near abysses. And there are up to 9 additional
9?
abyssal pits in the area, making it just a full-on abyss ruckus.
Ruckus. It's a ruckus.
Or this one, which causes the final abyssal pit in the area to always result in a boss encounter.
Okay.
Be it either one underground or one that emerges out.
Wonder if they're new or old.
There are dozens of these waystone modifiers in total you can get from this crafting. That covers the new crafting mechanic. So what's left? Well, we talked about how when closing pits you can get abyssal troves, but sometimes when closing an abyss, you'll reveal an underground cavern that leads to the abyssal depths.
Okay.
After jumping into the depths, you'll find an abyssal city, swarming with legions of the undead. When underground, every single rare abyssal enemy will have an abyssal modifier.
Okay.
And at the end of the dungeon, you'll even find a rare with a more powerful Lichborn modifier. Once you're able to defeat this powerful rare, you can also find some nice
Raider
rewards.
Orb of Augmentation.
Aside from the entire area being valuable due to the abyssal modifiers on the monsters, it has its own specific drops too.
The fuck is that?
One example is a set of lineage supports that can rarely be found in these depths, like Kurgel's Leash. This support empowers both you and your minions when you command them, granting unholy might to you both.
Oh.
Another depth-specific outcome is a set of omen-like items that amplify your abyssal crafting. Additionally, we're adding some new socketables that can drop from the abyssal depths. Take Ulaman's Gaze, which can be socketed into your armor. These are a bit special in that you can only have one equipped at a time, but give some pretty powerful effects. Think of them as almost a unique socketable for your equipment. In the endgame, where you can still find depths, you also start to find a different type of underground chamber. In these areas, you'll find an ancient spire, a device being used by commanders of the abyssal factions to plunge Rayclast into a lightless void. Your goal is simple: kill this commander and destroy the spire. There are 4 bosses in the Abyss League, and there are some pretty cool uniques available from them. An example is this belt, Darkness Enthroned.
Wow.
It has 2 sockets. But hold on, socketables don't work on belts. Well,
helmet.
This belt has a special mod that allows it to
stacking.
count as a different slot for the purpose of socketables. This one, for example, counts as a helmet.
Oh, that is
I kind
RNG
of want
too?
one that counts as a body armor.
Wow.
I wonder how rare that one is.
That's so cool.
You
Whoever
can
said
also
1C
find this
is a
unique
moron.
jewel, Undying Hate. This jewel transforms part of your passive skill tree into an abyssal version, and has multiple depths. The deeper it goes, the more of your passive tree is affected, allowing you to fulfill your fantasy of becoming part Abyssal Lich.
Wow.
Now, the last thing that Abyssal commanders can drop is a Finger of the Lich. But what use do you have with a random undead finger? Well, the next time you return to the Well of Souls, with the finger in your inventory, your character will almost feel compelled. To do what, though, you might ask?
Are we jumping?
To jump in.
Yeah!
The items you threw in came back more powerful, right? So, what's the worst that could happen? Well, you will just have to find that one out for yourself.
Oh, imagine
Along with the introduction of
character.
Act 4 and the interlude, we will be adding 25 new in-game maps. These maps will contain all the new monsters and bosses we're adding, improving variety and giving you opportunities to experience the new boss fights many times. Let's take a look at some examples. Rock Pools is a map where you explore a shallow rocky coastline, surrounded by coral and filled with sirens. At the end is a giant Goblin King boss, ready to eat sulfite and squish you like a bug. Holton is an Ezomite township which has seen better days. Explore and clear the township to find a gothic, Reaper-like boss, with the ability to manipulate storms and fry you with both lightning and wither you with chaos.
Oh, no cold damage.
Given some of the new bosses added are a bit more epic, such as the Act boss and final bosses of each interlude part, it would be a bit of a waste to just use them as regular map bosses. Instead, we'll be adding some new mechanics to the Atlas that use them. These start appearing pretty fast into the endgame and will help bridge the gap until you do your pinnacle bosses.
Cool.
In the desert biome, you can encounter a wild sandstorm. 3 maps around the sandstorm contain a device you must activate. Upon doing this, the sandstorm's magic is disrupted, revealing the map inside and allowing you to access it and find the cause. This presents itself in the form of a boss,
Very cool.
similar to the existing Citadel bosses. This boss is a Faradin Swordmaster, who has been blessed with the power of a Time Djinn, allowing him to take his swordsmanship to the next level by replicating himself, maneuvering rapidly, and severing the fabric of time itself with his powerful slashes. In the water biome, you'll encounter a giant maelstrom, where one of the maps surrounding the water biome connects to it, but the connection is obscured. You must run the maps nearby, hoping to find a beacon, which will remove the maelstrom and reveal the connection to that map. Another example is this Vaal vault in the mountain biome. But how do we get inside? Running the adjacent maps to it will yield a key, which you can then use to gain access to this vault.
And a map.
Or, you could just trade for one, I guess. Use the key to dispel the powerful force field surrounding it, leading to the Vaal Elite and their rewards inside. These all contain Uber versions of the Act 4 boss, and the bosses at the end of each part of the interlude. And each have their own exclusive drop pool of new lineage supports, which, as Jonathan spoke about earlier, are powerful support gems that modify your skills in pretty crazy ways. As an example of a lineage support which can come from the Faradin Swordmaster mentioned earlier, we have Garo Khan's Resolve, which causes your critical strikes to fork, but requires some mobility on your part to properly enable. From the boss sealed in the Val Vault, we have Paquate's Pact, which supports your war cries, causing them to inflict massive amounts of corrupted blood at the cost of your own life. Additionally, some maps can now spawn summoning circles, a room resembling an Ezomite henge. Activating this henge will spawn bosses. It's as simple as that. We'll also be making changes to how affixes and waystones work. As the current prefixes equals good, suffixes equals bad iteration isn't quite hitting the mark. We tried something new here in Path of Exile 2, but after seeing the feedback we decided we actually liked what we had in Path of Exile 1 more. Like Path of Exile 1, each affix will now be both difficult and rewarding.
Okay.
Waystone mods now grant an increase to the number of waystones dropped, and an additional specific upside attached to it. This means as you roll your map, they will continue to get more difficult and more rewarding, and allow you to customize the difficulty and rewards of your maps better.
Thank you.
For example, the Frostbitten mod, which causes enemies to deal cold damage, also increases the rarity of items dropped as its upside. Whereas the Of Venom suffix modifier, which causes enemies to poison on hit, has the upside of granting increased pack size.
Is this Path of Exile 3?
Some maps will end up having a lot of rarity, some a lot of pack size, and others will just have a mixture of everything. Due to now having more modifiers granting difficulty, we will of course be reducing the difficulty per modifier to account for this. So, that's your Atlas, maps, and Waystones, but what about Breach, Ritual, Pinnacle content, and others of the sort? We're making some changes around this too. The first change is that you'll now be able to invest 2 points into your specific League Atlas trees before having to run the Pinnacle content. There will be a specific objective for each type of content which grants you those points. For example, in the case of Delirium, it's simple. You just need to find and kill one of the bosses in a map, Omniophobia or Kosis. The rest of the points for each content come from the Pinnacle content, but we're making some changes to accessibility here too.
Okay.
Currently, access to most Pinnacle content requires the same key at the easiest and most difficult version of the content.
Yes.
This creates a negative feeling where at lower difficulties, instead of wanting to run the content, you're often better off just selling it to someone who can run it at maximum difficulty. To address this, each content will now drop splinters, which will not form into singular items. Instead of using the singular combined item in the Realm Gate, you can now just bring your splinters. Upon inserting the splinters into the Realm Gate, an interface will appear, allowing you to pick your difficulty, and you'll notice each difficulty has a different entry cost. This means if you want to run easier difficulties, it costs less, which also allows you to run this content much sooner into the endgame.
Huge improvement.
Because these encounters now just require splinters, their corresponding Atlas tree no longer affects the difficulty of them, and has been changed to purely affect the content and maps on the Atlas. The Arbiter of Ash works a bit differently. Instead of requiring splinters, he still needs crisis fragments. But we now have only 2 difficulties of the Arbiter. The first, requiring the existing fragments obtained from citadels. The second, Uber Arbiter, requires Calamity fragments. These come from citadel bosses also, but only once you've allocated the maximum number of points in your boss Atlas tree, ensuring those citadels are at their highest difficulty level. Since we're talking about Pinnacle content, we also felt that the leveling curve in the late game was a bit too steep. We've smoothed this out a bit so that it's easier to get to the mid-90s. We've also added some new in-game unique items. Let's take a look at a couple.
I wonder if the corridors are still as janky as they were.
Thunderfist is a pair of gloves that grants Crackling Palm, a skill which empowers your unarmed attacks, granting the ability to call down the storms themselves on enemies you hit.
That is so cool.
Put simply, Literally every monster you hit with your unarmed skills will be struck by powerful lightning. Pair this with the aforementioned hollow palm technique to embrace your true unarmed prowess in combat. Another unique we're adding is Hinekura's Sight. Equip this amulet to be granted the power of the Mother of Death herself.
Okay.
This is reflected by granting you a skill called Foresight. While you have Foresight, your dodge roll no longer avoids hits.
You're unable to
But
die?
instead, being hit while dodge rolling restores you to full life and makes you unable to die for a brief period of time. You'll notice when this does occur, a copy of your character appears and takes the full damage. This is you seeing that future, as if you hadn't been wearing the amulet.
That's so cool.
Ultimately, your in-game experience should be more streamlined. With new content to find, you'll be able to invest in your Atlas trees sooner, engage with pinnacle content faster, have less FOMO running said pinnacle content, reach higher levels easier, and do all of that while finding many new chase endgame items. Talking about finding items is one thing, but what about crafting them? We've taken a step back and looked at some of our crafting systems to make some notable improvements. Let's start with essences, which suffered from an issue where the regular essences were effectively useless and didn't give players the tools or excitement that a crafting system should provide. To alleviate these concerns, essences are being changed in a few ways. Firstly, they're being changed to function like regals and add specific modifiers with specific values, meaning you know exactly what you're going to get.
Okay.
We found that players were often bottlenecked by regal orbs when crafting in the campaign, so this helps to fill that gap, allowing you to better upgrade your items.
That essence.
For example, this lesser essence of flames, which will be able to add a flat amount of fire damage to your magic martial weapons. Secondly, we're adding many more tiers. That lesser essence of flames, for example, has a regular variant and a greater variant too, adding even more fire damage with each upgrade. The intention of this is so that when you find one early on, you don't worry about holding on to it till later to use on a higher level item. You should feel free to use them as they come to get powerful upgrades during the campaign.
That's so good.
Lastly, our highest tier of essences, now called Perfect Essences, will function like a Chaos Orb instead of a Regal. So it will replace one of the modifiers on your rare items with the specified mod. Such as this Perfect Essence of Flames. You'll notice this one doesn't just add flat fire damage like the ones before it.
Why?
The Perfect Essences often give something a bit different, with some opportunities to be pretty damn powerful. There are many different essences, each with many tiers, covering many of the more core modifiers you'd want on items early on, through to chase specialized ones for in-game. Speaking of in-game, we really wanted to expand our crafting options for late in-game crafting projects.
Okay.
You might have noticed that at in-game, you get way
I'm
too
playing
many
whatever that
transmutes. Wouldn't it be nice if some of those didn't drop, but instead you got something a little more powerful? At higher levels, you can now find Greater Orb of Transmutation and Perfect Orb of Transmutation. These can be used on normal items to upgrade them to magic, ensuring that the modifier generated is of a minimum level.
That's huge.
This is similar to how you find higher tier items on the ground, but for crafting. These higher tiers will also exist for Orb of Augmentation,
That's so
Regal
big.
Orb, Exalted Orb,
Oh my god.
and Chaos Orb.
I love
Meaning
it.
you can get all of the orbs required to take your item from
That's
normal
so
rarity
big.
to a fully completed rare with guaranteed high tier mods. On top
Now
of
that's
these
going.
new core crafting currencies, we wanted to make sure there are powerful crafting bases to use them on. Now in endgame, you can start to find exceptional items. These are items that drop at normal rarity and are perfect for your from-scratch crafting projects.
I don't know if I love
They
that.
can come with extra quality, up to 30%, or an additional socket to use your crafting socketables in. And yes, they can be corrupted for yet another socket. You can also get exceptional unique items.
I don't know, a bit on the fence on that one, personally.
To add even further to your crafting arsenal, we've added a whole suite of new omens to ritual content, and removed some of the more unimpactful ones that weren't being used. Some of the new omens include the Omen of the Ancients, which will cause your next Orb of Chance to not destroy the item, but generate a random unique of the same class. Or the Omen of Sanctification, which is my new favorite. This will cause your next Divine Orb used on a rare item to re-roll the values of its modifiers, allowing it to exceed the normal minimum and maximum values, raising the ceiling on the new most powerful rare items in the game. This Omen will also cause your item to become sanctified. Sanctified items cannot be crafted, just like corrupted ones, so consider carefully when you use this. Another is the Omen of Chaotic Monsters, which will cause your next Chaos Orb to reroll all modifiers on a Waystone, allowing you to fix your maps if you get some modifiers that are not feasible for your build.
Oh, nice. They're called Chaos Orbs in PoE1.
Besides these examples, there is a huge variety of new omens for you to discover in your ritual encounters. With the release of Act 4, notably taking place in the Karori Archipelago, you'll be able to now find a new currency item, Henikora's Lock.
This sounds like a cool new item that
the
we've never seen
Karori
before.
goddess of death, has the power of foresight and is able to see many futures, including the outcome of your next craft. So, imbuing her lock onto an item gives you that same power too. For example, you'll know whether or not to use an Exalted Orb on your item, as you will know exactly what the outcome is. So, with all these new crafting improvements, it's safe to say you're going to be making some epic items, and not necessarily just ones for yourself. So given that, it's time to talk about a massive one. Trade. It's finally here. The moment we've all been waiting for. Fully asynchronous trade.
I wasn't
Over the
until
years,
PoE2.
the way players trade with each other in Path of Exile 1 has morphed from using the forums, through to the in-game chat, all the way through to using the website. These systems, in all their iterations, work for a while, but with each iteration, new problems eventually reveal themselves. Be it requiring you to be in your hideout too much instead of out there killing monsters, or never getting responses from people who are either AFK or just can't be bothered. In order to finally solve this, and this has been a long time coming, we're adding a new system that allows you to buy items from other players without requiring the seller to be present. They can continue farming, killing monsters, AFK as they please.
It looks like it has a limit.
And can even be offline. With the introduction of King's March in Act 4, you will encounter Ange, assistant to Rog in the Meridian Free Traders Company. Over the last 2 decades or so, since Path of Exile 1's storyline, Faustus has handed down his knowledge and expertise to Ange, and she is now ready to take over his business.
All the PoE stuff.
If you have a hideout unlocked already, you can immediately invite her there. If you don't have a hideout yet,
this is so big.
You will need to acquire one.
Oh shit, we get to
You
fight
can do this by
Tiamora.
completing a quest to defeat one of the bosses
fought her at
inhabiting an
Exile Con.
island in Act 4. Allowing you then to take a slice of it for yourself, making it your new home and base of operations. Once invited to your hideout, she will now serve as operating your currency exchange, but also serve as the figurehead in your new trading empire.
Wonder if you're gonna multiple tabs. I'm assuming
how
no.
does this new system work? In the existing trade system, you would list items for sale in premium stash tabs. And then when someone wanted one, you'd have to take it out for yourself and trade it to them.
Yes.
Now, instead of using those, you can give your items to Ange so she can sell them for you. Each item must have a price set. The prices are set using in-game currency items, such as Exalted Orbs or Chaos Orbs.
What gold does it cost?
Once a price is set, other players will be able to find the item by searching for it on the trade website. Once a desired item has been found, you can hit a button, which will instantly teleport your character in-game to their hideout. Then, you can immediately purchase the item, and while there, if you want, browse their other goods.
Wow!
In case there's a good deal someone else hasn't yet discovered.
Wow!
You'll notice that as a buyer, on top of the currency the seller set for the price, it also costs gold to purchase an item, as Ange has bills to pay after all. As a seller, you'll immediately receive a notification when an item of yours is sold, and can also see an effect above Ange in your hideout when she has unclaimed currency. Just go talk to her, claim your currency, and continue playing at your leisure.
There's so many downsides to this. It's not even funny, but
As
it's
many
so good.
people already acquired premium stash tabs for the purpose of the trade system, we wanted to add a way for you to convert your existing tabs to Merchants tabs, if you want.
Wait, you can have more than one?
You can do that here on the website,
smart?
but only if you purchase those tabs before the release of the third edict. To clarify, the existing trade system will remain fully intact, so your premium stash tabs will not lose any of their functionality. We just figured people might want to switch over to this new system.
Could argue this is pay to
We
win for
expect
sure.
a lot of feedback around this new system and are looking forward to trying it out with you. As we are not able to test internally with an entire thriving economy, there will certainly be some kinks to work out. Based on how the system goes, we will be adding it to Path of Exile 1 when ready, so any of the tabs you purchase will also be usable there later. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs.
I think one tab would have been enough.
We're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Justice and Trathan Executioner packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Justice series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
It's got a laser beam!
Claim glory after defeating enemies, or inspire your allies by calling down the Banner of Justice portal. The Sphinx Mystic hideout decoration will identify items for you, displaying them as it does so. This ancient creature has been presented with many items over the eons, so has some strong expressions to make on the quality of your wares. Become a true warrior, worthy of delivering the justice of the eternal gods with the Apostle of Justice armor set. This armor set also comes with a matching back attachment containing a set of scales to measure your worth. With the Apostle of Justice finisher effect equipped, the Goddess of Justice herself will appear to decide on a verdict for slain unique enemies. Witness as she decides the fate of your slain foes. Will they ascend to be amongst the gods or be banished to the underworld? The Griffin fledgling pet will be your courageous companion as you journey throughout Rayclast.
Yeah.
Take your place in the skies in the Plateau of the Gods hideout. This hideout comes with many different sections for setting up your home or base of operations. In order to travel between them, you simply just need to walk off the edge. Like a true eternal god, you can float between the mountains on the clouds themselves. The Trathan Executioner pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Trathan Executioner finisher effect is a brutal display of Trathan might, crushing slain unique enemies as if they were bugs beneath your heel. As a Trathan Executioner, you're the perfect master for the ever-hungry carrion raptor pet. It has taken a particular liking to the taste of other pets, and at your command it will swoop down and eviscerate them, proceeding to satisfy its hunger by feeding on their corpse. The nobles of the 4 major Trathan houses had their mercenaries.
We can kill the
but
goblins?
if their hired hands became notably irritating, they'd have to call in the Trathan Executioners. You can now embrace their methods and become brutality incarnate with the Cruel Trathan Executioner armor set. The matching Cruel Trathan Executioner cloak will shroud you in scarlet as you crush the skulls of your enemies and leave a trail of blood behind you as you build up a kill streak. Or use the alternate variant to simply put a skeleton on your back. Be bathed in blood as you mutilate monsters with the Cruel Trathan Executioner character effect.
That's so smart.
The swirling blood increases in volume as your spree of slaughter continues. Both this effect and the cloak use the same kill streak for tracking how much blood is shown. After a long and tiring day of executions, enjoy a relaxing game of dice with the Goblin Gambler's Hideout decoration. They'll definitely be playing fair, right? The Pulverizer map device brings a horrid efficiency to punishing the damned of
games
Trials.
we can gamble with other players.
Each map you open will execute the next victims. This map device in its true ruthlessness tracks the total number of monsters killed, your kills per second, and your largest kill streak up to the point of the map being completed.
That's fine.
This is then displayed on a leaderboard, so you can take a measure of you and your friends' violence at the end of each map.
Pay to win leaderboard.
Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. That's enough about cosmetics.
Wow.
Let's get into the Q&A. But firstly, I want to give a huge thank you for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, or 4 PM Pacific, we'll post Path of Exile 2, the Third Edict's patch notes.
When's
With
that?
the release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting
How long is
crucial
that?
information you need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest
2
developments.
hours? 'Cause I'm
We're
not
looking
sleeping
forward to
tonight.
seeing your experiences with Act 4 and its new bosses, fighting the Abyssal, trying new builds, and crafting new items. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Oh, 1 hour? I hope you guys enjoyed watching me watch to the live patch notes from Path of Exile 2. TLDR for me is holy fuck, they cooked hard. I've been sort of like a 7 out of 10 enjoyer of PoE2, and this was a pretty big W. Pretty big W. There was win after win after win. I even initially was very against like the auction house idea.
After a absolutely
Oh no. How did they always fuck up the audio?
We now have a suitably juicy
Oh no.
session for you.
The voices!
Probably like 2 hours or something, so grab a cuppa, grab a snack, and
Why is it
settle in.
echoing?
Joined once again by Jonathan and Mark.
It's also
to
quiet.
discuss a lot. The patch that had to fix all the things, right?
That was the goal. I mean, we didn't quite get to literally everything, but we certainly managed to do a lot of things that we were very keen to do.
Yeah, you guys were telling me that this was uniquely nerve-wracking for you because there was. I guess it felt
He's
like
younger
there was a lot
than
of
me and
pressure on
Muscle.
us to fix everything.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we've obviously got a lot
Thanks for
to
the raid
prove.
stuff.
You know, we
And
need
thanks
to
so much
make
for all
sure
the
that
subs,
we're,
guys. I really appreciate that.
put it this
Really,
way,
really appreciate
I
it.
wouldn't want people to feel like we.
Your audio is fucked? No, it is not my audio.
Things that people have been unhappy about. So you know, like we really tried to do as much as we could in one go.
It's
to
not
do everything
pre-recorded.
it is. It didn't get to literally everything, but we got to quite a lot of it, and I'm thinking that people will be a lot happier with this release than they were with the last one.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked to see how much was in this one, especially given that you've moved to this kind of like 4 and 2 cycle of, you just feels like you just released the Path of Exile 1 expansion, which also had a lot of pressure on it to be a big one as well.
Yep. So I mean, it's certainly hard. I mean, look, the really hard part is having to make an act at the same time. Like that's a really huge commitment. So I'm certainly going to be happy once we finish the campaign.
They even
We're gonna
shot
be back to
themselves.
normalcy again. But yeah, it's a what it does do is it means that there's like a huge amount of content to draw from. There's obviously a huge amount for players who are not necessarily the in-game players as well.
Up
Because
it.
we've got all of the the new campaign stuff. So it's like a pretty big deal for all that stuff. But it also meant we could take a bunch of that stuff and move it into the in-game too. So the in-game kind of sees a big expansion as well. So yeah, it's been quite a good one.
Captain
I
on my
remember
end.
early on we had the process. Actually, we just literally grabbed my whiteboard in my office and we just wrote down every single problem.
Yeah.
And I'd say it's not a strategy we've done to this degree, this methodically before.
Right,
where
right.
we were like, okay, we have to solve everything on this whiteboard.
Yep. Literally made a tier list up there. Like, this is
we had a
T1, this
tier
is
list.
T2.
We did
like,
actually fully
yeah.
of every problem, and
Yeah,
there were things in there like performance and things that aren't
Yeah.
necessarily the actual game content. And
I mean,
all
the
this
very
kind of stuff.
the very one at the top of the list was campaign is a slog, right? Like that was the one that we were like, we got to solve that. So things like that were just like we were, because we're really trying to be honest about like, here are the real issues.
And the reason it ends up being a bit nerve-wracking is because we had a goal to fix all of it, and we didn't get to fix. We aren't fixing literally everything. We're fixing almost, a lot. And I'm sure a few new problems introduced here and there. However,
obviously, as we're watching Twitch chat, there was a huge amount of stuff about towers. We had a plan; it was on the list. It just unfortunately we couldn't get time to sort it. So that's one of it's probably the notable one, I would say.
Yeah, so we'll kind of discuss around your vision and stuff for Endgame soon as well, so that you can give people some reassurance about like where you want to go with that. But we should also mention just the other elephant in the room, or the lack of the elephant in the room, with the druid.
Yes.
No elephant form, but the druid kind of works.
Yeah.
So
Turn it up a bit more.
It seems that druid has been uniquely challenging
Is that
to
better?
get shipped. It's been something you've been working on for a while now, and just getting it right. What has been the challenge with druid and getting it out?
Well, I mean, okay, so we started believing that we were going to have druid in this version. And that was the case for at least 2 months of the 4 months of development that we were that we had here. And obviously, like a bunch of work had gone on before that as well. But at some point, we realized, like, you know, that we don't want to have the mistake that we effectively had with 020, where like we put a huge amount of effort into the class and then we didn't get time to fix like all of the concerns that people had outside of that, right? Because obviously the same resources go into making a new class as go into balancing the old ones and making all that stuff, right? So if we don't have the balance in like a good place, it kind of feels a bit bad to like be throwing in a class that's kind of effectively disrupting that. So then what that meant was at some point we're like, okay, since we don't believe we can get both the class and all these other balance changes we want to make in at the same time, it's actually better to cut the class and then have the balance changes instead. So that's what we ended up doing, and obviously it was like a really hard thing to cut because obviously like, you're going to have another one without a class, like it feels really terrible.
Yeah,
but you know, we've got the philosophy now of like we have to make sure that we're in the release month that we say we're going to be in. So therefore something had to go, and unfortunately that was it. But it means we've obviously got a huge head start for you know, when we actually do it next time. And I mean, look, there was so much stuff that was cut, like even as large as it is, like, you know, there's like ascendancies and all sorts of stuff that was gonna be there, and you know, we'll get to it. But yeah, more important to just make sure that people are happy with the stuff that's in, and make sure all those changes are great, and you know, make sure obviously you've got answers for stuff, right?
I imagine for druid, it's a big part of it's just the fact that the shapeshifting, getting it looking and feeling.
No, I mean, it's
really,
a huge deal. It's hard. Like there's so much animation stuff that has to go into making each form feel right. So yeah, like but we'll get there. Like I don't think we're that far away from it now. So you know, it's just a question of prioritization.
Yeah, it seems like it is probably the hardest class of all. Then
might be. Yeah.
I think it will be.
Yeah.
You're getting a bit more ambitious as you go with each class.
That is true.
Too, which
that is true. Every class is a step up from the last in terms of that. Yeah.
Yes. So I guess on that note, do you have a vision for who's next after druid, or is it kind of a race between them to see who ends up
well, I've always said that it would be criminal to go into full release without having swords, so you know, that's that's kind of a pretty clear.
It's a little bit criminal to get this far without
to be honest, it is. So I'd say that would be
weird when you think about it.
It's real weird. It's real weird.
So that would be an obvious candidate, is making sure that we've got
that people can infer from that some sort of duelist or something, most likely being the sword one. And as you said, the ascendancies are just kind of the same boat as they weren't. You weren't satisfied with where they were at to be able to get those in. So that's the things you missed, but that's like the list of the things you missed. That and doing something with towers. So now we can talk about kind of what you have done. We'll jump into endgame first, since I know the towers and stuff have been a hot topic for people. So we'll talk about the endgame. This wasn't ostensibly supposed to be an endgame update, from what you were telling me, but it still seems like a pretty big endgame update in the end.
Yeah, I mean, well, part of that is because we obviously get all the content that we produced for the campaign. We get to make all the endgame versions of that. That obviously adds quite a lot, but we did want to make sure that we weren't just being like, okay, so we're adding a bunch of bosses. Like, we wanted to make sure that the more epic ones that we added to the campaign have some new mechanic for them on the Atlas as well. So that's where we had those various mechanics with, you know, like the sandstorm and that kind of stuff. Like, you know, those kind of like Atlas events. And it really does contribute to the feeling of exploration to have more of that stuff. And then, of course, you know, once you got that, you start getting into, okay, well, what rewards is it going to drop? You know, then we started to think we need a new category of rewards that these things can have. And that's, you know, we started to think about the lineage supports and that kind of stuff. So it just ended up kind of adding up to quite a bit in the end. But it isn't like kind of like the big end game change that we wanted to do. Like, we had a design for that, but we just kind of haven't quite got to it. So but it still ends up being quite a lot. And one of the big things that it also, I think, will help bridge is the kind of mid end game part, you know, like that's still a problem that we want to improve, but like it adds quite a lot there, because, you know, you're seeing that stuff on the Atlas a bit earlier.
What's the problem there as you identify it?
I mean, you've got this issue where effectively, and we are doing some stuff to address this, but effectively you've got like the pinnacles at the end, and you've got like, obviously when you start, you've got a bunch of content, but it doesn't feel like there's those kind of mid-end game goals that you can easily achieve. That's kind of the issue that we're trying to solve.
And just a lack of direction, right?
Right.
I think there's not enough like really guiding you. Like the narrative kind of falls apart there, right? Because it's just like open world, and you want a bit more of you know telling you where to go, what to do, have those goals where you're like, I want to do this next and this next, as opposed to like
Wait, am I really that quiet?
It's nice to have those, but it's nice to also have the things kind of directing you as to like, this is exactly what I want to do.
Is that better?
The boss I want to get to. So there's kind of just a big gap there. We want to add a whole bunch of stuff in the middle there. We have a huge plan, but again, it's like, we need to you got this working on a campaign, you've got working on the end game, and you got all these like, how do you juggle all of these things? It is brutally difficult, and you end up having to think. So I would expect, you know, next expansion to be way more end game centric in terms of fixing all of this, because you know, it was on the whiteboard.
But we did do some stuff with what we had. So like that splinter change, I think, is going to be quite a big one. Like it doesn't look like much from what we showed, but what it does mean is that you've got pinnacle fights earlier in your in the experience, and of course you've got the thing where you know, we're making it make more sense with regard to the difficulty, the access to the different difficulties, by having it so that it's cheaper to get to the lower tier ones. So that helps quite a lot, and I think that'll improve things quite a lot even just from that. So yeah,
and
like
of course you got the league now in endgame as well.
And of course there's a league there too.
You know, the Wisps were Wisps, sure, wasn't really a league. It's kind of just like, wasn't, you know,
not what
we've done before. And a lot of people in PoE2 may not really even know what a league is. I mean, we kind of had it with Dawn of the Hunt, but yeah, I mean, having Abyss in every single area, there are abyssal icons you can find on the map. You can't add them because they are in every area, the Abyss. So, and you have, you know, different the waystone crafting and stuff like that. So there's a lot of end game just added by the league's existence as well.
Plus a lot more combination of the league mechanic with other mechanics as well, which is something that I'm always keen for with leagues, is like have a bit more interaction.
Yeah, so, you were telling me that you had specifically made it so that Abyss would have specific interactions with basically everything else.
For sure.
Like if a rogue exile's standing there, you get a special boss based on the rogue exile. So that's a rather interesting extra combination stuff there. It is interesting because this is a league mechanic. It's in every zone. It's guaranteed. That's part of a league mechanic. But does this also have like Atlas tree integration in the way that it would later on as it becomes like a core element?
No, not the way that's kind of handled is through some of the waystone crafting.
Yeah.
We, depending when the league ends, you know, we obviously do the whole, again, more for people who maybe don't know what a league is and how we handle this stuff in PoE1. I'll over-explain it a little bit. But yeah, generally we review the state of it at the end. We see what changes we want to make. Sometimes we add it to the core game immediately, sometimes later. And then we add it to the tree and decide how we want to invest into all the different things. But we try and have the meta progression, so to speak, of a league within the leagues itself, and not connected to the like core tree. Because you could have a separate tree. It is a thing you could do. But in this case,
in Twitch chat, everyone's excited. In the YouTube chat, everyone's arguing.
In Path of Exile 1, doing that in a league, and you didn't exactly like the result.
Different because it's not a separate tree, and that was during Necropolis, yes, and it felt like because it's in every area, you have to take it.
Yes, exactly.
So that didn't work. We're not going to repeat that mistake. It could be a separate tree, but we just did it through the waystone crafting stuff instead, and you can invest in the Abyss and juice the Abyss that way. And
I mean, we'll see how we fold it all in as we go into the 040 though. Like that'll be an interesting one.
All right. Well, one of the kind of like, I guess, endgame issues that I've identified in the past was kind of how the Atlas trees worked and progressed and what they afforded, and it felt very top heavy. Like you had to beat the boss to get points to just scale.
Well, that's what I'm talking about with the lack of mid game stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's changed now though. Like the league mechanics don't scale difficulty of bosses at all. They're just about what the content is in maps.
Yeah, and you get the points way earlier. So in fact, you even
some of them. We made some changes to that actually as well since last night. And thus it wasn't in the live stream accurately. It was talking about how you have to complete specific objectives like killing the Delirium boss and whatnot to get your points. It's actually just now you follow the quest line, and there's a point in where you get the tablet, which is after you find the league and you kill the, just do a Delirium, you successfully go back and get a tablet. You're also going to get the first 2 points there. Now I wanted to change it so that you can get like, if we have 8 points, you get 4 points before the pinnacles and 4 points from the pinnacles. Right now it's 2 and 6. We're still looking at this just because we made a change last night. There's a good chance we might end up, adapting this a little bit more. So it's even, the first 2 points come even sooner and even more obviously. Like you don't have to RNG into finding a boss in order to get those first 2 points now, which was mentioned no longer going to be the case.
But we just want to really make sure we're smoothing that progression through, getting that stuff earlier, all that sort of stuff.
So the other thing, like, was
I
you've
hope
got
the
this,
arbiter
kind of
walls
world
are
map.
better,
It
like
seems
the
to be
corridor
exploration
move.
focused. The recent updates you did in Door of the Hunt actually, I felt were a big step forwards in that regard. There was a lot more exploration with the new unique maps, and even towers, I felt like when you're using them as an exploration feature, work quite well. Like they leapfrog you to your next, you see that next unique map over the hills, and that's like a cool motivator that pulls you through, and that helps with that mid-game issue you were talking about. Is that kind of the goal, is to make this like really exploration focused?
It's certainly something that I really love, and the more things you add to the Atlas, the more it feels like you're finding things. But yeah, like, so we definitely appreciate the concern with towers being that you've got this tension between having to turtle in one location versus explore.
Yeah.
And so that's something that we need to look into addressing. But I don't want to kind of like talk explicitly about exactly what we're going to do here, just because you know, there's like obviously a lot in flux there still. But yeah, it's something that we understand the problem, I would say. Like, I would understand that there's an issue, and so yeah, we will be addressing that a bit later.
Yes, the brand name of towers seems somewhat marred currently. Like, it seems like almost no matter what you do with them, there's going to be some sort of maybe just delete towers because we have the bad association with it.
That is a concern, but I suspect that we'll still want to keep them at least for just vision. Like, even if we remove the mechanic and do other stuff, like, we'll just keep them there. So I still think it's fun to just find a tower just to get a circle of vision around it. So I don't think that's the part that people are unhappy about with them. So
yeah, I mean, I want to
therefore it'd be fun to keep that and move like other power sources and other things that you can do somewhere else.
And I even like the empowering.
So I want a druid, but I would way rather they stick to the schedule and have regular releases. I think that's integral to Path of Exile.
I guess the issue seems to come down to, from what I see, and maybe chat might have other things that they mention about their issues with towers, but the issue as I see it is about that feeling that you still need to be stacking tower mechanics on top of other stuff, and if you're not kind of bringing all those things together, then it feels like you're wasting time.
My fundamental issue with them is the way that you know that something sucks before you even run it, and that's always bad.
Yeah.
Like, effectively, it's like, okay, like if you're running maps that don't have a tower around them, you're like, okay, well, I know this is bad, or and so I feel bad because like I just have to get to the next tower, and then like when you've done one tower, but you know that two tower overlapping is a thing, then you're like, okay, well, I feel bad running a one tower overlap thing when I know that two tower stuff is a thing as well. So there's just this problem of like, you know that it sucks beforehand, and I think that's never a good thing. Like, it's actually the opposite of the action RPG philosophy of like the reason you have random drops is because like, you know, any monster could be the one that drops the next thing.
Exactly.
And if you don't have that, then it's like you feel bad for playing the content because you know it's not the best already. So you need that like random element more. So there needs to be some adjustment to make that better.
Yeah. Do you think that's like bringing up what the base map experience can be in terms of its upper potential, like adding more interesting confluence of variants?
I mean, look, I always like more interesting combinations of stuff to happen, but I don't necessarily think that the core problem is like lack of ability to juice things. Like, I think the core problem is to do with the fact that like you don't, like, you know when it already sucks, as I said. Like, it's just kind of like that thing there. So we need to sort of like, there will need to be some approach to solving the making it more controllable, like you know, more deterministic in some way, like, you know, just something along those lines, so that you can so that you don't have this feeling of like, because of, you know, because of a thing I can already see that sucks, that this experience is going to be worse than what I'm hoping for.
So, somewhat related to this, another thing I see brought up all the time is being able to kind of choose what map you're doing, and just being able to exert more elements of control. I saw a post in chat just there that was like the idea of being able to kind of erect a tower where you want it, rather. Like, is this element of like being able to choose your maps a little bit more, or have a bit more influence on what's happening?
So I think having control over what content is there is good, but I don't know that I want to lose the fact that you still have the Atlas fundamentally where you like the actual map areas you get are random, and part of the reason for that is that it gives us a lot of opportunities to do interesting things with you know, like different maps can have different things that they drop and other stuff like that. Like, there's a lot of that sort of stuff that's like quite nice. Like, you can actually have a unique map be way more powerful if like it's kind of, you don't know exactly when you'll encounter it. So that kind of stuff is quite nice, and we want to do a lot more as well on the Atlas, like just more stuff to find. Like, when we get to 040, I really want it to be that like, you know, you really feel like there's just cool stuff in every map map that you might be finding that's like that's way more interesting. And as I said, that stuff, the problem is if you have full control over literally being able to run the same map every single time, like the same like base area, it means that you don't have the ability to say, okay, well, this map can randomly have this thing that's just like really awesome that always drops a unique or something like that, because then you're just going to run that map over and over and over. So I still like some ability to have to find the good stuff in the Atlas, but we just need more control over what mechanics you can spawn there and that kind of stuff, and like not having the experience of like, if I didn't get this exact overlap, then I have this bad experience.
And that's where exploration actually comes from, as well as having some element of not having that control as well. So maybe it is the case more of just juicing up that exploration aspect of it even more. Right. Anyway, that's what it already felt like a big improvement with that last one, and we're getting the new maps and the new mechanics and things.
I don't love towers as a mechanic to begin with.
So it seems like there's a fair bit more going on.
The main point, like we did what we could, 100%. And 040 expect a lot more improvements there, but again, we focus more on everything else. There's an insane amount of content there.
I was not expecting this good a patch.
It's we wish Towers was in that list, but it will be. Don't worry. These things are coming. We're aware of the problems. We are aware, like 100%. It was expected when we got to that section to see a bunch of...
Not even a third.
And I think a lot of people are going to be getting a chance to experience some stuff they didn't experience because it came later in last league, and maybe they had tapped out before then. So there's a good bit of extra stuff to explore there, maybe with this one. We'll loop back around to endgame if people have more questions that they post and that we pull from the chat. But we'll move on to the Act 4 and the interludes, because that's a pretty big thing. Obviously, getting rid of Cruel was a priority. You wanted to do that as soon as possible. There's been this problem that you were laboring over for many months about how to do that, how to add Act 4 without having to add the rest of the acts all at once, or do some weird thing. Well, you've come up with making more acts to solve the problem instead of
So there was certainly some skepticism when I first proposed this about like how can we possibly do that? But basically, the main thing there was that so the interludes are not exactly the same as an act in terms of each one of them is a straight line, like you're going from here to here. There's no different. There's no complexity around the plot or anything. It's just like a single goal of someone's telling you to do this, go deal with it. There's bosses along the way, there's new areas along the way, but all of that stuff we can use in in-game as well. So that means we're not kind of wasting any of the arts. The only thing we're really wasting is a little bit of storyline structure around it. But as I said, it's not nearly the same level of narrative structure as what you get in a full act. And that's something that and ultimately what we realize is to get from the end of Act 4 to the end game level, all you need is 20 areas roughly to kind of to bridge that gap. And so that means that I was like, you know what, with 20 areas, I reckon we can do it if we're we're using a few mechanics from maps, we're taking some, we're doing a lot of art reuse, that kind of stuff. We can find a way
way better,
to make something pretty quick, and it won't necessarily hold up for years and years, but it will certainly be good enough for just for a relatively short period of time. And by the time you get to that point anyway, you're usually pretty fast as a character. You're rushing through, just to get to end game. So I think that that'll end up being pretty damn good for the time being. Plus, new bosses, new stuff to experience. In my opinion, it was a no-brainer to do it compared to some weird thing like having to repeat Act 1 and 2 again or something weird like that. That just wouldn't have been good. And we really wanted to get rid of Cruel. I mean, we never wanted Cruel to exist, right? It existed as a compromise. So being able to get rid of it is obviously something we were very, very keen to do.
There was something you get to the Act 1 Crawl and you're like, I've know all this content, you're ultra powerful, and that's a little bit feel good, and then you're like, doing all this again, it's just a little bit like just you can do it, at that point you're like, just get me to end game, whereas when you're playing through the new acts,
the game now even more,
it feels, well, with Act 4 and the interlude, it feels just a lot more natural and still fun, and you're discovering stuff, and it's not that just I just did this for, at least for fast players as well, they're going to be like, oh my god, I just did this a few hours ago. It's just too short of a time. But one thing about Act 4 and the interlude, by the way, which I think is really cool, which is very different, and something you don't really appreciate until you play, is you get to Act 4 and you're like, okay, where do I go? Well, I have many places I can pick. I mean, Jonathan was talking about how they're kind of interludes are kind of straight lines, but there's 3 of them.
But there's 3 of them. You can do them in any order.
There's a choice immediately there, right?
You can do those in any
Yep,
order.
you do them in any
You
order.
can do them in any
Huh?
order. When you
Didn't know that.
complete one or partially complete one, it levels up the other 2. They always stay, ahead, and they bridge the
Wow.
gaps. You can do them in whatever order you want.
It'll be interesting to see the speedrunning strategies because there's different bonuses available.
Like the spirit draft comes from 1.
Yeah.
Okay. Where another might be more passive point heavy and another might be more permanent bonus heavy and another, there's going to be all kinds of crazy stuff going on there. So you go in Act 4 where you've got full freedom of choice of which island you want to sail to. And then you go into the interlude and you're like, which part would serve me best? And maybe the answer is do a couple areas of this part and then swap to another and do that one. And then, who knows? Which is fine because, again, as you progress through them and defeat the bosses, the other ones will level up and keep up with the level. So you can do half of each and then do the half of each again. You can do an area of each and then,
That's wild. I didn't realize.
Can
the
already hear
interludes were
streamers crying
sandboxy
because
like
of the
that, 'cause
spring.
I was planning on asking
Crying
about
with
how the
happiness.
fact that Act 4 is like a sandbox for the great portion of it there, and that's going to be super interesting from racing and speedrunning perspective as to what people take. But also that does seem like it might help with the campaign slog. The repetitiveness of it if you can kind of do things in a different order each time. Is there some good reasons to do it in different orders as well? Like you mentioned, differences in rewards, differences in challenges too, I imagine, for different builds?
Yeah, for sure. So, the reward thing is probably the main reason you'd change the order, depending on what's going to work best for your character right now. So, yeah, each one has got stuff that we're taking all the different fixed bonuses. I think that actually the fixed bonuses are different a little bit now, aren't they, than the way that they were when they were in Crawl? Did you change what stats they were?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you did.
The passive point number is the same.
Yeah.
The spirit is the same, but the other bonuses we've kept we'll still have the resistances that you got before, but some of the other bonuses from for example, Crawls, the snake in Act 3, I can't remember the name of these areas. We have internal names, the old snake chamber. The reward from that will be slightly different because not all 3 of those options are available and they're available in different ways. Some of it might be, some of it might not be. Some of it will be in Act 4, some of it might be in the interlude, So it's kind of mix and match all over the place. But there's some pretty cool stuff in the interludes that that you've obviously got your permanent bonuses, you've got your skill points, you've got just which bosses do I want to do first or last. That's all nice, but you have a little other things subtle. Like the first area of one of them. I'm gonna be as spoiler light as possible here. Has a wandering vendor that sells, guaranteed rare caster gear, and you can go and be like, I'm gonna go there, check that. If I'm a caster, and then I'll go to the other 2 acts because that might have a straight up weapon upgrade. And then there's another act that sells a whole bunch of greater runes, and so you might be like, I need some runes, I'm going to go there, find that vendor, get some runes, and then go to another. And then one of them has and you're going to have to find this for yourself, one of them has a nameless seer in it, and so go for it, find that, and I'm not going to tell you which.
So do you know in advance some of these rewards so that you can make this decision? Maybe not those kind of secret ones, but
I think it doesn't. Does it say it does it show it to you on the world map?
You generally see the icons on the world map up to the point your character and the NPCs could reasonably know about.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it depends on the act a little bit. In some cases, it's no humans have been there, so you can't know until you've opened it, and then it will, or until you have been told about it or know about it or advanced the quest, and now you see all the icons. So some yes, some not, and
it'll be a bit of a discovery process.
But look, it's gonna players are gonna share information pretty damn quickly. But yeah, it's actually quite fun having all this different choice and different axes, and we haven't had this level of sure, you've got Path of Exile 1 Act 2's go left or go right, and you got a little bit of that in Act 8, but you don't get this much parallel things going on like this in a kind of interesting way. So it'll be, I suspect it'll actually last a little bit longer than we anticipate, given how we had to put this kind of 3-part thing together so quickly.
Last a bit longer in terms of players finding it fresh and interesting.
Yeah, that's the hope.
Okay,
good. All 3 interludes kind of appear on one world map, so you kind of got 3 parallel tracks you can see on one map.
Cool.
So yeah, that's how that works.
It's cool.
decision paralysis is going to set in. Where do I go?
I think a lot of people will just pick one just because it's the first one.
Yeah,
probably, I bet that'll be the most common
You'll
choice.
see stats on that, I'm sure.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh, yeah, 60% pick rate for the first option.
Yeah, probably.
Left to right's most likely.
Left to right makes sense.
The order of the islands in Act 4 a little bit less predictable.
Yeah.
You know, one of those islands, like, there's four permanent bonuses kind of going on in one area kind of thing. It's like because
go there first.
I'm not going to tell you which ones, but
Okay, I'll have to figure that one out, eh?
someone will do it, figure it out.
Make the progression guides. But I like the idea that it could be different for different builds too. That would be very cool if that ends up being the outcome, because that will keep things fresh long term.
Yeah.
There's a good reason to do it differently and doesn't just get kind of immediately solved.
Yeah.
So Act 4 was planned to
Yeah,
have a new way of ascending, but that wasn't mentioned here, so
it's
not quite ready yet.
Didn't quite get time for it. It'll be coming a bit later. But you can there's still a quest to go to the place where that is happening.
Okay.
But and we added like a kind of another reward there, just for the time being.
Yeah.
But yeah, later on there'll be that. The amount of work required to make that trial just unfortunately wasn't quite compatible with making all of the other stuff we made. Probably if we hadn't made the interlude, we would have been able to do it. But I think the interlude was more important just to get rid of Cruel. So we ended up making that decision.
Yeah,
but we'll get to it.
Thank goodness. I'm like so stoked Cruel's gone.
If it's what most of us imagine it's going to be, I can imagine where a lot of that work comes in. So hopefully you guys, is it something that you'd like to get ready for next league then, it sounds like?
Well, I don't want to promise anything because at this point we're in the mode of like we'll cut stuff if we need to make the release happen. So I wouldn't want to promise anything, but that would be nice. We'll just have to see.
I guess the other question then is, do you think it'll be like different enough and appealing to people who don't necessarily want to ascend the other ways?
Well, it's certainly different than the other ones by a very significant margin. So I think that'll be interesting.
And what's the vision for how ascendancy works long term then? So is it the idea that you ascend once in Act 2, once and then again in Act 3, and then again in Act 4?
I mean, you will be able to do
6
it that
points
way, but if
that
you
way?
want to do other, I mean, that's a way to do it. But if you want to, just if you like a certain trial better, doing it that way is also fine too.
It's just interesting because there's like not as much of a gap as there usually is between those first six points that way. Like it's quite rapid fire. So and then it would be a big gap until the end game, and you do your choice of fourth one.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we see that as fine. Like you kind of want to get your build locked in to some degree by the time you get to that sort of level.
I kind of like it. It's just different to how it's been done in the past before, right? Where we had at end game, you did that third one. So
way more stuff than we were expecting.
A big part of this obviously is then continuing the campaign slog kind of discussion was just the speed of the campaign, how that tied in with difficulty, zone sizes and things like that. You guys did a whole bunch of big changes a couple of weeks into the last league where you reduced zone sizes.
So we did a bit of that. That's one of those things that's a bit hard to see exactly until you've played it a couple of times. So I like, for example, right now, like the first time you play through Act 4, I doubt you'll be worried about zone size. Second time, then it might then start to realize like what places are too big and what places aren't. So there'll probably be a little bit of adjustment to that even as we do the first couple of patches in 030 as well. Just because, like as I said, it's actually a bit hard to appreciate until you've kind of played it a few times. But the sprint helps a lot. Like sprint is a big deal as far as like changing how the game feels in this regard. So if you're fast and you know how to use it well and that kind of stuff, you can motor quite a lot more than you were. It'll be interesting to sort of see how how many people are using that all the time versus how many people are kind of just using it all the time. You have, well, yeah, but the thing is, you're an experienced PoE player, right? Like you're gonna be. But
like,
that.
There's a fun risk reward to using it that way, though. Like, if you are just using it to traverse or like backtrack or something because you go the wrong way or something like that, then it's pretty cruisy and it works well for that. But it also is a very powerful like combat tool. You can use it like a boss is doing something, you can get further away than you could
for boss stuff. You can, although it is dangerous, right? Like.
I mean, if you screw it up, then you
yeah. But I think the thing that I find kind of interesting about it as well is that like you can skip monsters now more easily, and that means that if you are overpowered due to getting a good item drop or something like that, you can kind of like motor through a couple of areas a bit more, like sort of then catch up to the point where you sort of feel about right as far as the difficulty, and then keep going from there, like more specifically. So you've got that kind of tool at your disposal. Not something I'd expect like new players to do, or like players who kind of don't want to engage with that stuff. enough. But if you're talking about like like the person who's playing through the campaign the fifth time, certainly that's an option that you've got that can kind of speed you through a little bit faster. So that's something as well that it kind of does, just because you are faster than basically everything. So you can skip past them.
There were a bit of like good players, like knowledge players knew how to move a lot quicker. There's a bunch of skills. You get animation cancelling. You got shield charge.
It's true. It's true. The speedrunners already have a way, but no one really wants. Like, obviously, you don't want to be doing that all the time, right? Like unless you're like really dedicated to speedrunning. So.
Niche, unintuitive, and whatnot. So there's a simpler way to now, close the gap between the players who knew all of that and the ones who didn't, and which is great. And maybe a lot of those players are still using all of those tools, even on top of this, and that's fine.
I actually wonder if like the sprinting is faster than like the shield charge, dodge roll, animation cancel shenanigans.
Haven't exactly done a race. I think it's close. I'm pretty sure it's relatively close though.
Yeah, the difference there.
I know there's some passives in the deck side of the tree for like slightly increasing your speed while sprinting and a few other different things while sprinting, like increasing your evasion while sprinting, and so there's some of that going on as well. That maybe when you speak into all that, you have a more of an advantage over those other skills. We'll see.
Actually buffed dodge roll a bit for the sprint too. Like you can turn a bit better for longer during the dodge roll.
You can. So that one was, man, I'll tell you what. So this is kind of inside baseball stuff, but sprint was like way harder to implement than you might expect. Like it seems like, you just add a speed buff, but like getting it to be smooth and like feel right, and like all of the stuff around like the turning at the end and like all that stuff, that was really, really hard to do. Like it was like there was like a programmer for a very long time just working on sprint issues. Like holy crap. So yeah, like it's one of those things that like every little imperfection of it, so you do it so often, needs to be ironed out.
I'm looking forward to stacking move speed and dodge roll distance in Sanctums and using sprint. I use sprint in the Sanctum and when I was testing earlier, and it's so fun doing some of the things with sprint. It's like we're like mega long dodge rolls into sprinting is gonna so fast.
That'd be fun. Yeah, I mean we've in general just improved mobility. We've improved and even outside of that, it's like talking about sprint, slog, fast. Like there's more to it. There's obviously dodge rolling is improved. The mercenary like slow while reloading, but also something like Jonathan and I both just randomly did one day, just logged in on live. We played mercenary and we were both just like,
what happened?
What did we do? What has gone on here?
I
this
believe
feels terrible.
It was the 0-0 change that related to like contact points or something. There was something like that I think broke it. Because the thing is, it wasn't actually feeling like how it felt before we released.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh crap, we need to fix this. Something went wrong drastically there. That one really improved it. But we also made a change where you're a little bit faster coming out of when you're using a skill while moving.
Yeah,
you're a little bit faster coming out on all classes. So that actually affects the Ranger and the Sork as well a little bit. It's not like at first it seems quite subtle. Like but when you play it side by side, it actually makes quite a difference, even though it's a relatively subtle change. Like it worked as well. And then you've got things like with the block being faster, like you're just overall more mobile, with a lot of the stuff. Like I think it's helped a lot. But the nice thing is like we still didn't have to compromise on like making sure the combat still was right. So that's obviously been like a big worry, especially because there's so many other buffs and things to other character classes. Like there is definitely a concern that we've like overcooked, gone too far. Like things are, like things are going to be too easy, and I'm a bit worried about it. But I think it should be okay. We just have to.
You mentioned like the way you designed this, not meaning you didn't have to compromise on like combat and that, and that was a big hesitance for you. Like you really wanted combat to be not optional in the past. You were talking about before,
for sure.
And things like that. So why does it feel like the way you designed this lets you not compromise on that vision?
True. Because ultimately, the actual combat itself still works after trying it. Like, and generally speaking,
my point.
Like, even though I made not necessarily agree with something, I'm still willing to try these things. So we tried it. It works.
Big respect.
That's really it comes down to,
respect.
Right? So that as long as that's the case, then then I'm cool with it. I just want to make sure that we don't end up in a situation where we're just it's all just like even during the campaign, it's just one button, don't have to worry about anything. Like there's no challenge anywhere, like that kind of stuff. Because I just find that boring. I just don't enjoy it at all. Like I feel like you need to have some level of like actually, having to think once in a while. During a boss fight or something like that. So there just has to be a little bit of that left over.
Yeah, that's fair.
Now, sometimes it can be the situation where
this was a good compromise, like 100%. It again, he spoke about how long it took for this programmer to work through it, let alone, there's heaps of iterations with these kind of things, trying to keep things feel grounded, kinetic, realistic, that kind of stuff. So you're not just like, and animation-wise as well, there's a whole bunch. So, when you're taking a chance on a thing like that and, it feels like a compromise and you're uneasy about it, I'm glad we did pull the trigger on this one and give it a go, because sometimes it is like knowing how much resources this is going to take. If this fails, it's a massive waste.
Because there was another one that was like hugely contentious, which was removing the limit of 1 per support gem. Was something that took a bit of convincing to even get people to want to try out. Like that was definitely a worry. Like the concern there is just that, isn't it just going to be that everyone's running the 5 same supports on every single thing? But I was kind of like the amount of, I think what we're losing over this is much worse than what we were gaining. It's something really important, and so I actually now that we've done that, I wouldn't have it any other way. I think it's really, really good change, and that one is, in my opinion, the most important change we're making in 030. I mean, obviously you got a bunch of content, but like in terms of like what single thing is going to affect gameplay the most, like in terms of character builds and like build variety, that change is a huge one. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what people can do.
I was skeptical when you showed me this change, because I was definitely in the camp of defending the decision of the 1 support limit for the logic of it making you think about how you build each skill differently, not just building every skill for damage, but rather like, okay, which of these damage dealing skills am I going to make more utility or do something else instead? But playing around with it feels like it kind of just lets you use it on 2 skills, like something like Fist of War. And that's just a really big improvement. Like that's a lot more fun having 2 Fist of War skills than 1. But like the skill design is nuanced enough and the supports themselves are nuanced enough that you do still seem like you end up with a lot of variety.
It definitely works. Like it's funny because in the end, it feels like the concern that we had was more theoretical than it actually was real, and that's why it's really important to actually try these things. Like, and I would say that if the supports and skills were designed like how PoE1 was, then you totally would have ended up in exactly the place that we were worried about. But because there's a lot more going on with the way the skills, or just like there's a lot more thought being put into like the exact ways that skills interact in PoE2, you kind of end up being fine, and it just ends up being better. So I'm really glad we tried that one because it's super important.
Yeah, and it seems like lineage supports take over the role of this 1 gem a bit more.
They do. So basically right at the end, you've got the thing where you can only have 1 of each lineage support per character, but that's kind of like, none of those are like...
1 hour and 12
okay, so you know, something like multiple projectiles or martial tempo, like these things are super important to kind of make skills even viable at endgame, whereas the lineage supports don't have that same thing. So we effectively get to keep a little bit of that like interesting decision stuff, but only right at the end when you're kind of at the top end and you're thinking about like hyper optimizing specific stuff or like with interesting mechanics. So we still get to retain a little bit of that there.
It's definitely a huge buff though, like this change. Like I've been playing Warrior and I almost feel like saying the new Warrior because it's not any one specific thing. Like the support gem change, the sprinting change, the faster while blocking, being able to block everything, it was way more impactful than I expected.
Weapon swap instant.
Weapon swap is huge.
That's like it's the sum of all these small individual things, and honestly, it was quite hard to design the live stream what we were showing for this reason because it's like it kind of ended up being just like a huge scatter shot of like all sorts of little things, and it's sort of hard to appreciate the sum of it all, like adding up to a much better experience. But I mean, obviously, there's like really big things like you've got the infusion stuff on the Sork, which is like like radically, visibly, obviously changing the class, but it's like when I'm making a case for like why is the warrior better, it's kind of like you got a few new skills, you got like a few different mechanics, but like together it just kind of comes into something that's like way better than it was.
I've spent the better part of 2 days trying to put my finger on what it is exactly that is making that, because you were asking me like whether I'm worried that the warrior is a bit too strong. And I'm like, I'm definitely a lot stronger, but I'm trying to figure out what it is exactly, and it's like a bit that, a bit this.
Everything.
Everything. Definitely feels like way more fluid, faster, smoother, chunkier all at the same time, because I've got more Fist of War skills going off. Like the instant weapon swap thing is huge as well. Like that seems like a pretty minor change, but all of a sudden you're not thinking about like there's no reason to not.
Right. There's no reason removing all the reasons why people wouldn't use combos is exactly the focus that we had for a lot of the stuff, right? It's like, what is preventing someone doing a combo here? What can we do to fix it? So you've got like the shock change where that's longer. You've got like the change to chill and that kind of stuff. And oh yeah, there was a whole thing with, we never even talked about Ignite because there kind of wasn't room for it. But Ignite has got a whole different thing where that it does now, where there's like every time you fail to ignite, it builds up flammability. That means your next ignite is more likely. So there's like that. There's like a bunch of changes just all through the places, just these little things that tweak stuff. One of the ones I know is actually really big is the thing with the curse and the what do you call them? The thing that lowers resistances. What the hell? Exposure. Yeah. So exposures, right? Like it seems so tiny. Like, oh, let's make it so that you don't have individual exposures for different elements. But it's like it actually changes the gameplay so significantly, because the moment that there's something that's going to add 30% more damage in the case that it was before, that you don't have access to if you're going to use cross element. It's like you're never going to use cross element, right? You're never going to do it. So it's like really, really important to just remove every single barrier that's getting there, because
we merged we merged cast on shock, ignite, and freeze into single.
We did. So there's no more cast on shock anymore. It's cast on ailment for that reason as well, right? Exactly, right? So literally we're like, let's find every single reason that's going to stop you from wanting to be able to use multi-element builds and actually try to improve that, right?
Yeah.
And guess what? You can still just play one element if you want.
Yeah, you can, of course, right? But now if you're doing multi-element, there's just no reason anymore.
If you want to watch them, just go to their channel, right? Like this is for my reaction. That's why you're here.
It is like an elementalist. Like there is mixing of the elements. It's cool because that's a fundamental game design thing with action RPGs, is that it always at some point makes sense to focus in on one very specific thing because of scaling. And but it seems like
this looks like such a good patch.
Gone a long way towards solving that issue.
Well, I hope so, because we really tried to fix every single case we could see. Now there might be still some more. Like you'll find there's some random mechanic that only works on one thing, and then people pick that, and we're like, okay, we have to find and make sure that there's something that's going to attract you to every element and play it.
I feel bad for that.
Part of the upgrades to the individual ailments also really helps, because it's giving you another reason. Like it isn't just that you've removed the things that were preventing you from like you want to both have I'm not specializing you because this mechanic works across different elements, but also you want to have like this element has something that you're going to want to use with other elements, right? So like buffing shock, for example, we're like, okay, like is there enough of a reason to weave lightning into a fire build, right? There wasn't enough of a reason. So by making shock better, it's like, well, then now there is a reason to use two things, but you also want the burn and you also might want the chill, and like making sure that all that stuff is powerful enough to actually tempt you to actually do it. You need,
because like 8-second shock, and you even mentioned bigger magnitude shocks.
A number of the skills have a bunch of shock effect on it.
So effectively, if a skill is supposed to be for shocking, then that skill will have magnitude on it, because the idea is that we really want to make sure that it actually works. But so that kind of stuff. It's the same with the fire skills that are intended for burning as well. Like if something's intended for burning, it's going to have some kind of duration or something like that. So it's like you want to use that one, then you want to switch to something else while that's burning away and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because I always want to do that sort of thing, but you feel a bit silly because
it's just not enough. It just wasn't doing it.
Is there going to be a race for last debug? No, the devs haven't reached out to me about anything, so no.
You wrap back in the support changes where it's like, okay, like why would I want to use this other mechanic when I can't do this as fast, or I can't do it as powerful as I could have been doing on something else that I've all-in on. Like it's like that as well was contributing. It's like the whole lot was just all a bit of a mess in that way.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Ignite thing. I did want to clarify because I saw some questions about it in the chat. It builds up now. So like if you don't ignite, you get 50% of the Ignite, and then the next failed Ignite will.
It's called flammability, since we no longer have the curse.
Yes.
Right.
And as you build up more flammability on an enemy, the probability of an ignite occurring goes higher and higher and higher, and once the flammability is full, the ignite is deterministic. So if you miss an ignite, you at least contribute towards the next ignite being more likely, and eventually it is inevitable.
But one of the other amazing things we got, which was huge from our perspective, is that the way that ground effects work now for the fire is that it has to build to 100% flammability and then it sets them on fire, which means that if you use a level 1 flame wall, it doesn't ignite shit anymore really really easily. So that means we can actually add mechanics that trigger off ignites and do all that sort of stuff without it being a disaster.
You
so
don't have to worry about people being full degenerates with it.
Exactly. So if you're using a high level flame wall, it'll set on fire real quick. But if you real quick. But if you're using a low level one, then it takes forever, so you won't do it anymore.
Yeah,
so
it's finally a good solve for that instead of being.
Yeah, I know it's been a bit of a disaster for a long time, but so now we can have ignite triggers and more supports around that and that kind of thing. And
it lets it be more liberal with the power you can give out to that sort of thing. And just the consistency has been a pain for any Ignite builds for a while now. So that's just going to be actually consistent now.
Yeah.
So that's really good news. And I saw that freeze was getting a lot better too. The same idea of like any freeze skill.
So the freeze skill for that one we didn't. I believe we didn't change the sort of base freeze balance exactly. It was more that freezing skills just have more freeze going on.
Yep.
And then there was also the other change, which I guess we didn't even cover really, which is that anything that consumes. We'd use the word poise, but basically what that means is that anything that's like harder to apply to a boss, if the mechanic is harder to apply to a boss, then we want to increase the reward for doing it on bosses.
Yeah.
So then we've got like an extra damage versus unique monsters, like kind of in quite a lot of places and different skills now, because once again, if you freeze a boss, it's way harder to freeze than it would be a regular monster. We want to make sure that the payoff for that, for utilizing it, is now much more chunky.
We're going to be one-shotting bosses
enough that you could actually see it in the footage. Like
True.
you saw the boss getting chunked from those shots in the footage compared to like the regular.
But there were other ones as well, right? Like, so with the armor break, for example, it's like you weren't really incentivized to consume armor break on bosses. So the way we solved that particular one was like, okay, if you're an armor break consumer, rather than consuming the armor break, we're going to upgrade the armor break to a new state, like a new higher, like a level buff that's going to do something different. So yeah, like in the case you're like, in the case of Sunday, you're like upgrading from plus 20% to plus 40%, but then it also refreshes the duration, and then so effectively you're more incentivized to do this, and then because it actually extends it now. So that's like another thing where like let's actually make this combo work.
The high velocity rounds one is
very good. Yes,
pretty crazy.
It's
so that's
crazy,
it takes your armor break into, I don't remember the name, let's say T2 armor break.
Shattered armor.
But it's then for the next however long the duration is, 5% of the, think of it like a kind of infinite impale. 5% of the damage dealt by the high velocity rounds is dealt on every single hit for the rest of the duration.
And that means every single pellet of a shotgun is doing a percentage of the high
fragmentation rounds is 10 hits. And then the consumed days on Monk is the exact same thing. So if you do the days vaulting impact, and then you have, if you have staggering palm up and a temper spell, and you do whirling assault, you're doing all the whirling assault hits, all the projectile hits from staggering palm, all the temper spell hits, each of which are doing a percentage of the vaulting impacts thing on hit, and you just melt things.
So juicy. I saw Days was like instant application too.
Yes. Well, that one was kind of worthless before, so we're like, let's just make it actually work.
This idea of like buffs that get escalated into tier 2 buffs is like a kind of cool concept.
I like that one. And the other funny thing about it that's like less obvious but really good from our perspective is that it means you can't repeat the combo piece immediately either, because once you've upgraded the armor break, it's extended the armor break, which means that you can't just reapply the armor break immediately again either. You have to do something else. So it actually kind of generates that rotation kind of naturally, which is kind of a nice one.
It's chunkier, and it feels like you're not an idiot for doing it.
Right, exactly.
Before it's like, why would I want to remove their broken armor and make them tankier again? It never really made any sense.
That's a good one.
But it also like prevents some of the weird edge case stuff that is a pain for you guys. So huge improvements there. There's a lot to take in with the supports and skill changes and things like that, but it's like with the amount of supports that are getting added now, and now tiers of supports and lineage supports, do you feel like there is a point where it's a bit much for players to like take in? Like,
well, so I've got something. There's some stuff around this that I would like to improve, which is that first of all, we did a full pass on recommendeds to because there was a lot of terrible recommendeds right now, and so we did like a full pass on that. So basically, what I'm hoping is that now, at least all the recommendeds are not bad. Like I was kind of trying to really answer the question of like, are these 3 supports the truly best supports that this skill could have, right? And previously we had this extra constraint that kind of screwed this over, which was that because you could only have limit 1, there was always this thing of like, but would you use it on the skill or would you use it on a different skill that we were always kind of working around? Now we can just be like, what are the 3 best options, right? With no other constraints, right? And so that means that like that immediately makes it easier for us.
I'm waiting for food.
I think the other issue is that what it was, the whole like there's too many supports thing. Part of it was because since the recommendeds were bad, you kind of had to go to that other screen where you've got all this other stuff. It's like if you can actually rely on the recommendeds to be good, it's like it doesn't. The fact there's a bunch of supports doesn't kind of matter as much.
We had I remember we had a ranger with the 10 skills, 50 supports, and it was 2 out of 50 were recommended. I think for the skills they're on. I'm like.
Yeah, it's a bad sign.
And so if that's a bad sign, if your in-game ranger is that, it means that if the player who's following the guide that we have given them is not only not being rewarded, they're being punished because we're making them make wrong decisions.
Yeah. So I'm sure there'll still be a few that are incorrect on there, but like hopefully it should be way better. And the other thing as well as I'd really like to do is I think that we might want to get into starting to recommend more stuff, or maybe even like recommending stuff based on the previous stuff that you've already done.
Crazy.
Which might be just get a bit complicated, but I'm kind of like, I feel like we maybe should start thinking about that.
That sounds like a nightmare to code.
Maybe, but then it's kind of like, or maybe like if you've got this other skill on your build, then this becomes an option, or there's something like that we might have to do, because I think there's more we can do there. But whatever. For now, it's just at least we're like, here's the 3 best shit.
Oh, but also the names.
I know.
The names are so much better now.
Yes, right. So we did a pass of like making the names more obvious. Like, because there was a lot of supports that just kind of weren't
like search for there's this thing that does a thing I don't what is it called?
Oh, God,
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Impossible.
Whatever. Yeah. Google it.
Yeah. Like there's something that does an explosion with armor, but what's it called?
Well, that one should be obvious, I think. But
armor explosion.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah,
that's what it needs to be like.
No, I'm pretty sure it is called that now.
Yeah, good.
But yeah,
I remember just being like, if I'm struggling with this, so many people must be struggling with this. Like I remember went to build
crate or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, it was not the most intuitive of systems for sure. So massive step forward in the UX, the understandability, all of that stuff for sure. I'd say as you play it and as you take it as it comes, it's not overwhelming. It's easy to look at it in this context and go, oh my god, 100 in support and whatever the numbers are, lineage supports, and oh my god, there's so much going on.
The lineage supports really should be treated more like uniques, so they kind of just go into the big pool of like, stuff that at end game you're kind of like, potentially working on. But I mean, a lot of the lineage support things will end up probably being like, oh, this build guide says, this is the thing to use here, so and here's the boss you need to farm to get it. So I suspect that it obviously ends up a lot of that way with uniques a lot of the time. But
there being so many options for this stuff, actually, kind of like, so there's this thing that ever since kind of the internet, we're spoiled, right? We're inherently spoiled for everything. We have the build guides and all that, and there's a lot of fun to that as well. But we obviously lost some of that kind of mystery of your own self-discovery. But I feel like you're almost forcing us back to that age a bit, because there's just too much for guide creators to really cover.
I don't know about that. Like, people will still converge on things.
But even if a guide creator creates a build, even if it's quite well optimized, there's usually a few other options.
Well,
that are
ideally,
almost as
I mean,
optimized.
that's part of the fun, right? Like, over time, people come up with more stuff, and ideally, since we're shaking the meta up each league as well, there's still new stuff to find. I mean, that's I think that Path of Exile is actually a game that still has that, because of the fact that there's enough stuff and there's enough meta changes to actually cause it to be that there's still cool stuff to find that no one's discovered yet. There's not many games like that really that.
I don't really think I get that as much from PoE1 anymore, but PoE2 is getting that.
I guess so. But that really just comes down to the amount of meta shake-up that happens,
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah,
for sure. So with the sheer amount of supports and things, have you taken a look at how we obtain sockets and get a 6 link, and how hard it is to do that, and how many we get?
So there have been some adjustments. Actually, this is probably a good time to cover a topic that was probably not obvious in the live stream, which is that we now have a system that allows us to effectively. I don't have a good way to phrase this really, but it's so I'll take the transmutes as an example, right?
Okay.
So in the live stream, we're it's dropping too many transmutes. We want to instead drop these more powerful ones. The way that actually works is that as you get higher level, it specifically takes some of the juice, if you will, of the transmutes that would have dropped,
official term,
and then instead drops higher level ones but less often. So the idea is that it's we're getting rid of the crap you don't want, and making higher, better stuff that you just get less.
So good.
And we've actually changed over some of the ways that, for example, the way that uncuts now drop as you get into the end game as well works that way. So it's it effectively turns you're getting less uncuts, but you're getting more of the high, but they're turning instead into higher level ones, and like that kind of stuff. So like that'll change the game a little bit. Now I don't know if we're going to have that exactly perfectly right in the very first version, but effectively that should mean that you that the way it makes that feel is kind of better in terms of getting those upgrades. So I'm pretty sure that I'm not 100% sure of this, but I'm pretty sure that the jewelers have also been changed to use that system instead. For the very top one, I think.
You did the change. I wouldn't know.
I think that one's been changed. But there's effectively like so what you get there is we're still trying to make it so that you get enough of the low level currency that you can still do map crafting, because obviously you don't want to burn the higher level ones on that. But what it does mean is that you won't need to do as many crafts. Like just the bulk of the number of crafts you have to do to get decent stuff will be better, and you won't just get as much just the crap that you don't need. Now, I will say that the perfect exalts are not common. They are quite rare, and there's also the drop rates are to an extent that's much larger than previous stuff, because of the way that works, are much more controlled by the level. So at the difference between the eye level 78, 79, 80 is quite large in terms of the percentage that gets converted. So there's a little bit more going on there, and then eye level 81 and 82, like from rares and uniques.
Yeah.
That is even more. So like you kind of there's a little bit more of that going on with that to make it
you can cube them down, right, as well.
You can
so
down cube. You can't up cube. You can down cube.
If you're SS,
So that's probably not a word we should be using. You can split them apart.
Like if you're an SSF and you're not getting enough of the basic stuff to roll waystones, and you happen to be getting some of the higher tier ones, and you don't need them for your gear, downgrade them so that you can and split them into 3 so that you can apply them to your maps, like that's there.
Interesting. Criminal to split a perfect exalting.
Well, no, you wouldn't do that, obviously.
It's more about the greater one going into the other ones.
Exactly. Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
So kind of on the topic of like the sockets and the gems and things like that, what's your kind of like expectation for like when a player would have like 1 6 link or even multiple or all 6 links? Is that a thing that you think players have now, especially with the sport gem change?
I don't know that we've necessarily changed that for 6 links too much. For the lower ones, like for the 5, we did add a few more like specific drops around during the campaign, and like a few more things like that to kind of just make sure we really wanted to make sure that there's a bit less randomness for that part. For the 6 though, it's still kind of like supposed to be the peak, like top end stuff. So it's really the 5 that we want to kind of make a little bit better as far as like
we significantly changed the drop rates of these as well in 0.2.1.
That is a good point, actually. Yes. Like, so if you haven't played since then, it's a bit
which was a decent time into O2, the O2X, series, and the drop rates of these did significantly go up.
Yeah. Because it is worth mentioning, of course, if you didn't play post 021, then you've probably got a very different experience from what the drops are now compared to what they were before then. Like, we made a pretty big difference there.
Yeah, the changes that you did over the first few weeks and stuff.
So just worth mentioning, that's still a thing, right? Like we still have those changes too. So if you stop playing after like a week or something in 020, like
you can't hear me eating, right?
Yep. And is it kind of the same thing for like level 20 gems and stuff like that? That's something that's
I'm not
meant
exactly
to be kind of like a chase long term.
It is supposed to be chase, right? Like getting those higher stuff. But one thing that you shouldn't get anymore is the just like spam of crap you don't need as far as the uncuts are concerned.
Well, during that O2X when we were looking at item drops and everything, I looked into the gems, and it was okay. So obviously we added that Venter's gamble box, and that was dropping them. And I was like, why does it feel like 90% are coming from that? And we looked into it, and then it was like, oh, these are like only dropping from the way the levels had been set up. It was assuming that the tier 16 maps were 83. Like in PoE1, the highest tier of maps.
That's why they weren't dropping level 20
and
gems.
So the drop levels of level 20 gems were like dropping from only, the corrupted +1 level areas and all of that, and only from
super restricted.
And so I was like, oh my god, this was just a straight up error.
Early
so
access,
we went back and we were like, I'm just gonna -3 levels from everything there.
But that was a 0-2x change, to be clear. That was already fixed.
Nice.
That was a bit of a disaster. But also, inherent items. There's another change. Just speaking of gem levels, it just like clicked to my mind. We've actually what we've done is taken all the wand staff skills and whatnot, and we've effectively balanced them, because the idea is you find your, like, let's say your volatile dead wand, you're going to use that for a while. Like if you have good affixes, especially in the campaign. So what we've done is effectively balance them as if they were like 3 levels higher implicitly. And you can now get up to level 20 gems dropping 20 inherent skills, even on unique items, for the ones that did level up from the ground as well. So like those are playing a, to add to the sorceress and other classes' arsenals. Those are playing more of a role as well. And then you can get with the uniques, you don't get to a point where they all drop level 20. You get to a point where some are 18, some are 19, some are 20. And so you're going to get this like kind of, you want the perfect unique with the perfect level 20 gem with the perfect,
plus
that kind of thing going
plus exceptional.
Yeah. And but the inherent skills should be a lot more impactful and a lot more meaningful now as well on the wand. We've added a whole bunch more. I think we ended up adding like 10 or so new wands.
I think it's 8.
Something
I think
like
there's
that.
8 new inherent skills, I think was the number.
Quite cool. There's some quite cool stuff in there as well.
These have
immediately
been reasonably effective.
Got the Unleashed staff finally back in. For those who were at the OG or the second ExileCon. So that's been removed off Chronomart.
Question: did they say they had to go to someone's hideout to buy something still, like from the offline sell tab, or like the automatic sell tab? Like, does it take you to their hideout? And there's a max limit on the amount of people in someone's hideout. Can you effectively, on softcore, somebody that's selling a lot of items, let's use PubGun for an example, what if you don't leave? And the hideout hits the max amount of people in it. Can you just grief PubGun because he's gonna have so many items for sale? Like, are streamers on softcore fucked?
Rhea found one?
Yeah. So effectively, you get so now there's effectively a tier per act.
Those are rare. Like,
no.
Because that's what I was thinking. I was like, these tier 3 ones.
Yeah, but bear in mind, we've sort of rearranged everything, right? Because we've got things that level up. So effectively, in tier 2,
PubGun and MP, be careful.
Those up to tier 3, but then in tier 3 there's some of them as well. So you it's sort of spread out a little bit more evenly, and the extra levels kind of mean there's more interesting upgrades. And one of the other things I just wanted to mention is there was this and part of the issue with the supports before is that there was kind of this decision fatigue you had a little bit with them as well, where it's like you didn't want to remove something to add a new thing. Like you'd more likely wanted to just all in on the thing you already picked. So having some level ups like that kind of actually just eases that a little bit, where it's like there's a really obvious upgrade sometimes if I just pick this, and sometimes it's just nice to have that.
Gives you a little break.
Yeah.
I really like the new tier per act. I actually really value the fact that no matter what, when you get to that new act, obviously the interlude is kind of considered 1 and a bit act, so it's not you're not getting 3 tiers of supports there. But I really like that no matter what, obviously you get to the new act, you start seeing all the new base types, and now you have this new tier of supports, and so every time you get to an act, you're getting just like straight up like, all right, let me just get a bunch of power upgrades straight away.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a much better breakdown in the progression now, in terms of both skills and
like every second act you get new rune tiers. Every second act you'll get new every
as well.
Can't remember how that's split. I feel like that's 1, 2, 3, 4 and interlude, and then end game for essences. So like there's a lot of you get to act 4 and you get a new tier, you get a whole bunch of new base types, you get a new tier of essences appearing, and so on and so forth. It's like just feels really good getting to a new act and getting all the power from it.
We'll talk more on specific archetypes then, but first, so like on the skill topic, thing that comes up often from Chad and earlier questions I've gotten is like about the overimportance of plus levels across the board for a lot of things, and also the impacts of mana costs on that. Like you guys did a pretty big adjustment on that recently, but how do you feel about where mana costs are at and plus levels?
We have lowered the exponentiality of mana costs like pretty drastically, especially level 20 plus is going down a lot, like an absolute huge amount reduction. We're trying to keep the campaign relatively intact. There's another, you were talking about the importance of plus levels. Like one of the reasons for this is that a lot of in-game builds especially ended up using something that was using flat damage and thus scaled strictly from gem levels and not from your weapon's damage itself. And as a result, what a lot of people were using was, what's this magic weapon with just plus whatever the number is, 7 or something.
We've actually changed quite a lot more things to be weapon-based scaling around the place. Obviously not on the sword.
What's kind of like an example about that? Like,
everything that was flat damage, all those unarmed skills, all the obviously different. With Hollow Palm gives you damage a different way. But with Shockwave Totem, all of the stuff. We're just generally going like, nah, we just want weapons to matter. And this whole just using a single affixed weapon at the end is... it's not going to fly. Now, that being said, plus gem level, still pretty important, and especially in the case of casters. But yeah, the mana costs just got kind of out of control. Manageable in some cases with some builds, with others, nah, not at all. So yeah, that's come down like a lot. I don't have the exact numbers. We were looking at a lot of the models yesterday of what the numbers were changing to, and I was like, look, I'm happy with the 21 plus, but there were some changes towards the later campaign that I was like, no, I don't do those, undo that change. So we're fiddling with the numbers a little bit so that the intent was to obviously have it so that when we post the patch notes, we have something that's relatively correct. But of course, we like to tweak these things all the way through to the end based on testing. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, 20 plus in particular, way down.
Cool. Great.
It got out of control, like actually out of control.
But I know that conversely, you do want mana to be a thing that you actually interact with. So where do you kind of want mana to be on a build by build basis? Like, what's the expected kind of like player solve? Or
and as you can see from something like the new keystone we added for leech applying to elemental, like ideally, especially right side of tree, you can spec into some leech. You got your monk, you got your ranger kind of thing. Ideally, being able to just solve your mana problem with leech almost entirely.
Nice.
You have obviously attackers in general are meant to have cheaper costs and do have cheaper costs. It is something an int character is supposed to have to deal with. To at least some degree, and I'd say that is relatively the case most of the time, especially when you start to get gem levels. It's just part of that puzzle for those characters, and that is intended. Now, it was to extreme, obviously, so that's come down, but it is still, you can't just get away with not investing into it at all. I generally, when I try and play on live, try and play the thing people will play in the least. So that I'm most equipped to be able to deal with the rebalance of it. So I just played a sorceress for the last league. I actually enjoyed the solving the mana thing, but yes, then once you have your plus, I can't remember all the values, 6 on your wand and 3 on your amulet and all of that stuff, you're just like, oh my, this is insane. And then certain skills just become completely non-viable. And, all of a sudden the triggers are just like, goodbye all your mana. And then you have, all that. And I was like, I had mana on every single slot, mana regen on every single slot. I had probably a third of my tree in mana, and like my damage wasn't a problem, but I was like, okay, this is just going too far.
I love
and like,
then
I'm like, and I'm still doing far less damage than, whatever, some other build that's had to not care about it in the slightest. So
Sorcerer's going to be OP now.
Missed the mark for sure on that one, but it should be a pretty drastic course correction on that front now, yeah.
I like when you actively suffer in game for us, Mark. Good changes come out of it.
Well, the trade suffering got to a point where it's like, nah, this needs to stop. It got so much worse last league for me. I was like, seriously, just like, I'm so done with the AFK. Just please, can more of you be at your computer? And then it's like, well, we have this plan, we have the system, let's just bloody get it done so that we don't have to deal with this ever again. But
let's talk about trade then. It's been a long time coming, much asked for. It feels like we don't have a thing to ask for now. Like, I don't know, I feel a sense of loss almost.
For now,
we'll find out. Every trade system eventually becomes a problem somehow. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, obviously the intention was to try and fix all the problems that people currently have. This has been a big thorn in our side for a long time as far as issues are concerned. So I'm glad we've finally got something that we're kind of happy with. I'm really hoping it's going to turn out well. Obviously, one of the things you just can't really test. Because you can do every theory that you want, but when you actually
needs to be real.
Economy needs to be real for it to actually make sense. So yeah.
And I have been thinking about it nonstop since you've told me that the trade was happening, because it seems like it can have so many follow-on effects. Like, for one, all of a sudden, the amount of available items to purchase is multiplied by a huge amount, like times 4 for the amount of offline players that are now available at least. And then I'm going to list items that I wouldn't have listed before because I couldn't be bothered leaving the map. So that's doubles it again. Like, what's 10, 20 times more items available to players? Like, that's a big big thing.
It is, and that's part of the reason why we need the gold costs to kind of offset that, because that will potentially drive down prices in some cases. So you need something that's kind of a barrier so that people aren't like buying things too easily. But at the same time, well, so yes, what I'll say about this is that so the gold costs are there for that. One of the other big, really important things with the gold costs is it means that it doesn't screw your progression up too much as you're going through the game. So effectively, you've still as your first, going through your first experience, the prices have a bit of a floor, so that like when you're in like Act 3 or something, like you can afford stuff, but you can't necessarily just buy a whole set of gear like out of nowhere, that kind of thing. So that's kind of important. And then the other thing as well is it stops any kind of well, maybe not completely stops, but the hope is that it'll stop botting of like high frequency trading, that kind of thing, because that in order to be able to flip items you would need to run maps to actually get gold, right? Because you can't get any other way. So effectively what that means is that you can it's going to prevent that kind of thing from being an issue too. So the hope is that this should be a situation where we don't get like catastrophic hyperinflation or something annoying like that. And if we can achieve that, that'll be really good. We did pitch the gold prices on the high end to start with, because we're a bit afraid. If it turns out everything's fine, we can lower them down a little bit, but they'll be a little bit high to start, just because we're a bit afraid, and we don't really want to have to jack them up after they when they were low. So
you said this that they were pitched on the high end, but then when I ask you about how much gold it actually costs to buy something, like what amount of gold does it cost in terms of time or maps?
The discussion was that buying a rare should cost you about 1 map worth of gold.
That's like seems like nothing to me. That doesn't seem that high. Like,
I mean, like it's
you
enough
end up with a lot of gold.
It's a lot for a botter, but it's
well,
not
exactly
much for
right.
a player,
It's a lot for a
right?
botter.
That's
the thing. Yeah,
sounds perfect.
A little bit earlier in the game, this is a little bit different because you want to make sure that you're not screwing with the progression too much. So it has to be a little bit adjusted. But effectively, that's kind of the goal. Just it's enough of a barrier to stop the flips, basically, because you still actually
that sounds low enough that the currency cost of the items is more likely to be a.
Well, that is the part that the players receive, so you'd want that to be something that matters. But like as I said, the floor shouldn't be too bad. But it's gonna be very interesting to see how it develops. Like I honestly have no idea really. Like I don't know whether the prices will be lower or higher on this system versus the old one. Like I actually don't know whether that's what's going to end up happening there. Like I've got theories, but it's like there's counterexamples too. Like it's very interesting to sort of to think about that.
So normally you have this effect where like prices bottom out for like usable, decent to bad items. Like they go down to 1 alc. But the problem is then at the same time people don't want to make those trades, so their minimum price climbs. It goes to like 5x or 5c or whatever. It's like the minimum that they would even leave a map for. So that created a floor before.
But then on the other hand,
kind of gone now.
On the other hand, if you're just filling up all your stash with a bunch of crap, like that's like as a seller, you don't necessarily want to do that either. So like you've got that element going on.
And this is something I love about this system is that it's going to give you a very real feedback of how things are selling, because you're going to get in real time those.
A bunch of people are going to turn up in your hideout. If you underprice something, a bunch of people are going to turn up instantly. They're going to be there.
So this is my favorite when we talk. You told me how this works. So people click it, they get transported to your hideout
at the location of the NPC with the box open with the item highlighted. So you can't like troll people by like putting the NPC somewhere far away from the entrance or something like that, which should be otherwise an issue.
But like you get like really popular items, and you got an active shop. You can have like 20 people in your hideout.
Yeah, you can. So we actually
so popular.
So we actually had to do a thing where effectively there's only 24 slots for people who aren't your friends or party members. So effectively, that means that there are some extra slots that are dedicated so that you can't someone can't stop you from being able to map or something just because you had a popular item that people are looking at. So we pre-thought of that one at least. Like I am sure that there will be other random trolls that people will discover as a way to do this, and we'll have to iron them out. But one we did think of immediately, of course, because it was really obvious, is like once you've set a price on an item, put it in your stash, there is a cooldown on being able to take it out again, just to give people a chance to
can't be sitting there going, oh my god, too many people are joining. Remove
it again, right? It has to be put in. And I think it's even got a thing where it refreshes the cooldown when someone joins. So that's the kind of thing you need to think about. So once again, I'm sure there'll be exploits or like stupid shit around this that people work out. But we at least thought of the really obvious ones.
It's going to be a really like physical, tangible way to like learn the price of things. Like because you can put a bunch of stuff there, no one's coming to your hideout. If there's a lot of people standing in your hideout, you're probably doing things right.
Right.
But yes, no change of none of that.
The bait bait
The
and switch
repricing, yes.
is gone, right? Because like when you put the item in and you price it, you are committing to that price, right? Like you must sell, you must sell for that. Someone's going to buy that thing, right?
Never again am I going to message someone
someone's
and be like, I want to
underpriced.
buy it, and then they raise it by 5C.
Right.
I still want to buy it.
But yes,
5C again.
On the other
Still
hand,
want to buy it.
on the other hand, you have to actually be careful, right? Like you could accidentally sell something for real cheap, and nothing's. There's no.
It's a great way to
I
learn.
know it is, right? It is.
It's a good way to learn.
Yeah, yeah.
It's cool.
So it's almost like a big fear for doing this, apart from the item acquisition part, which is like the economic side of things, was the losing the player interaction side of things. That was often mentioned, memed about a little bit. But funnily enough, this is actually increasing it more than messaging people.
Yes.
Because they're coming to your hideout. Like there's going to be that kind
and
of like presence of
they get to
people.
check out your kind of like garage sale that you got going on.
I love that.
It's
So,
also
like-
like put your display cases there.
Yeah, exactly,
and put your
right?
cool hideout decors and
Yeah,
you
like
know.
so.
We're adding we're going to be adding a new hideout decoration that's effectively a set of security guards. And so people in your party, they'll let you through, and people not in your party, they won't. So you can have a little, trading.
Yeah, you can have the VIP
trading
area of a
section.
hideout. The VIP area where only the people with some
It's gonna be
class.
funny.
Only people with class are allowed in there.
Oh my god.
So you can sit behind your security, just watching all of them.
There's so much fun stuff you can do with this. I love it. But never before would I have like looked through a seller's like other listings. But now, like,
I
a
love
lot
that
of the time I'm just
system
going to go there and
so
buy the
much.
highlighted item. But
Well,
I'm might be
if they were
curious,
silly
what's
enough to
that?
sell it for that cheap, what about their other
What are
items?
their other
Also,
items?
but even stuff like
buy
the
5 things.
even stuff like you can see the tab names on the other people, right? I'm pretty sure you can.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure
tab-
so you're like getting the nice
Oh, no.
organized organization and like colors scheming and everything,
Oh,
right?
so
So
many
that people
people are
can
gonna have to
yeah,
deal with
people's ASCII art.
yeah.
It'd be dicks
So
everywhere.
that'll be a nice one too.
No, I can't wait to look at all the phallus tabs and find out.
Jeez. Okay.
what
No.
items
I think because I think we have to add a reporting system for it. Unfortunately. So,
probably should.
yeah.
I was just excited to log in, just to have that. You wake up in the morning, you're like,
What have I got? What do I get?
Before work, go run to your
Yeah,
computer,
what
just
currency
quickly
do I
log in,
get while I
and,
was
then you
asleep?
get nothing, and you're like, oh.
Yeah.
The idea of even just like popping into your friends lists.
Yeah,
Like hideouts
yeah.
are doing it too. Like just browsing what cool items they got.
Yeah.
It's like far more like physically a thing that you can do now. It's like, oh, it's really exciting. But yeah, there's so much unknown variables there. Like, what is this going to do to the economy and the item acquisition process?
Well,
like,
thankfully,
you can't go back now.
Thankfully though, we are still in the early access economy, right? So even though all the stuff will be kept,
Yeah.
it will be separated from the eventual economy we get at full release. And
Yeah.
also, thankfully, we get to test it on PoE2 before we look at putting it into PoE1. So we get a chance to. Someone's phone
PoE2
calling me.
is
That's not
the
good.
alpha.
Before
Sorry,
we
that
get a
was my
chance
bad.
to.
I accidentally called them.
Before we have to commit to that for PoE1 and so we can get the balance right, we can get all the details right. But like, I am almost certain that it'll have to go into PoE1. Like, there's no way people won't.
Oh, that's good to hear.
It'll have to go. But
No,
but at least we'll get a chance to kind of assess the how the economy shakes out and kind of make some adjustments if we need to. Before we have to worry about that.
Looks like there's some extra chat questions about this. So one is a concern about bots sniping instantly with the system. I mean, that's the point, right? Is like,
Ultimately that. Well, I wouldn't say it's the point, but ultimately,
Yeah.
yes, it's a thing. But then it already is kind of a thing. Like,
Yeah.
there's already stuff that
I don't
honestly
know
goes on with there.
that
So
really changes too much,
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah.
yeah.
Because we were talking last night, I think, a fair bit about arbitrage and
Right.
how this kind of stuff plays out.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
the gold is a bit of a deterrent.
The gold is the
yes.
deterrent,
It's-
right? It'll
yeah.
stop the bots ideally.
To some degree, for sure.
Yeah, you can only snipe so many items, but you got to put the actual hours in to
Right.
be able to do that. And
Yep.
often those sorts of bots kind of profit off low margin trades, and
Right.
low margin trades delete your gold. So
Right.
yeah,
Exactly.
And
So yeah, listen standard to flip.
another interesting note that came up, earlier discussions about this, it sounded like you didn't really need to make gold costs really high for rare items, because I was like, oh well, tier 1 uniques like cost 1 billion gold. I was like, apparently not.
No, not really, because by the time you get to the high, like the top end of things, then that stuff is already the most expensive stuff. You don't really need to have the
Oh, you can't
inflation
price
like
mix
that
anymore?
kind of like
Not in the same way.
the descent of prices that you get that'll happen up there. So you kind of in the end the prices for uniques they don't have to be that extreme.
Yeah.
But what the thing to note though is that the prices are a multiplier per level of what the shop prices are. So we do actually have shop prices for all the uniques now. So if you sell uniques to the vendor, you actually get more gold now than you did before. Just as a side note,
there's going to be some kind of exploration of which golds are like not worth trading but worth a lot of gold. A bit like the dust in PoE1, I imagine.
Maybe, maybe.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that the this tab only sells stuff not in the currency exchange.
Yes.
Right. So you can't sell a chaos orb in there.
Would just be awkward.
Yeah.
Too, I
Yeah.
think.
Exactly.
Currency exchanges for fungible, stackables, you know, stuff that isn't modular, and then the rest goes in here. So it should be that every single other tradable item is in here.
Yep.
So we had the kind of discussion in the past about like whether maps would get somehow made to work with the previous system, but now obviously that can just be done through this, right? Like those sorts of items that are a little bit variable, but might otherwise be considered a kind of currency can go there.
Yep.
So if this goes well, do you plan to remove like old systems of trade or anything like that?
I don't think we can, because fundamentally, you know, like we have sold premium stash tabs. They had the functionality they had. Removing the old system,
that would be bad.
People bought stuff. We can't delete what they paid for.
And did you mention in the reveal that you can convert them over?
Yeah, we did. So you can convert your existing tabs. If you bought them for the purposes of this, then converting them over is obviously the right thing to do. That's a thing we wanted to make sure.
A lot of those long-term PoE1 players have a seemingly infinite amount of premium tabs, largely for this reason, right? So it certainly wouldn't be right to all of a sudden be like, no, you don't get to use any of that anymore. So yeah, you can fully just convert them. And that is why it's also just as important to work in PoE1, because your micros are shared, right? You're not gonna,
so there will be a little bit of a time there where if you convert them, of course, the PoE1 doesn't have this tab type, so they won't show up, which is a bit annoying. But once it gets added to PoE1, then they'll
on the
work.
website.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. We'll try to make sure that doesn't take too long.
There's the question of, will functionality of the trade site be in-game in some capacity?
So that's something that we really want, and we even had a prototype of this.
I saw it.
Yeah. So it's a thing that we are working on, but unfortunately didn't quite make it for 030. There's some stuff we want to do. I am personally still a believer in that the website's going to be a better experience, because like, you know, the typing, like
web
stuff is sort of designed for this kind of thing. And ultimately when you click the button on the website, your character in game still moves. So like if that's a thing. But on the other hand, for discoverability for new players and that kind of stuff, it is good to have something in game.
Console.
And well, here's the thing. I reckon for console, it's still better to use the website, because you can use your phone and you can search for stuff on your phone.
I suspect
like,
a little
console control, typing text with the console control is just fundamentally crap, right? So like, you know, like typing with a phone is just easier.
Often you don't have to type anything in text in these
it's true. But look, we are going to do it. It's just that like it isn't quite done.
There's a bit of each to their own as well. A lot of people are very excited about that, even in game one. And
it is a feature that we will do. It is a feature we will do. We just haven't.
It's in progress and it's close.
Yeah.
It seems wild to me that I can like push a button on my phone and my character goes to someone else's hideout.
Yeah, well, you know, the magic of the internet, I guess.
I'm getting old, I guess. You mentioned that like there's more things on the horizon that you would potentially like want to do with this as well, like in-game features of things.
I mean, like obviously the first question people will have about once you've got in-game trade searching, you know, when's Awaken trade coming, that kind of thing. I mean, look, maybe one day, you know, like it certainly opens the door to it. Like, you know, I wouldn't want to say that it's not going to happen. Like there's stuff that we could do there, but like there's a lot of UI issues to sort out. There's quite a lot going on with that. Like it's kind of one of those things that I'd look at a bit later. But yes, obviously something people want.
It's all under consideration though, which is
for sure
very cool and very quite a pleasant surprise.
Well, like the goal, it is nice to get to the point of not feeling to be. I'm sure it's only for some players or whatever, not feeling like you have to use third-party applications and stuff like that. It can. You know,
like
not to say Awaken Trade is dodgy, but there are some that obviously are a little bit suspect. People are a bit like, no, I shouldn't have to do this. I don't want to do this. You know, it gets you can get a bit scared about it, and it can be a little bit like, you know, especially when all of a sudden they're asking you to provide information you shouldn't have to be providing them, and you know, that kind of stuff. So getting away from all of that, having it be all nice, secure, done by us and everything is the ideal goal. But you know, one step at a time. You know, this is a big step, but we'll see what's next after we test this out. Let an economy test it for us, get it to PoE1, you know, all that kind of stuff, and then we'll take it. As I said, every trade system reveals its problems. Maybe that's just the next problem. So
another question here is like, when you click like secure item or like buy item on the site, and it's going to take you to the hideout, it's like, is that locked in and other people can't then click it? Or
no, they
is it a race to the
it is
NPC?
technically a race. Yes, we'll see how that goes. Like I think it should be fine. But yeah, that is just worth understanding.
That's going to be interesting for like those mega deals and see like 10 people loading in all at once trying to grab it. Who can click the fastest? Who loads faster?
Thankfully, the loading time should be a lot better.
Okay, I thought 3 hours of
in this version than they were in the past. We're doing a bunch of engine changes, which I'm hoping is going to go well. Obviously, you know, when you make changes, there can be
worth bringing up stability and performance.
Yeah. So, we've done a pretty big amount of rewrites to the engine this version. You know, we've the goal is obviously making the game faster. It should be quite a lot faster in terms of frame rate. There's still some kind of one of the load times is definitely a lot faster. There's still some concerns around shader pop-in type issues, which we're kind of working on at the moment. But ultimately, it should be better, and we've also unlocked a lot more optimization opportunities for the future. So things should be better in this regard, I am hoping, especially for consoles, where we've seen a pretty good performance uplift, and things are looking pretty good. But yeah, still more to do. But yeah, that's definitely something that we're taking really seriously. And one of the other things that I'm really hoping we don't run into is another stupid operating system bug like we've been having with the damn freezers, right? Like we've made changes that I think will work around those, but fundamentally the Windows 11 scheduler is completely broken. Ultimately we just kind of have to do what we can there.
How fun for you.
Yeah, I know, it's very annoying, but that's the just the life, unfortunately, of a game developer to deal with that. But hopefully the full OS freezers will, like we basically managed to fix them for almost everybody, but they were still happening to a few people. So I'm pretty sure we should be sorted out now.
Yeah, and the EU servers and things like that have been
right. So that's the other thing, of course,
hammered.
is all the DDoSing problems and everything like that. So yes, that's been a huge focus of our server guys. They've been working pretty much non-stop on trying to deal with that problem. So effectively, what we've done is we've actually retired some server hosts that just weren't able to be sorted out. We've got a lot more anti-DDoS protection stuff going on. We've been working on that. It's been a huge amount of work to get it to the point. But effectively, as we go into this free weekend we're about to do, we made sure that every single server provider that we have is armored up, that we've got things in place for it. It does mean that there's a couple of locations that we couldn't find an adequate solution for that had to get cut, but we've tried to make sure there's other options with almost as low latency nearby, and overall things should just be significantly improved over what we've had in the past. So yeah, it's really sucked that the previous launches have been so decimated by this stuff. So I'm hoping that it will be a big improvement for that stuff.
Are you feeling nervous for that free weekend?
Certainly it's a concern. I mean, one of the big things we've been doing recently is we've been DDoSing ourselves to test that the actual DDoS stuff is working. We never did that in the past. We just kind of relied on on whatever the solutions people had. But now we're like, okay, when we do this type of DDoS against ourselves, like this one doesn't work, this one does, that kind of thing. So that's been a thing. It should be fine now. But free weekend, there's a lot of players we could potentially be getting here. We need to make sure that we're up for the challenge. So but then at the same time, part of the reason to have a free weekend in the first place is in fact to test that all that stuff is good. So I'm hoping it'll be all right.
Speaking of new players, how do players onboard with the new trade stuff? Is that introduced in some way that helps them figure it out? Because it was never really the case that people were explained how to trade.
To be honest, we haven't really had any time for tutorialization of this stuff. So
is it
we'll
something
have to
you
see.
want to do?
Honestly, I have to see how it goes. We'll have to see for that. But yeah, it's to be honest, right now we don't even have a sprint tutorial in. It's been, we probably need to get that in there at some point. But the focus right now is get the features working, get them good, get the people testing them, and then we'll get we'll make sure that we've got the onboarding for that stuff.
We'll circle back into a big. What do we need to tutorialize again?
Maybe a zombie chase you at the start of the game or something.
I don't know. I have to think about that. See, the harsh reality of tutorialization is unless you put a big red wall in front of the player and say, no, you have to learn this.
Which you've literally
then they literally won't. So
Yeah, I always appreciated the like kind of lighter tutorialization.
I do as well,
approach
but
of
sometimes
PoE,
like
but-
something that's so
You gotta
important.
have some-
Tutorializing the trade system will be a little bit more intuitive and easy, at least
Yeah.
for the sake of
Yeah,
purchasing. Once we have an in-game
I
searcher.
would have even said to do it before because it didn't. It's like
Yeah.
you go to this site and do
Well,
this.
but also if the tutorial tells you to go buy a microtransaction, it's probably not the best thing in the world. So
Yeah, but for purchasing, right? Like, I mean, ultimately, once we've got the in-game version, it's way more easier to tutorialize that because then you can be like, look, here's the place where that is. So.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Kind of on the economy thing, I can't stop thinking about it. So another thing is, in PoE2 at the moment in particular, there's been some pretty wild exchange rates of currencies and inflation and things like that. I believe the current price of Apologies is a little bit off. It's a bit hard to track down exactly. It's like 2,000 exalts to a divine.
Right.
That's quite a number. Like,
yeah, I mean, like part of the, when we were looking at this, actually, one of the reasons why we did the whole like higher tier currency thing was partly to add stuff in the middle between divine and exalt, but also like absorbing some of those exalts into other things by having the higher tier ones be dropping and that kind of stuff. Like there was a little bit of thinking around that, but also the implication of this is that we're not syncing enough exalts. So there's something that we'd have to think about whether or not we want to start doing some more syncs for that. But I'd say that's probably the main thing is like that exalt exchange rate would be the.
I'm curious from your perspective, like when do you look at something like this and consider it an issue and why? And when
I think it was up to 969 before, and then we were like, this is... I specifically remember the screenshot that was sent to me of the exchange rate, and I was like, oh okay, this is bad.
I also wonder whether it's just that the divines, people are wanting to value those more, like they're sinking more of those into uniques, maybe.
I was surprised that they ended up being valued as much as they were in PoE2 because of like the way vials work, but we're talking about this and you're saying that like, well, the idea is maybe at the highest end you do sink a bunch of divines in case you land a socket, and now you've got exceptional items too, like maybe divines become even more valuable.
Yeah.
I don't know that's a problem, but the other thing of like exalts being devalued maybe is a problem. But I don't know.
I expect exalts will be not that valuable still, and that's fine because ideally the more common, especially in-game high trade rate, will be the higher tier ones.
There actually will be a slightly more sync for exalt in the way the map mods work now, because you've actually got a reason to go up to 6 mods every time.
Yeah,
so that'll sync a few more exalts that way. So I guess we'll see how that works out too.
Yeah. I'm curious, like, so when you look at the number, like you see 969, you're like, that's a problem. I'm curious, like, what from your perspective is the problem with that? I'm curious what the delineation is between something just being a market phenomena and it's like that's the way it is.
Your average player, like, it's a bit different when it's a mirror. And it's hard to explain why necessarily, but I guess most people can probably relate with that. But when you all of a sudden are seeing something not like over 900, you're like every now exalt you find is just nothing. Like it's nothing. It's there is a threshold. I don't know where that exact threshold is, and the threshold will be different for each person. But like at least if you to be able to quantify it as like I've found 1% of a divine every time you find an exalt, assuming 100-to-1 ratio. You still at least that feels like something.
You're right.
And now you're like, okay, I'm getting 0.1 and now it's 0.05. You're like, what are we talking about here? We're just in a point where like every exalt is, you're getting into filter it out territory kind of thing at that point, which is not great just because the value is so. I mean, you're talking about it being like worth a Reign of Chaos card from PoE1 kind of thing.
The higher tier ones. I mean, look, I'm really interested to see what the trading dynamics end up with the higher tier ones, like whether stuff starts to get priced in greater exalts or something like that.
I'm curious to see.
I have no idea honestly what will happen, but we'll see.
There's not a set currency to price your items in. Like, what are they going to be? Like, all different things? Or
it'll normalize into something. There'll be a thing that everyone knows to do.
I'm curious about like so let's say you go to someone's hideout to buy an item. Obviously, you'll know the price of that item, so you can visit your exchange in preparation to like get the correct currency to buy that item. But if you like see other items in their thing, can you like use the other person's exchange or exchange currency? Do you have to go back to your hideout and exchange? It's just
how does that work? I would
an
think
awkwardness.
Ange probably would let you. I think that will work.
It'd be cool if you
use
could
the currency exchange in the other person's hideout. It's the same NPC, right?
That would.
I actually genuinely don't remember if you can use other people's ones, but there's no reason you shouldn't be able to.
We can make that work.
I feel like that'd be good if not.
So we can make it work.
I don't know if I've ever even tried to do that.
Chat says you can. Okay, good.
Okay, if you can, you can. I genuinely am like, have I ever actually tried to do that? I feel like I just default go back to my hideout. Like,
Here's my advice to sellers then is to put your currency exchange person next to your vendor so that you can get a few extra impulse buys.
Oh, they're the same person.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
we moved it to her.
And they're wait, are they both the long neck boy or wait?
No.
That's a different thing.
No, that's a different thing. It's Ange, the person from King's March.
It was one of the MTXs that you can get the long neck boy to.
Yes, that's a different thing.
I was enjoying that people were like calling it a good doggo. Such strange.
No, that's fully separate.
Okay.
This is Ange. You find her in King's March in Act 4. And you get, if you haven't got a hideout, you get a quest to go get a hideout, and then once you claim it, so you don't have to get your hideout in the endgame now, or from buying a micro, I guess. And,
I didn't think this would last this long. I had no ads for 3 hours because I was like, this won't take longer than 3 hours.
So before we
play
had
ads
like
again
currency
now.
exchange on all the NPCs and all the towns.
I'll just do it
I
now,
actually
chat.
think we might have kept it there just on random NPCs in the interlude and stuff, just so that you don't have to go to your hideout every
3
time.
hours,
I'll have to
dude.
check in on whether or not we did that, but I'll eventually, Ange will just handle all of it. And
So this means you don't gain access to like item trading until the same time as you would gain access to the currency
For the
exchange?
first playthrough in the league, yes.
Yep. Okay.
But the subsequent
and then you
playthroughs,
get your
you can.
hideout.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Great stuff. Something I wanted to bring
That's
up
actually
is-
not true, by the way. Subsequent is not the case.
Oh, really?
Because otherwise, you have an advantage over new players, technically.
No, but subsequent in the same league.
Oh, in the same league, yeah. Per league, you have to. You have to have fair ground with new players and existing. You have to unlock it at the same point in time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, within the same league, completely fine. Yes.
All right. Something that I wanted to bring up as well was build diversity. That's a thing. We talked a lot about like how there's a lot of buffs for the other archetype stuff. So that's obviously going to be helped by that. But I'm curious, like, your thoughts on like the point if Lightning Spear is 46% of the top 1,500 players, I think it was, or 15,000 players, or 75,000, or something, whatever the number is for PoE Ninja. So 46% is pretty big. I don't know that we've ever gotten that high. Maybe with
we did Legion League Cyclone.
Cyclone.
51%, I think, of Cyclone Slayers.
Yeah, okay.
Something like that, yeah.
It was like, so maybe...
So we're not quite there.
Not quite there, but obviously
it's
that's
just as bad. It's just as bad.
Extreme,
to be fair, that's... I'm only counting one class there, actually. Lightning Spear is across many classes. So, maybe it is the worst it's ever been.
Because that's just the skill gem itself.
Across both games, yes, true.
Yes.
True. Well, either way, it's bad.
So yeah, I'm curious. Like, at what point do you feel that's like a problem?
It's obviously a problem
For
now.
what duration is that a problem? Yeah, obviously. But like, what's the point at which it does start to feel like a problem for you guys? And when do you want to even like address it in the next league versus in the current league? Because that's obviously a difficult thing to do.
the mid league nerfs. Like, people say they want them, but like the reality is that we get crucified for them. Absolutely crucified. Like,
if you get on it fast enough,
yes, you have to get on it so fast, basically, to make it
get
okay.
away with it.
Yeah.
And if you can find it, but if you
if
you don't know about it for 3 days, well, I know it's silly to say, how do you not know about it for 3 days? If you like misinterpret the severity of it, for example, and everyone starts doing it, you're like, oh no, it seems kind of fine, and then boom, out of control, and like it's now been even one full day, you can have a lot of the player base completely pivot. If that happens on a weekend. If certain people are away and busy, especially people in balance, Jonathan or I, and stuff like that, obviously we'll support other people forward. Like you get our staff are playing and all that. So like this stuff does get around and we do learn about it. But like if you slip by even a day, you get to the point where you now have to make an excessively hard decision, which is like make 50% happy or 50% angry, right? And it's like it's lose-lose. And so often, and sometimes you make the wrong decision. It happens. But look, it's less about like there's a number that's wrong, and it's more about like the way we looked at it this time is like look at all of these bad builds. Like why? Like these need to not be this bad. Like you shouldn't be able to make this many mistakes, this many bad decisions, this many wrong decisions through supports, passives, everything, all of that. And it's like we just need to bring all of that up. Now, by doing so, you're bringing everything up. You can't just have Lightning Spear go up proportionally to everything. There's no one's gonna swap and play all this other stuff that's now, in that kind of same level of balance. So yeah, the outliers have to come down. It just has to. You do it, and in this case, we definitely thought it would be best to, some people will say you should have done it in the league. Yeah. Maybe they're right. Whatever. We're doing it now. We're bringing down those outliers. So yes, Lightning Spear is nerfed. Let's just rip that band-aid off. And honestly, if you're surprised by that, come on. But like there are, an insane amount of increases to bad things, wrong decisions. They all should be brought up in line. There should be a lot more viable options, a lot more good things, a lot more viable different classes.
The hard part's going to be that the support gem changes are certainly going to result in a bunch of new exploits, and that's going to be real rough because we're going to have to then make all those hard decisions again of do we nerf this, do we not, kind of thing for each of those.
You eventually get to a point of stability, but when you're adding this much and having to change this much, you're going to have a number of things still go wrong, a number of things still be abused, and we will try and stay on top of them, and we will try, but there'll still be some stuff I'm sure we'll have, and hopefully it's not 47%, and hopefully that number's less. And over the time you get more stability, more equality in the classes and the balance and the different skills and all of that. And but it's mostly honestly important to not just be like, I want to play a caster, and then you go and later find out that you picked the worst class in the game. And sure, there are still some builds within that are you could say competitive to some degree, within some threshold, but it sucks to learn that you get to level 65, which for some players may have taken tens of hours, and then you're like, oh, you're telling me I literally picked the worst class that no one's playing, and I could have just been throwing a lightning spear this whole time and doing 5 times more powerful. That is a real terrible feeling to have. And so making it that you don't if the worst was only slightly worse than the best, slightly, so within some margin that you're still at least feeling powerful, you're just not,
I feel like a complete idiot.
Then at least you don't feel absolutely terrible about it when when people are just like, you made the wrong choice, you have to reroll, you're just like, well, that's demotive. I'm demoralized. How are you supposed to know that at the start without doing a bunch of research, right? And so that hopefully over time, and I'll say this is a huge step towards that, we eliminate as much of that just really wrong, bad choices as possible, make things more obvious and intuitive and all of that, and bring up the floor really, and keep bring up the floor, not bring up everything, because again, otherwise, what is a 0.1 second boss fight when it's now 0.09 second boss fight? You know what I mean? The ceiling has to come down when they're that extreme in particular. So
I wish you guys didn't have to worry about balance so much, but the reality is that unfortunately you do have to get it to a certain point so that you can even assess that whatever changes you're making or new systems matter, that they are good or fun or whatever. You just can't assess that when something's too far out of alignment. So do you think if something is looking like it's getting to the point of a lightning spear again in the future, that would be a mid-league nerf, despite not being a bug or anything?
You can't necessarily tell, because at the point where it's what Mark said earlier, you look at it and you go is this actually that bad? And it's very easy to be wrong, and you don't by the time 20% of the community is playing it, it's too late to nerf it.
Well, it's because they've invested items, they've invested their wealth
stuff, right?
And now you nerf it.
You have to make the call before that point,
and
it's tough.
You drive a portion of those players to then quit by taking away the fact
literally all of them
will.
Well, probably. Well, you could argue the nerf is in line such that it's still competitive and good, but they won't feel and see it that way necessarily, right? They put all their investment and their wealth of the league into that, and they're taking that away is brutal. So it's who do you make quit? And that's it. It's a ultra terrible decision. So, but again, eventually they will taper off, and you won't get that level of extremity occurring that often.
And I hope so for you guys, because on the flip side, I imagine the
PoE1 went through the same thing. Still happens there as well.
I think part of the thing though is when we were going through it, there were less tools for everyone to see what the disparities were. And so I feel like as more information is there, people feel worse about their bad choices than what they previously did.
I can realize just how bad I am.
Exactly. So it actually, I think, does exacerbate it a little bit. We're going through this now in a bit of a different time than what we did initially, when we had because early PoE1 had tons of terrible balance going on all over the place. I remember some of the stuff that was happening here. So, but we just can't get away with as much now these days.
The old guaranteed crit flask.
Yes.
With your 1500 crit multi
charges on crit.
Right.
No.
On leveling, so leveling builds are kind of another topic in general as well. Do you guys are you looking a lot at like leveling build diversity within each class or even across classes in some case where some things are strong enough like Rake Stomping Grounds where spellcasters are doing it? Is there a point where you...
I mean, I want to look at things all through the game, really. Like, I just want the fundamental underlying skills to just be fun. Like, so I'm not really necessarily looking at a skill as, like, this is an in-game skill versus a leveling skill. Like, to me, they need to serve both purposes. And, like, when we're looking at skills, we're like, can the skill to in-game? But, of course, it also has, is it fun in campaign? Like, both of those need to be true. I wouldn't like, classify one skill or another as fitting into one of those categories.
Yeah, do you kind of, like, aim to have at least a few for each archetype that feel good then, so you're not kind of like feeling like there's only one way to level a certain character?
I mean, as I said, ideally all the skills feel good. I mean, I know that we need to improve some of them, but that's part of the goal of what we're doing here, right?
Order. You know, not always the design makes sense.
It's like with the monk, for example, you know, lightning, ice, clearly better than the wind physical version, right? And so may make changes to that subcategory. Ice archer, you know, so, and then there's the clunkiness with the poison ranger, and you know, so because most people are leveling as lightning when they are playing archers instead of lightning spear, they're which whatever. They were playing lightning, and the other things, like, sure, there's a couple of things that are still good, but you know, like, there are clear, you know, things that are losing comparatively to the others within each of the classes. And so we focus on a lot of those. We looked at, like, look, these aren't being played and why. Let's see if we can get them to be played competitively with the things that people are playing on those classes. So yeah, and I mean, things like Sorceress, where you have, you know, at top 15,000, 0 to 0.1% play usage on literally one of 7 classes.
6 minutes.
Not great. Like, so that gets something way more drastic. You know, so that's not just like bring up cold a bit. It's kind of like, all right, we need to do something crazy here and just like shift everything and pivot. And now we've got something that's a kind of promoting this multi-elemental, and honestly, playing each of the elements is probably still just better anyway. But yeah, now you got the multi-element and combining a lot more a lot more and passives and everything. Yeah, like, it's all, there's like so much going on there though. It's like there are so many variables changing that it's almost impossible to predict what is even going to happen here though. So we might come out of this and now another class is at 0%, maybe. Then we have a new goal to fix. You know what I mean? Like, but that's not by design. Like, you don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
So, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. It's exciting. I don't know what I'm going to play. I'll tell you that. I have no idea. I'm like, I
struggling between the unarmed, the elemental.
Well, I said I'll play the worst class, so I need to know what the worst class is, so that I can play it.
What people aren't playing.
Yeah, because I have to work on release day, because I, trying to make sure everything's stable and thing, and fixing anything we can. I get that day to see what's the worst class, and then I'll jump into that just so I can experience it and see how we want to.
That's very good.
It also makes it more challenging. I like it.
You like the arbitrary challenge of play the worst one. Speaking of worst ones, on the topic of like defenses, we had a lot of discussion about armor and how good it is, and it got a pretty hefty buff this time around in terms of it being able to apply to elemental damage through modifiers and nodes on the tree and such, and that looks really, really good. Do you think that there's any other fundamental issues with armor? Because I know you were looking at it as a whole and deciding even if you wanted it to work the way it does.
Well, the thing that people would probably say is the worst part about it is that they take a big hit and they can still take a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But the thing about that is when we look into it, it's like it's still pretty damn good percentage reduction if you look at it. So like I was sort of less confident that was the true issue with it, and that's when we were looking at like, well, what is the actual weakness of this thing? That's when we started to look at the elemental part. Yeah,
Smith of Catava was alleviating that, and it's like, okay, that's probably not acceptable that you have to, in order to mitigate the elemental, the insane max res, and that's go Smith of Catava. So like, well, hold on, we need to take that, make that not be so mandatory. Let's instead increase the elemental side of it, and that way you're not like feeling obliged to play Smith of Catava to get the insane high max res. That's like, one part of it for sure.
I I wouldn't say that we have like another like, oh, here's like there isn't more that we know we can do to armor right now, right? Like it's like we need to see how this plays out and see what happens, and then we'll know whether or not there's still some issues that we need to address.
And obviously, we had the issues where like energy shield, like even just running hybrid was crazy with convalescence in use and a bunch of stuff there. So we've had to make some changes around that as well, bringing that back a little bit, buffing the others, and so there's lots of changes around all of this. But
so. And next in the triplicate then is the energy shield. It's a challenging one because it's difficult to make it not just be blue life and be better life in some cases as well. How do you guys feel about where that is at the moment? I feel like the culprit is recovery. Like energy shield is supposed to be a defense. It is somewhere between a defense and a life ball.
As much as a lot of people might not want to hear it, we're going away from like, look, recharge should be the way you recover energy shield.
I agree.
We need to better embrace that and not have just every other way under the sun to get it back. I can't remember the specifics. The patch notes I'm sure will tell you. But yeah, it's like, you know, anything that's kind of just like overly trivializing having infinite amount of energy shield is certainly the current main issue. So yeah, I mean, that's part of it, but like again, like the whole weapon swap convalescence thing, which we have made changes around, is also just like you get the bonuses of convalescence without having to incur the spirit costs while you're doing your DPS kind of thing is not okay, like at least not from our end, so making changes around that as well.
Armor is going to be so interesting now.
Yeah, I mean, before that it was Grim Feast, and, you know, so it's
just
been a couple of problems, but like ultimately, I'd say they're more equally balanced now, those three defenses, and on average, armors come obviously up, evasions come up, you know, more predictable things, less, and then energy shield, some of the recovery means have come down that are not recharge, and we've added a lot more ways to make recharge better.
Cool, yeah. That's what I want to see.
Just to be clear,
I want to see what like chunky energy shield pools look like where you actually have to like recharge in some way or build to recharge.
I like playing that way personally. Again, I did this league as well.
It can be really rewarding. Like when I've played that sort of like Wicked Ward styles and stuff in the past.
You get into the problem where because especially with the mana thing, you have to put 30% of your tree into mana, and then you have to put so much into not only increasing your energy shield, but also into the 2 recharge axes. And you know, you end up like, okay, hold on, I'm putting so many points into this just to be on the same level as something else. Which
I'm so ready for the patch notes. It was just a little bit too long for me, and I love the talk. The patch notes are up, and I want to go read them now. I don't know if you guys feel the same. If not, you can go to the Path of Exile channel and continue watching there. But I want to watch the patch notes. Scrya, do you want me to have Lionized Watch Theme as actual audio or just for myself? Like, do you want it split or do you want that to be in the background? This is a full read through. Oh my god. Alright. Well. Yeah, I will F11 them. Did Scrya answer? I didn't see. Split is fine. Okay, cool. You don't want the meeting. But I do. Alright, how's the volume? Is that silent enough?
Hello? Are you ready for Patch Notes with Scissorin? Today, we are going to be going over the Path of Exile 2 Patch Notes.
Question mark. Frog, thanks. Also, huge thank you to anyone that subbed. I have alert off because there's a lot, but huge thank you. Really appreciate the resubs and subs.
Who are you? This is my voice when I'm speaking into the microphone. Hello? Keep talking like this. Keep doing ASMR. Hello?
I just usually like sit further away from the mic. All right. F11. Let's. What is it? Pestilence test. Is it without any further ado? Adieu? 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 Let's crack on into it. Adieu in English. Yeah, I know. Adieu? Alright. Anyway. Alright. Hi, Scissorin here with the Path of Exile 2 patch notes. This is going to be the long form reading. Now, I'm probably going to skip over anything I've already seen from the trailers and the announcements. So, ideally watch the video reveals first. But I will probably make some passing comments on it. And they're quite long. They're quite long. I will have a TLDR as well. Yes, I should reposition the camera. Great call. Great call. Like there, maybe? I think this is a good position. Good enough. But yeah, without any further ado, let's crack on into it. Top right? Yeah, I guess I could be top right. You're right. I don't know if that's better. Okay, so we are not getting Druid. We are not getting new classes. But we're getting way more stuff than I anticipated. Okay, Pestily. Yeah, we're getting a shit ton of stuff. We're getting Act 4. We're getting no more second campaign. We are getting Abyss. We're getting a huge buff. We're getting Sprint. We're getting an auction house, basically. So much stuff. So much stuff. Way more than I was expecting. Way more. So yeah, that's like Act 4, the interludes. These are like mini acts. They're probably going to be more similar to maps. Then we're getting Abyss. Huge balance overhaul. And for those of you that are new to Path of Exile and you're wondering how all this affects you, and if it affects your existing characters, yes, it does. And what most of us Path of Exile players do is we don't continue playing our old characters. That is in a dead league now. You still can continue playing them. So if you're somebody that has very few hours, if you have like 2 hours a month kind of thing, yes, some people do just continue playing their old characters. But for those of us that are gaming more than 5 hours a week, most of us will make characters in the new season. Was it called Abyss? What's the new season actually called? Rise of the Abyssal. Okay, they didn't want to just call it Abyss League. I get it. I feel you. Rise of the Abyssal. But yeah. The third edict? I don't even know. Wait. Oh, it is the third edict. The league is called the third edict. Okay, but either way. We are getting quite a lot of stuff. We're getting quite a lot of stuff. So we'll TLDR some of it. 11 new support gems, 40 new lineage supports, so basically 51 new support gems. These are drop only from what we saw. Like you can't get those with right-clicking a support gem. Now, a very big thing as well, that was in the trailer, but I want to mention it anyway for people that did skip it. You can now use multiple support gems on different gems. So you can use greater multiple projectiles 4 times, for example. So that's pretty huge. That's pretty huge. And yeah, loads of minor changes. Loads of minor changes. We are getting a lot of new gems. Forge Hammer, it looked particularly cool to me in the trailer. It's sort of like Mjolnir. Fire Mjolnir. Like from like the movies, like Thor. Very cool. It just looked really cool. A lot of stuff looks really cool. But we're getting a lot of new things. Obviously, a lot of this stuff we need to actually see proper numbers on before we can start theory crafting. But the one that was the most exciting to me, is it here? This one releases a cannon totem which uses socketed grenaded skills. That's my favorite. I like that. I want that. I'm probably league starting that. Hopefully it'll be viable. Like I haven't really played a build that uses totems a lot before. So yeah. There's no reason to post spoilers of the patch notes that I'm literally reading in chat, Beefy Bird. It's just very annoying and frustrating. You are contributing severely negatively to my chat. Currently, access to most pinnacle content requires the same key. You're often better off selling it to someone who can run it. Right. So these are the changes where they are changing back to shards, but you're now using like 25, 50, or 100 shards for the different difficulties. Obviously, this is Path of Exile. I don't really know if something's good or bad until I try it, but this sounds awesome. This sounds great. I think that's a huge W. I think that's a huge W. They've also reworked the maps with like, there's no longer like the positive prefixes, negative suffixes, or whatever way. So, very excited for that. Let's skim through this and see if there's something that was not in the videos. Arbiter is now a static difficulty with infinite portals. Not on hardcore. Do you know what? It doesn't say anything about it, but I really, really hope. I really, really hope that the corridor move in Arbiter is better. That, in my opinion, is so garbage. I hope it's better. That's one of my fears. Because it's not very enjoyable on hardcore. Maybe with sprinting it's doable. Yeah, sprinting will help. Added a Uber version of the Arbiter of Ash boss fight, which requires the new Calamity Fragment. Okay. Acquiring a map boss has been adjusted. Slaying map boss in 79, 80. And Anomaly in Citadel 79, 79. Okay, cool. This seems good. Completing the Pinnacle of Flame. Allroth. So those are all the ways. Right. And then, yeah, modifiers have been reworked. Every modifier comes with a downside. Do you know, I like that because, like, we had such a surplus of maps too that on hardcore, I was just running only positive maps. Like, why would I run negative maps? Like, we had infinite maps, so I was like, cool. This one has like 1 ignorable downside and 3 upsides. Free map. So this does sound better. Items that have a max of 2 sockets have a very low chance of generating 3 sockets with high tier maps. Cool. I don't know how I feel about this. I'm a little bit worried. It's a bit weird. Because especially for solo self-on, which I don't really play in PoE2, but there's no scouring. There's no scouring orb. Yeah, you can melt to 4 sockets. They showed that, but there's no scouring orb. So it's such a weird feeling. This map has been renamed to Marrow. Detailed expedition for +1 logbooks. No longer provides 30%. Always have 4 implicit modifiers though, instead of 3. Okay. The He approaches now provides revived monsters of 40% increase to be magical rare instead of 20. And no longer 30% chance to contain audience with king. Essence rework. They have 4 tiers now: lesser, normal, greater, and perfect. And I do love the new system there, except perfect looked really bad to me. I don't know, there might be a difference here between softcore and hardcore, but perfect without omens seems like it's going to be really rough, and we don't have omens on the hardcore economy in the same way as softcore does. So I don't know how I feel about that. I rather wish that the perfect ones worked like PoE1 essences or PoE1 chaos orbs. Instead of adding a modifier to a certain tag, essences now add a specific monster modifier, depending on the tier of essence and type of item it's being applied to. Lesser, normal, and greater. Can upgrade a magic item to rare. Perfect essences and essences obtained through corruption. Remove a random modifier. Perfect essences and essences obtained through corruption. But that's just the 4 special ones, right? Like delirium. Hi, Balaki. Added 7 new types of essences. Are you going to chat? We're pretty happy. We're mostly happy. I can't even remember the things I didn't like, except I don't like perfect essence. I was also surprised that we have more than one sale tab. I was very, very surprised there's more than one sale tab. When they showed that, I thought, and I instantly thought, like, that's fair and that's balanced. I thought everybody got one sale tab. Oh yeah, I'm not sure about exceptional bases. In PoE2. Can you use quads? Yo, Raider from Path of Exile. That's the first time that's happened. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome everyone. Welcome everyone. GGG raid. Yeah, thank you. We are raiding the Passionates. Thank you so much. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the host. Is this echoing for anyone? It's because you have me open in the first window and the raid window. Thank you, thank you. Hi, Path of Exile. Thank you for the raid. Raided by Nick. Thanks, Nick. For you, I am Zizerman. I'm Zizerin. We're reading patch notes right now. Welcome to my stream. Hello. Yeah, we're just going over the patch notes. I'm largely happy. We were just saying, I was surprised that we get more than one. But by the way, did other people... So, when they first showed the new trading system with the 1 tab, I thought we got 1 tab. And everyone had 1 tab. I thought that's how it worked. How many do you want? No, we can get infinite, I think. But I thought we were only going to get 1. What, did anyone else think the same? I see a few people in chat said that. I feel like it's crazy that we're gonna get many. I kind of wish it capped at 10 or something. Buy premium tabs and have for free convert? Well, they're probably gonna cost the same, right, as a premium tab. Why is it bad? So okay. It's not necessarily bad for the player in the most direct sense. It can be bad for the game. I'm sure we can all see the downsides of an instant buyout economy. We're just the downsides of not having it is finally too much, right? I've been very, very against an instant buyout economy for a long time, but with PoE2, the downsides are just far too vast. Far too vast. Like, we needed an instant buyout. And also, I wonder, I don't know, because I have never programmed like a bot to try to like cheat like that. But I wonder the fact that you have to do the website, then it takes you in-game, and then you have to do the window. That is probably still a little bit of a barrier. Because there's not an in-game auction house that you browse. Like, I don't know. But I would assume. And the gold fee. The gold fee will help. So I think this is like such a good way of handling it. And so obviously there's a lot of people here that are just Path of Exile 2 players. But PoE2 trade is so horrible compared to PoE1 trade. Like, I'm sure every Path of Exile 1 player will tell you, like, yes, it's bad and has problems. In PoE1, but it's way worse in PoE2. Why are you against an instant buyout economy? It worked in every other game except Diablo 3. Well, what you just said is completely fictitious, right? Nearly every game has, like, massive, huge issues with instant buyout. World of Warcraft solves it by having bind on equip or soulbound. A lot of games just have, like, the economy is partly ruined because of it. Like, there's huge issues with it. And especially in PoE, it was always hard to find attacks, right? We didn't have gold. So let's say that you had an instant buyout system with just Chaos Orbs and you have no tanks. And obviously there's huge issues there, right? No, you don't have to be online. Like, literally the only other ARPG that does this is Last Epoch, and they're soul banned. I think. Are they soul banned? Fuck, I can't even remember. What are the huge issues? Well, like, bots. That's what happens in every game. Yes? Yeah. Yeah, you only get to trade them once, which, in my opinion, is the best solution. Soulbound is the best solution to trade, in my opinion. Like, so you can't resell items. Why are you complaining about this? You play SSF. I don't. I don't. I've also played in like any season that I do play trade in, I play more hours than you will in your entire life, for example. Right? I have 28,000 hours in the game, and 19,000 of those were in Trade League. I'm just saying. I'm allowed to have an opinion on trade. And like in PoE2, a big problem with the trade was in PoE1, there's like a nice etiquette for trading. People come to your hideout. Some people want you to trade first. Some people don't. I am a trade firster. But in PoE2, people just wait in the acts and wait for you to come to them. And it was really weird. Like it was very, very bad etiquette in PoE2. So I was anyway, so it doesn't matter, but like that's why I was against it, right? Now I'm very for an instant buy at auction house. That's all I'm saying. Like in PoE2, the problem became so bad. And you also got to remember, I played hardcore, which is 15 times better than softcore when it comes to trade, right? Because we have so many less people. Whereas like on softcore trade has been like even bad in PoE1 for so long. I know PoE2 is unplayable because of so new players. They need to give every player a free tab or it becomes pay to win. But that's the same issue as now, right? Slash tabs are already pay to win. I feel like PoE2 is taking some of that etiquette to PoE1. 100%. 100%. It's worse now. It is worse now. But it is also like a $3 or $5 tab. Oh, it's $4. Sorry, I was wrong. So yes, it is pay to win, but spending $4 for a game, like yeah, I do agree it's free to play, but I also agree that it's buy to play. $3 on discount. Ah, yes. Yes, you can, if you currently have a premium tab, you can change that for free into a buy a tab. But tabs are mandatory for the full PoE experience. That's why I agree if somebody says it's a 1 out of 10 or 2 out of 10 pay to win, I agree with that. But if somebody says it's buy to play, I agree with that. Because I'm sure everybody in chat will agree with this, but if you spend $40 or $50 on Path of Exile stash tabs, you will never, ever again need to spend money on PoE. I don't think there's anyone that'll disagree with that. So, obviously, it would be great if everything was free, but they don't exactly have unfair monetization, do they? 60? Sure. Now it's 90. So I want to show you guys something. I want to show you guys something. Let me boot up PoE1 is probably the easiest. So back in Tempest League. Hey, this patch is way bigger than I thought. Actually, maybe I can just load up PoE2. I have stash tabs there. Oh my god, patches everywhere. Brother, man. There was a league called Tempest, and there were no quad tabs yet. So for Tempest, I bought 92 regular stash tabs. So I can get a lot of these buy tabs now. Well, I was new to the game and I was a hoarder and I didn't know what to get rid of. Okay, stop downloading. Oh no, I deleted everything. Okay, never mind. I can't. It takes too long. But yeah, I have a lot of tabs. No, premium ones. How much have you spent on tabs? Well, I think we calculated the ones that I actively used in... It depends per league. The ones I used this season was $70. The ones I used in Necropolis League was 180. So like it depends on the season. It depends on the season. But I had to buy more quad tabs for Necropolis League. Yeah, Necropolis was something. Necropolis was pay to win. Hey, Mythic. But yeah. Okay, let's continue reading through the patch notes. Thank you again, Path of Exile, for the huge raid. Really appreciate it. They would have to pay me to play Necropolis? Yeah, I didn't like Necro. Necropolis was pay to win, thanks for the raid. Oh, well, I mean, they have never forced me to say anything. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? They always let me say what I want. And I think we all value that in a developer. Essence of Hysteria now augments different guarantee modifier depending on the type of item it's applied to. Oh, cool. Enjoy no divine drops until level 92? Fuck. Okay, if I didn't like the game, I wouldn't play this much. But yeah. Are drops broken or did I miss it? No, they're still on. They're still on. A lot of bans will just ban you if you don't agree with them. No, that doesn't happen either. I have never heard of that happening. But some devs will not work with you or do stuff with you if you like don't just praise them. What do you think about all the crafting changes? It remains to be seen. I think it's a good thing. I want PoE2 to get more crafting. Crafting is the biggest weak point of PoE2 in my opinion. It's why I don't want to play SSF in PoE2. Hey, Luz. Like, I don't want to play SSF in PoE2. I'm a trade league enjoyer in PoE2 because it's so brutal. No, I'm not thinking SSF. Did you just ask me if I'm thinking SSF? Dude, I've already, within 10 seconds of seeing this, I can make so fun videos. I probably have to record these off stream because they might be harder to do on stream. But I can make like compilation videos with Scrya of bargain buys. Look what I got for one alchemy orb. You're going to be able to see so much dumb shit that people have mislisted. It's going to be so fun. Where was I? Where was I? Here. Here. Is this the flipper? It's what I did in WoW. I hit gold cap. Just blur out my name. Did you answer to which game has the better future now since they seem to have gone back on some design decisions limiting flexibility? Well, okay, so somebody asked me that earlier. I still think PoE1 is slightly more exciting to me because they are going to always be trying so hard to not do too much complexity in PoE2, I think. And I think that's a good thing. But whereas in PoE1, I think from their last podcast, right, they were like, you know what, PoE1's just going to be the way PoE1 is and just throw more complexity on it. And I love that because I have so many hours in it. So that's always going to be a little bit more exciting for me, right? But yeah, let's read patch notes. Unique Strongboxes now their own unique minimap icons. Love that. Added a minimap icon to the Rain Festival. Beetle monster. Cool. Delwyn no longer appears. First Mirren Wisps. Are they still in the game? Are the Asparian Wisps like perma? I guess they are, right? Yeah. Now start appearing from Hunting Ground. I don't love the Asmeri Spirits. I don't feel like they added that much to the game. In 6 years from now, I assume that'll be the first mechanic to go. They're kind of whatever. Yeah, they're very whatever. I hope they, I don't think it changed a little bit. Hooded one can no longer be placed in your hideout. You're still able to identify him from him in towns, but Doriani will serve as identification in hideout. Is this a spoiler? Is that because the hooded one dies in Act 4? I'm just excited that we're going to King's March. Like, I think that's really cool. Because, like, we built it. Spoiled it? No, I'm asking. I'm not telling. I'm asking. Certain boss arenas no longer have a teleport for party members to enter after the fight is started. They can just walk in. You're able to log directly into a town or a hideout by holding You're not able to log directly into a town or hideout by holding control while selecting a character. Okay. Wait, what? Wait. Wait, am I reading that right? So if I log out in the middle of a pack of monsters, can I control click to get right back into hideout and not be in the middle of that pack of monsters? Huh. Fascinating. Has Quinn seen that? More ways to cheat on hardcore. Well, I'm a big fan of how bosses work in PoE2. Like, in my opinion, the ideal, you should always be able to leave a fight at any point. I don't mind whether that's a portal or a logout. You should always be able to leave a fight. But I love whenever you leave a fight, that boss fucking resets. You should do every single fight 100 to 0 without leaving, in my opinion, on softcore and hardcore. Like, I don't mind if you leave. I don't think it's a good thing for games to have commit or die because, and you might be thinking, why not? It's because you just over-prepare until there's 0 risk or you don't do the fight. That's not very fun. But you should do it from 100 to 0 in one fight. Like, for example, the Act 8. What's the Viper? Such a hard fight. If you're rushing through the campaign and you're not prepping, Viper is such a hard fight. I had to do 4 attempts on hardcore. Like, it's genuinely difficult. Not if Memory Game and Zeroing Exarch exist in PoE1. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, 100%. 100%. You should have to do every Memory Game without failing it if you want the loot from Maven, in my opinion. That boss should reset if you have to leave. Nice, Arena. Calm down, Satan. I actually think both of those bosses are my favorite because of that. What if you have short-term memory loss? I mean, what if you don't have hands? You just gotta figure out not everything can be for everyone. Quinn filter? Then they cannot gate content as they do. Yes, they can. Absolutely. There should be difficult content. You can get better. What if you don't have a monitor? Yeah, like, what if you don't have a PC? I'm so glad that this is not working for GGG. Yeah, I mean, some people don't want any challenge, and that's fine. But you already have a game. It's called Diablo 4. Very loose term game. PoE isn't elitist and gatekept enough. It's not really gatekeeping. Bosses should be hard or there's no point in bosses, right? You can always have like easier versions of bosses. Like I'm a big fan of tutorial versions of the bosses, like the tutorial version for Eater and Exarch. And I really like the infinite portals for Arbiter and stuff to like let people learn and get better. But if like, let's say, because this happens in a lot of RPGs, including PoE sometimes, when you just walk up to a boss and right click it, it's not a boss. Yeah, not having to run campaign twice is really nice. I just hate memory games. That's fair. I like it. I'm a fan of it. Needing to be actually good at a fight isn't gatekeeping. Yeah, I agree. Calling that gatekeeping is crazy in my opinion. Like we're talking about the hardest content in the game. There should be allowed to be difficult content. Let's see. You can use checkpoints to warp to the waypoint in an area as well as other checkpoints. Omens can now stack. Orb of Chance has received 3D art. Do you think we'll get the right click behavior of Omens in PoE 1? I kind of like it. Uncut support and restoration can now be traded through currency exchange. Do you know one thing? And I'm hoping this is further down, but I'm guessing it isn't. But I wish we could select a lower level gem with a higher level gem. Do you know what I mean? Like if I have a level 17 gem, but I want a level 13 gem, I would like to be able to select that. I'm guessing they've made that less mandatory now with the mana costing. But I'm assuming that it's still going to be necessary. Farming specific acts for level 13 crap was lame. Yeah. And also it's just nice. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right. And just for leveling, right? Like it sucks to have prepped like low level gems for new characters. Whereas like if I could use like a level 18 gem on my new characters and just make that like level 6, that'd be nice. Low level gems are going to cost way more than high level gems on the exchange. Yes. But yeah, NVIDIA Reflex being enabled. Party members can no longer fruitlessly attempt to open expedition portals. Player changes. When holding down the dodge roll button, your characters will allow sprint. This is such a big W. Honestly, this alone changes the entire game. You can no longer socket multiple copies of the same skill gem. Skills not... Wait, what? You can no longer socket multiple copies of the same skill gem into your main sockets. Skills not granted by gems and skill socketed does not count towards this limit. You can sell multiple copies of specters or tame beasts, but only one of each kind of monster. Wait, this is a huge nerf. Yeah, multiple bells too, but I had so I had 3 artillery ballista totems. No, I mean I had 2 gems, right? I had one that was for putting down 3 artillery ballista totems, and then I had a 4th. Well, I had a 2nd gem that had +1, but also the Gigantify one to put down a 4th bigger one. And that was really cool. Yeah, I saw Wonka. Attribute requirement on all equipments have been lowered, particularly at endgame. Endgame base types, 20 to 25% less attributes. Nice, that's huge. Skill gems, 20 to 25 less. 20 to 25 less. Is that high enough on 21? Probably. I hope so. They do have to be very careful, because like if not, there's some things every build is gonna have, and that's what they want to avoid. They wanna avoid every build having a pet. Fire damage is no longer inherently has a chance to ignite. Instead, it affects flammability. Debuff that lasts for 4 seconds grants all fire damage against the enemy a chance to ignite. Hopefully this is better. I know I was talking to Mark a bit about Ignite and how it felt, and he was playing it. He didn't. He was, I mean, I guess this is why it's changed. The big problem with Ignite though is prolif. Hopefully it'll feel okay. Multiple hits can stack up flammability. Effects which don't hit but ignite also inflict flammability, but are not able to ignite targets until 100%. Okay. Anything that removes, consumes, or grants immunity to ignite does the same for flammability. These changes do not affect how ignite itself functions or is calculated. These changes also apply to any other non-fire damage that became capable of igniting and to enemies. Okay. Some enemies deal a non-ignite fire damage over time, which is not affected by these. Shock now lasts 8 seconds on non-players. Still 4 seconds on the player. Chill is 8 seconds. Man, they're really going for what do you call it? Ailments. Overflow on life, mana, and ES can now overflow by 1.5 times instead of 2. Damn. The chill one is huge? Yeah. 100%. 100%. Although chills on any target are now discarded if it's less than 30% chill. So that is maybe, I mean, you don't need effect. Like that's pretty crazy. Why did they rename suppress to deflect? Because it's not just for spells. Yeah, okay. Is it just me or is evasion dex builds like way too OP now? Because they were already the strongest. Even on hardcore, if you went like a ES high evade build with block, you were immortal. And now we got spell suppression on top of that. Like, I am definitely going... It is better than spell suppression. I'm definitely going a deflect ranger. I can't get blocked though, because I want a bow. It's better than fortify. At least armor got buffed. Read notes. Evasion got nerfed into the ground. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see. I haven't gotten through the notes yet. I'm allowed to explore things. Thought experiments. Light stun chance of less than 15% are now treated as 0. Okay. Elemental exposure now has 15% less effect on magic monsters, 30 on rare, and 50 on unique. Unarmed attacks now a base crit of 5, previously none. Glory now decays. Previously 30. Oil ground's duration is now refreshed when he catches fire. Okay. Oh, sorry, it's late here. Gaining guard. While you already have guard, no longer replaces the existing guard buff if the amount of guard you would gain would be lower than what you already had. Instead, the duration of the existing guard buff is extended proportional to the amount of guard in the new buff compared to the old buff of guard. Okay. Excellent. Can we have infinite guard? Instead, the duration of the existing guard is extended. What? Or do that guard? So put some guard in your guard. Ice crystals will now instantly shatter from hits that could consume freeze. Glacial Cascade and Fragmentation rounds no longer specifically call that out. Added a new mechanic called Elemental Infusion that many elemental spells interact with. Yeah. Cross elemental infusions. Dude, the fire, cold, and lightning firestorm looked so hecking cool, man. That looked so cool. The following have been renamed to avoid confusion. Amazon's Infuse, Spire Infusion, Spire of Ire. Fire Ire. The Charge Infusion, okay. Reloading a crossbow and switching crossbow ammunition no longer reduces the player's movement speed. Wow. And I'm about to play crossbow. Excellent. Blocking is no longer limited to strikes and projectiles by default. Yeah, I gotta say, I thought it worked like that to begin with. I guess it didn't do AoE. Ray shield and parry now require you to face the enemy that is hitting you, rather than direction with the hit originates. Some monster skills which directionality is unclear has been changed to be blockable from any direction using these skills. Player, minion, and monster max block is now player, minion, and monster base max block is now 50. Wow. I'm so glad that I can't go block this league. Hey guys, I'm block capped. Wow, that's nuts. Effects of which set of maximum volatility now do so instead of being additive with the default cap of 200. Players now gain 6 accuracy per level instead of 3. Each point adds 6 instead of 5. Accuracy penalty now linearly interpolates from 2 meters down to 12. Wow. So it's just like they want to get rid of accuracy for melee players. That's good. They don't need that problem. Player and minions now always hit with their attacks. Yeah, no accuracy. Player projectile skills now fire a minimum of 1 projectile even if they should fire 0. Swapping weapons is now instant. Dude, I honestly think a few of the things they did, like sprint, the auction house, and instant weapon swap, those alone would have been kind of like enough to like make the league feel amazing. Like, so good. All charge consuming skills now cost their corresponding charge duration while in use. LE damage recrypt his life and fizz. Dude, I really hate, honestly, I think my least favorite part of PoE currently, PoE2, is charges. I don't know if it's just me, but I have not been able to enjoy charge generation or charge use in PoE2. I feel it's so clunky. I just really struggle with it. Strong dislike. LE damage recrypt his life and fizz damage are now displayed. Clarified on the stun keyword. That monster melee damage has 33% more light stun and heavy stun buildup. Okay. Just a description change. Updated ice crystal keyword. Clarify that it blocks movement of smaller monsters. Updated the keyword pop up for MAME. So I need to go to the bathroom. I'll have to be right back real quick. For those that are new here, I play 3 minutes of ads whenever I go AFK. You don't miss anything. I'll be right back real quick. Sorry about that. This is the line I watched Steam. Well, the old one. Alright, ascendancy changes. Answered call now provides +1 totem. Cool. I might need that. I don't know if I'll go Warbringer. I'll probably be a ranger. But we'll see. Ancestral spirits. No longer grants minion from the skill have 1% accuracy per 3 dex. Instead, they have 1% attack speed per 3 dex. Oh, okay. Great Wolf's Hull has been removed. Wait, Great Wolf's Hull notable passive skill has been removed and Warcry. Ignore. Wait, what? Ignore Warcry cooldowns. Ignore Warcry cooldowns in what way? Was this the same as before? Turtle Charm is nerfed big. So you can still do the Warcry build, right? Exploding and CD were 2 nodes. Now it's 1. Right, okay, sweet. I really like... This is the same for the last epoch bashos. I really prefer when I can like hover over things and see them like visually. With the like before and after. Just can't spam Warcries on other classes? Yeah. The Renly's training now runs 35% base chance. Instead of shield's value. Previously 40. Okay. Turtle Charm no longer grants 25% less block chance, or can block damage from all hits. Instead, it provides you take 30% of damage from blocked hits, and max block chance is 75. Right. And notice as well, it's not plus 25% block chance. It sets your block chance to 75. And the max, only the max. You still need to get block chance. Stacks of Jade, granted by Jade Heritage, no longer lost when taking physical damage. Ancestral spirits from Answered Call have also been improved. They now appear faster and start using skills sooner. Ancestral Jade Hulk no longer charges. It uses a Warcry buff. The buff nearby allows for 50% increased damage. Their leap sum has also been improved. Jade Caster has speed casting range. Okay, it seems like just loads of spirit buffs. I hope they'll be good, because I think the spirit stuff is a fun concept. Like, it's a very cool ascendancy thematically. Flowing metal body armor, 35%. Now causes 35. Flowing metal notable passive skill now causes body armor to grant 35% of armor to also apply to elemental damage from hits. Previously, +5 max fire. Okay. That sucks. That's a huge nerf. The leather binding notable passive skill now causes body armor to regen 3% life instead of 5. Why is this getting nerfed? The manifest weapon skill no longer runs minions from the skill have 1% accuracy per dex per 3 dex. It's 1% speed per 3 dex. Okay. The small passive skills for fire res have 8 instead of 15. Living weapon now runs 5% strength instead of 20% increased damage minion. We are lacking skill tree nodes for this, missing a lot of context. I know, but like we can only make a educated guess on what we see so far. That the thing is, right? Like, yes, a lot of this. But the max fire rest node is way better now. Getting 90 max fire rest is very easy. It depends what items you want. There's so much belt competition now. There's so much belt competition. They deleted the fire rest belt too? Oh yeah, then it's screwed. Then it's screwed. I don't know, man. The thing is, like, that was already a bit of a on the fence node. And like kind of janky and more of a SSF node or hardcore node. I don't know if you'd consider Smith Katava that much on softcore. Anyway, we'll see. To be fair though, there's so many buffs too, so we'll figure it out. Jangling Legionnaire, the advanced thaumaturgy notable passive skill tree no longer runs 30% less cost of skills. Or skill gems have 30% more attribute. It now grants a thaumaturgical dynamism. Dynamism? Am I saying that right? Which, while active, causes you to passively generate a power, endurance, or frenzy charge once every 8 seconds. The type of charge you generate is determined by the attribute requirement of your socketed skill gems. The higher the total strength requirement of your total socketed skill gems, the more likely it will be to generate an endurance charge. That's really cool because I fucking hate charge generation. I love Gemini Legionnaire now. The gem studded notable passive skill no longer grants you can use each support gem an additional time. It now provides for each color socketed. Okay, so red hits against you. Wait. For each color socketed gem that is the most numerous, gain. Oh, okay. So if you have more red gems, you're immune to crits. If you have no blue gems, 30% less cost. If you have most blue gems, or if you have the more green gems, 40% less movement speed. Oh, okay. So easier to kite. Ah, that's kind of cool. Won't this feel amazing with that support gem that already lets you do that? Won't that feel amazing? You'll just move at full speed. Gemling Legionnaire Softcore Ascendancy. Literally like full speed, just like that's some zoom, dude. Max speed rapid shot, yeah, exactly. I'm already leaning towards Gemling Legionnaire. The charges. Of course, the pinned comment is an ad instead of the patch notes. Wait, why would the pinned comment be patch notes? The patch notes are on screen. We're looking at them together. That was a weird comment. And yes, it's an ad. I stream to make a living. That's why I do it, not for fun. Tactician. The cannon's ready notable passive skill now provides +1 number of summoned totems. To be fair, I could consider Tactician too. Is the Sprint Edition good? Yes. Huge. Huge. Because a really big problem in PoE2 is sometimes if you have to backtrack, you hate your life. You just want to delete the game. Or also, just in general, it's just awesome. It's just great. Like we will see hilarious rip clips from hardcore players fucking up. But yeah, it's awesome. The right where we want them now also runs projectile damage build pin. Ugh. I don't know what I'm gonna go. I was thinking Smithy Kitava until I saw the nerfs. I could go Warbringer, Kitava, Legionnaire, or Tactician. All of those work pretty well for what I want to do, and maybe Deadeye if it's not too nerfed. Right. Polish that gear provides gain deflection rating equal to 20% of armor. And no longer grants 100% of armor's extra strength threshold. Huh. You could go armor and a decent amount of deflection. Okay. Suppressing fire now provides 40% more immobilization buildup instead of projectile damage builds pin. Okay. Supporting fire granted by Unleash Hell no longer grants minions 7%. Okay, so now it's... Oh, it's AoE now. AoE per 3 decks. Cool. Death from above is approximately 3 times more damage at all gem levels. Very cool. Whoever pays best now provides there's no limit on the amount of banners you can place. 5 glory per second. I hate banners. I've never been a fan. Ban banners. I don't know. I just don't like the way they use. Hi, Mamar. Ancestral Warrior Totem grants 40% glory generation. Artillery Ballista grants 40% increased immobilization buildup. Do you know, I gotta say, I really enjoyed playing Artillery Ballista last season. And now that they're fixing mana issues and making it, if they make it scale from weapon, oh my god. I could see myself playing Artillery Ballista Tactician or Artillery Ballista Temling Legionnaire. This enjoyed a Ballista build? Weird, true. This kind of chippy today, lots of takes. Aren't I supposed to have takes? You don't have to agree with them. It's not like I necessarily have good takes. Like, streamers don't speak facts. They usually say dumb shit. Kind of our thing. Dark FT, 40% more dot damage. Mortar Cannon, 15% damage gained with extra fire. I'm so excited for Mortar Cannon. This is all just from Tactician, right? Causes your turns to grant embarkment auras when placed. You know, how long do you think this aura lasts? I love Fire Whistle. I would guess 8 seconds. I was thinking something like that, yeah. As long as the totems would, maybe. Okay, Ritualist. The As the Whispers Ask has been removed, and As the Whispers Demand notable now grants Ritual Sacrifice skill. Excellent, good talk. The Wild Persistence notable grants 10% life recovery per 5% missing unreserved life. Previously, wow, okay. Previously 5. Amazon. Critical Strike as gain crit chance, 15% of excess. Previously 25. It's a bit of a nerf there. The lightning spear thing is nerfed, right? What's the name of the skill? I might just control F and look real quick. What's the name of the skill? Is it lightning spear? Volt. Multi-grenade. I'm at the lightning one. Lightning spear now fires a secondary bolt at all levels. 3 to 8. Wait, is that all that happened to it? That's not that big, is it? I guess I didn't want to kill it. Back up to tendencies. No lower radius, more damage. Oh, I didn't see that. I was skimming. The 30% less damage kills it. Frenzy choice for huge. They hit it multiple ways. Okay. Yeah, I just skimmed. Let's see. I mean, I'm sure we will find a one-button build to play. I'm sure we will find a one-button build to play. I mean, I was one-button build on Artillery Ballista. Was there anyone in chat that was an Artillery Ballista player with me? Because that was super fun. It was very, very fun. Shout is one button, yeah. Sustainable practices now runs 50% of evasion rating, also runs LE damage reduction. Wow. Poison concoction granted by Poison concoction notable passive skill choice has been renamed to acidic concoction. The concoction consumes charge from your mana flask to throw flask that explodes, dealing physical attack damage in an area. The thrown flask consumes poisons on hit to cause an acidic burst which deals damage based on the highest expected remaining damage of poison on the target. Acidic concoction and burst cannot poison. Burst deals unscalable physical damage. Okay. Fulminating concoction no longer inflicts lightning exposure. I guess they want to focus more on like the ailments. Now affects LE exposure instead of just cold. Now freezes enemies that are primed for freeze. Blade. No longer has 200% more magnitude and bleeding. Now aggravates. Explosive concoction. No longer has 200% more ignite of magnitude of ignite. Now fires up to 4 additional mini flasks at ignited enemies. Okay. Interesting. Right. Deadeye, the avidity notable passive skill no longer grants a 30% chance to gain max frenzy charges when you gain a frenzy charge. Instead, it's 50% chance to gain an additional frenzy charge when you gain a frenzy charge. Huh. Okay. Hold shots no longer lets you apply an additional mark. Instead, it costs your projectiles to chain to mark to enemies. It grants the new cold shots meta skill that repeatedly marks enemies near you, bypassing your mark limit. Oh, interesting. Huh. The Eagle Eye's notable passive skill no longer removes the distance-based accuracy penalty. Instead, it applies 20 stacks of critical weakness to enemies when you consume a mark on them. Invoker, elemental expression skill granted by the and scatter them to the winds. Now deals 8 to 244. Okay, so like a 35% buff. It's almost double actually on the cold. That's actually quite a substantial buff. Triggers got buffed too. Yeah, like actually more like 80% on some of it. The meditate skill granted by faith is not a choice. Notable as a cooldown of 7.5. 7 to 5.1 seconds at gem levels 1 to 20. Mercy 10 to 8.1. Meditate now goes 24 to 100%. I mean, it's important to meditate before you go into combat. And now that gets buffed. That's huge. Acolyte of Tula. The reality vending notable has been renamed to Step of Nightmares and no longer grants a chance to gain percentage of damage with hits as chaos. Grants leech recovery based on chaos damage. Lucid Dreaming notable passive no longer provides any benefit itself. Now it's a multi-choice notable with the following choice. It's choice of life. All flames of Tula you manifest are red. All are blue or all are purple. Okay, excellent. I guess that was like the purple thing we saw around someone. Yeah, Acolyte's very different. The Into the Breach skill granted by Waking Dream now grants remnants spawned by supported skills of 0 to 50 increased effect. Let's see. You'll have permanent purple flame stack. Yeah. Thanks, MMR. Into the Breach granted by Waking Dream now grants remnants spawned by supported skills of 0 to 50. Grasp of the Void has been renamed Illusory Void and no longer requires Embrace the Darkness. It no longer provides gain 1% of chaos damage per 20 unreserved. Instead, it grants a new skill, Void Illusion. Wait. I'm confused. What did I read in my chat? They have a very talented team of developers. I can't believe they went for a copy pasta PoE2 instead of a new title. What a waste. Wild comment. Embrace the Darkness. Now it's a darkness restoration that lasts 5 seconds instead of 10. Inner Silence notable has been renamed to Deepening Shadows. No longer grants 50% reduced darkness restoration. 1% max darkness per 1 chaos res. Okay. I mean, they're probably gonna go for Acolyte of Chocolate being actually pretty playable this patch, right? We're the dumbest people commenting today. Dude, you should have seen my YouTube chat. They were fighting the entire, like, ZD interview from, like, midway through the patch notes. Like, people were arguing and fighting. It was all wild. My YouTube chat is wild. Ravenous Doubts, notable passive skills been renamed to Inner Turmoil. No longer grants mana leech, recovers based on other damage types as well as physical. Instead, it grants 1 volatility on inflicting an ailment. Take no damage from volatility. Yeah, I wonder if overcapped counts. It probably doesn't. It's probably count. The consuming question notable has been renamed to Unraveling and no longer grants you recharge energy shield or mana leech effects, also recover ES. Instead, it grants chaos damage from hits, also contributes to ignite chance. Yeah, okay. Do you know, with energy shield in general, it is such a hard problem to solve, but I feel like they almost... I almost feel like the only way to make Energy Shield work the way they want it to, with like being so large, right? Because like with Energy Shield, you're supposed to have like so much Energy Shield, but it needs to be difficult to recover it. It needs to be difficult to recover it. Like ideally, I think it's okay if you can get 15 to 20,000 Energy Shield, if recharge rate is how you can recover it. Was that during the interview? Because if so, I zoned out during that. Okay, cool. I zoned out during that. Cool, that's what I've been saying for fucking months anyway. Like, especially in PoE1, just like, why would you ever go life, dude? Why would you ever go life? Crazy. Like, being able to leech with life. Crazy. Ready, yes. The small life has been removed. Sanguimancy is now free to allocate. The life remnant skill, it ground spawns a remnant. This is a really good way to handle Blood Mage, I think. It felt so bad for people to not be able to get an Ascendancy until the second lab. The fact that your first one effectively debuffs you for most players, it's just, that was bad. This is so much better. Spawns a life remnant on hitting a target. Wow. Wow, that's a huge buff, no? Wait, is this the one that gives you more overcapped life? It is, right? Wow. That's massive. Force Spike now runs 1% crit damage per 50 life instead of 40. Let's swap locations with Sunder the Flesh. Between the Cracks passive skills have been renamed Sanguine Tides. No longer provides critical hits, ignore monster armor. Instead, it's gain 1 life flask charge per 4% spend and 50% less life recovery from flasks. Okay. It now has, when your life flask reaches full charges, 40% are consumed, gain 1% of damage as fizz. Cool. And interesting. Open source, notable passive skill has been renamed to Whispers of the Flesh and no longer grants your curses of infinite duration. Instead, enemies affected by your curses have at least 15% life reserved. Wow. So basically 15% more damage to anything. No, I think the drop is still here. For a bit. Dude, my stomach is about to drop. Hurts so bad. How much is left? Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so screwed. My stomach is literally dying. I actually have to go to the bathroom again. I'll be right back. I'm actually dying. Time to shake myself. Everything says died on the toilet. Do you know it's bad when you bring out the Febreze bottle? Oh. What about that? Oh. I was gonna have some editing to do for this one. Wait, are you guys having arguments in Twitch chat now? Usually we're happy here. Where were we? Sound like you just flushed 3 kilos? It did. It was rough. I don't know. There wasn't even dairy in my pizza. I don't understand. I don't know. It was just. This is mad. No, I'm not. All right. Blood Mage. No, we read Blood Mage. I'm dying. Infernalist. Infernal Hound now ignites enemies within 2.5 meters. What, it's just burning? That's like Righteous Fire? Is Pox going Infernalist? Pyromantic Pact, notable, now runs Infernal Flame, equal to twice your mana, previously equal to your mana, but costs you to lose 25% of your Infernal Flame per second if you haven't gained any in 2 seconds. No, actually, you can at me again. There's no way in hell I'm editing and rendering into our video today, but the toilet break stays in. Oh. I'm so sorry, YouTube, for those that are watching. I'm so sorry. Demon form granted by the demonic form no longer disables your weapon or has its own weapon set. It no longer grants level of all spell skills while in demon form or increased spell damage per demon flame. It grants 3% more spell damage per demon flame and quality plus 10% cast speed. Cool. I never knew this had legs. Lich. Alright, Lich. The Dominion over Flesh notable passive skill has been renamed to Incessant Cacophony. It now grants your curses have infinite duration instead of your curses can affect hexproof enemies. The Eldritch Empowerment no longer provides non-channeling spells, costs 3% of maximum energy shield. Non-channeling deals 30% more damage, or spending ES does not interrupt. Instead, it provides spells deal 30% more damage when sacrificing ES, sacrificing 5% of max ES when you cast a spell, and sacrificing energy shield does not interrupt recharge. Okay. Good for low cast speed. Incessant. The price of power, notable passive skill no longer grants non-channeling spells consume a power charge if able to deal 25% more damage. It now provides spells consume a power charge if able to deal 40% more damage. So hard to generate charges though, man. Chronomancer. The Flood of Echoes has been renamed to Inevitability. It no longer grants Unleash. Instead, it gives a new skill Inevitable Agony, which curses all targets in an area after a short delay, causing a portion of damage they take from hits to be stored in the curse debuff. Oh, so that's kind of like Impending Doom, right? Sort of. A little bit. Done. Thank you for the 105 months. Ostrix, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed the notes. Also, I might have to go AFK again. I don't know how I'm gonna get through these patch notes. I don't know how eating, like, just, it's like not even cheese on my pizza. I don't know what happened. Quicksand, Hourglass. At least on YouTube, they can skip later. Every 10 seconds, gain 50% more cast speed for 5 seconds. Instead, I run Sands of Time, which grants 60% cast speed. No, they checked for gluten intolerance. Sands of Time also grants 1% in KOE, scaling up to 60%. Do you know, I personally really dislike alternating buffs. I really like, in almost every game, I really like consistency. Or when I choose when something happens. I don't like alternating things. Stormweaver. The Alley Storm granted by Tempest Caller has had its cooldown lowered to 3 seconds instead of 5. Rain Dancer has been renamed to Multiplying Squalls and no longer provides 150% more cooldown. Instead, it's +1 limit for Ellie's heals. Wow, that's really cool. Stormweaver looks kind of juicy. Grab a bucket? I might. Force of Will no longer runs 1% effective arcane surge on you per 25 mana. Instead, 20% of damage is taken from mana before life. 20% increased magnitude of arcane surge per missing mana. Cool. Very cool. I wonder if you can combo that with making it work on life. What does limit mean in that context? So, like +1 totem, +1. I don't know if it'll work on orb, but like +1 comet, like things that have cooldowns. It should work for orb. You can have 3 orbs. Scouring Winds has been renamed to Storm's Recollection and no longer grants exposure you inflict lower res. Instead, it grants a remnant you create reappear once. Heart of the Storm renamed to Retracted Infusion. No longer grants 40% LA damage recouped. 50% chance when collecting an alien fusion to gain another different alien fusion. Okay. Alright, loads of passive tree changes. And a lot of that we're really going to need to just see. We need it in Path of Building. We need to get the JSON file so we can actually see a planner. For all the... This is just all skill changes? Wow. Wowie. With my IBS in particular, I find it's more what's in the dough rather than the cheese that affects me. Yeah, apparently I can't have pizza anymore. I'm ruined. I am ruined. I don't know. I thought I was being careful. Very sad. Just eat Tums. Why on earth would that help me? It's always weird when people give like weird unsolicited medical advice on something they have no idea about. Okay, I actually need to be right back again. Watching. Skip it. You're watching live. Rude. Sorry. I'll be right back. Oh. Okay. I feel like I've been poisoned by Dominoes. Lives alive, he lives thinner. I feel like I just imbibed poison. Looks like that took a lot out of you. I wish this happened at any other time than patch notes. I was never eating pizza again. Is it good? What happened? I ate a pizza with no milk, like dairy free, and I'm dying. He's exploding. I just feel like I just downed a pint of milk. Still shitting, Exile? Yeah. Did it send you a dairy one by mistake? Dairy one, there's no cheese on it. There's tomato sauce and meat and meat. There's like 4 different meats. God. Alright. Alright. Let's get through this. My stomach's like not great. Dual colon cleanse. Base damage scaling of all player spell and secondary damage deals have been tweaked to scale better in the late game. Generally speaking, spells that do not have higher damage number, called out below, will have a near identical base damage at low levels, roughly 5% more damage at 20, and 20% more damage at 30. Okay. Interesting. The mana cost growth of all skills have been rebalanced. Will have similar mana cost at low level, potentially slightly higher at intermediate, and lower, sometimes dramatically lower at higher than 20. Banner no longer gain valor, but instead gain glory. They all require 200 glory to place. I hate banners. Hopefully they'll be good. Hero skills that apply elemental exposure can't apply those debuffs to enemies that are significantly higher level than one's own skill. Oh no! It's to get rid of low level curses. Why no cheese? Cheese is good. Probably lactose intolerance. I don't believe in that. Wait, you don't believe there's such a thing as lactose intolerance? I have to get derailed by this. I'm so confused. Yeah, I think the problem is elsewhere. Just to sate my curiosity, do you believe in allergies and cancer and disease? Sorry, I know I'm reading Pashtuts, but like, I just really need a reply here. Like, do you believe in those other things I mentioned? We're waiting. I know, I just... Cancer and allergies aren't the same, but yeah, I do. Okay. But your body not being able to digest something, that's where you drew the line. Okay, cool. Excellent. Excellent. The same guy wrote this. Ah. Just perma him. I feel like he detracts more from my chat than what he adds. Right, let's continue. Blank Convalescence and Sacrifice can no longer be activated in specific weapon sets. They are now required to be active in both sets and will fail to activate if that is not possible. Higher rarity enemies are now less affected by curses. Curses have 15% less effect on magic, 30 50% less on unique. Damn. Yeah, so they really want us to use high level curses, and even that's gonna be hard. But I guess that's also because we're gonna be using weapon swaps, and we're gonna have. You're almost forced to use weapon swap curses now, though, no? Banning him for having an opinion you don't agree with is wild. That's like saying the world is flat as an opinion. It's not an opinion. It is an objective fact of reality. What do you mean? Are you literally retarded? Holy fuck. Also, I don't need a reason to ban anyone from my chat. If I don't like the way your name is spelled, I can ban you. It's way better to just ban somebody and I'm happy with my chat. We didn't ask him to clarify. Okay. I don't care. I can ban whoever I want to. It is that simple. It's my chat. I don't need a reason to ban someone. Anyway. Like it's way better for me to just ban somebody and move on than to get one guy and create a big argument. Way better. In my opinion. You're welcome to disagree. What the hell? He didn't even got a buddy, true. The movement speed penalty inflicted by skill so you can be used by moving now being to fall off slightly more quickly. I'm suspicious of this line. Do you think they removed? Do you remember we could like do like a tapping thing and you wouldn't really lose movement speed while moving with Spark? Do you think they fixed that? Do you think we're like a lot slower now? Because I was walking at pretty much full speed while casting Spark. Spirit cost of specters have been adjusted such that specters with high cost are cheaper, while some of the cheaper specters are more costly. Specters and Tame Beast deal 25% more damage at all gem levels. Instant skills such as Zomba and Avatar are now usable while on the raw map. Mark skills are no longer spells. Restoration skills that have reduced restoration now have increased restoration efficiency with quality. Killing Palm, Staggering Palm, Shattering Palm, Hand of True Land, Frozen Locust now deal damage based on your equipped Quarterstaff. Okay. No longer a flat added damage or crit chance. Shockwave Totem, Ancestral Warrior Totem, Artillery Ballista, and Siege Ballista now use your equipped weapons. This is a huge buff. This is so big and makes so much more sense. I'm so happy they did this. Ancestral boosted slams now 25% chance to ink AoE instead of 20. We fixed a bug where the area of effect was described as multiplicative. Oh. I'm baffled it didn't work that way already. Yeah. They were experimenting with it. The following skills. So, yeah. The following skills found as inherent skills now deal 12% more damage. Most of them. Cool. Ancestral Warrior Totems now have no limit. Socketed Mace Heals have 50% less attack speed. Ah. Interesting. No limit. No limit at all? Oh, but it's with the endurance charge thing. Yeah. So, like, if you were able to generate 11 endurance charges in a short time, you could have 11 totems now, but you're not going to be able to. Arc is now a projectile. It no longer causes explosions against shocked enemies, and is no longer a payoff skill. In 6 to 9 times, nice. 5 to 20, previously 5 to 8. A 50% more shock magnitude and can consume a lightning infusion. It chain an additional time and deals more damage. It now deals 2 to 39 damage at gem level 5. Okay, so it got a buff. Interesting. Wonder how different it'll be now that it's a projectile. Archmage now has non-channeling spells, gain 4% of damage as extra lightning. Previously 3. Arty Ballista has been renamed to Siege Ballista. 8 seconds instead of 16. Bolt attack speed is 25% of base. Man, that's awful. Bolt steal 25 to 66 instead of 30 to 79. Bolt explosion radius is now 1.4 instead of 1.8. Okay. So like the damage is nerfed, but we can actually get our own damage now. So it is buffed massively. Wow, and it loses the attack time. Man, I thought we were getting buffed, but I hope Mortar's good. Man, 8 seconds is rough, man. Why? There could be a lot of totem duration on the tree. Damn, that's rough. Ball lightning can now consume a fire infusion to leave a trail of ignited ground and explode at the end of its travel. Batter shout, 50% more damage against unique enemies from explosion. Berserk, 59% rage effect at 20. Fine Spectre, more damage. Huh. Wow. Okay. They want less specters, but they want them to do more. Is it crazy to ask for the tree in the patch notes? No. It's also like a lot of this stuff won't make sense. Like the patch notes generally don't always make sense until we have the tree and can see it. And it's a lot easier to see when we see it visually. A lot easier. Blink. Using blink no longer counts as dodge rolling. Oh, huge. I wanted this. That's so nice. I love that. I was suggesting that last patch. That's excellent. People already have those tabs. Yeah, like if you already have a premium tab, you don't need to buy a new tab. You can just convert your premium tab into the new tab for free. Bone offering, spike duration is now 8 seconds instead of 5. Explosion radius is bigger. Large damage buff. The buff minions now has minions take 25% reduced damage while shielded. Okay. Interesting. But you're not doing damage with that anyway. Not really. Bone Shatter. Shockwave now deals 100% more damage. Cast on Freeze, Shock, and Ignite have been combined into a single gem. Cast on Ellie Ailment. I wonder if you can combine them. The gem requires 100 spirit and has a minimum level of 14. Combines the energy gain of all previous gems. Cool. That's kind of neat. I don't know about quad tabs. Ugh. I don't think Ziggy asked about it. I wonder what happens to PoE1 items in those tabs. Alright, question. Remove only? No. Not necessarily. Right, oh, you mean they might be turned into a remove only tab? Yeah, that is the correct answer. Yeah, you're right. Chaos Bolt granted by Withered One now is 1 to 3 stacks of Withered. Cool. Wait, was it guaranteed 1 before? Can't remember now. Cluster Grenade, primary grenade attack is 490% instead of 327. Do you think you can do Cluster Grenade totems? You should be able to do, right? Yeah, you should be able to. Now fires exactly 18 mini grenades in a Nova. Cool. Cold Snap has been reworked. It is now Snap. It can be used on any orb or any frozen, shocked, or ignited enemy, causing an explosion. That is cool. Do you think it's Thanos inspired? Comet has been buffed quite a lot. Can now be fire infused to deal extra fire damage and gain base radius. Do you think they'll turn it red if you do fire infusion on it? Because that would be sick. Surely they will, right? Surely. So we're doing the other stuff with the purple. Contagion quality now provides contagion targets to 0 to 2 enemies. Oh, cool. Defines banner. I don't care about banners. But good, they're buffing them. Maybe they'll be useful. Despair is 41 to 49. Chaos Rest. Wow. But also, it's half effect now. Holy. Well, gotta remember, it's 50% less effect on bosses. It's 50% less on bosses. So, what's minus 50% of 49? It's, so, like, yes, it's... Yeah, Excel. That's before investing in effect. Well, that's what I was saying. You're almost forced to do the increased effect swap now. You're almost forced to do the swap. Disengage. Quality now provides 0.5 buff. Yeah. Quality now provides 0 to 20 chance for an extra shockwave. Ugh. No reason not to do it now. You can't always do it depending on where you are on the skill tree. And if you genuinely want to use two abilities, you can't do it either. So, it is a downside. Earthquake, target ground radius is 1.8 meters, is nerfed. Aftershock, 580 instead of 460 damage. Big buff to damage. Did you guys see the guy with the shockwave totem video? Where he had like Giga AoE and Giga many of them and you just couldn't see the screen at all? Earthshatter, quality now provides 0 to 6 more damage for each hit with spike. Wow. Surely max spikes is better. Electrocuting arrow is no longer a movement skill. Shoots an arrow forward that explodes. Applying its electrocuting rod to all enemies hit. Cool. Elemental Sundering. Pulse can now consume up to 20 elements instead of 9. Cold Explosion deals 40% more damage. Also 100% more damage against unique enemies. Wait, what? By the way, what was that really cool ice arrow? What was that really cool ice arrow we saw them use? So I didn't play bow skills that much. Was that something that's new or already in? I felt new. No, not escape shot. The one that looks like a railgun. It's cold spear, not arrow. Oh. Is that already it? Glacial lance? Oh, that's so cool. I didn't play spear builds. And it was crap? Cool. Well, maybe it's good now. Amber Fusillade. Can now be... Nah, we're not slaves to heralds. Can now be infused with lightning to cause each amber in an entire fusillade to create a beam that chains lightning damage to enemies. The infusion is consumed and fusillade fires all embers. Emergency reload. Reloads all your arrow crossbow ammunition clips and empowers each clip to deal increased damage for its duration. Okay. Enfeeble. Makes non-unique targets deal 20 to 26 less damage. Or unique. Do you think this 16% is affected by the 50% less? Or do you think we're actually getting 16% less damage reduction? Oh, no, wait. No, but it is the same. Well, it's worse, right? It's 14.5% instead of 16. It no longer has that. Yeah, so it's like unchanged. Karn literally has played Deadeye and Bright Red on his stream at the moment. Yeah, but also Karn always says melee is bad and every patch for it's been the strongest, so. Gotta take it with a grain of salt. Escape shot creates ice fragments. Explode a short duration to deal additional damage. Cause you to travel 6 meters back instead of 4.5. Explosive spear. The ignited round created by frenzy charge explosion lasts 8 seconds. Winter. And passing through an allied flame wall, the eye itself and now all the shards, it's a... Wow. What? Isn't Eye of Winter like Giga Crack now? That sounds so nutty. Flame wall kind of janky now though. Yeah, maybe. Fangs of Frost. Explosion now causes 150% more freeze buildup at level 1. Pierce 50, gain 9% more damage per level. Or freeze buildup, sorry. Quality tends not to consume parry debuff. Fireball no longer creates a secondary bolt projectiles by default. It can consume a fire infusion to do so. Minimum gem level of 3, previously 9. Primary projectile and explosion now deal 15 to 22. Scaling up to 360 from on 202. Okay. Secondary projectile 33 from 15. Wow, massive buff. And they can hit the same target, so you can shotgun. Firestorm. Dude, I loved the Firestorm stuff. It looks so cool. Fire Infusion causes the storm to double in size and creates 3 times as many bolts. Cold and Lightning Infusions cause it to do chain cold and lightning bolts, respectively. That looks so cool. Right, Flame Wall can now consume a lightning infusion to grant additional lightning damage to projectiles that pass through it, as well as fire damage. No longer causes projectiles that pass through it to ignite enemies. And got nerfed in damage. Base crit chance of 5%. Flame Wall can crit. But it's a dot. Yeah, I wish Ignite builds were nicer. Ability, they're all LA weakness. Fragmentation round. Explosion from frozen enemies convert all fizz damage to cold. Will cause further explosion on any frozen enemies hits. Cannot propagate any further. Okay, so you can't chain super hard. Explosion radius is now, so they don't want like Herald of Ice action. Okay. Frost Bomb, and that does LA exposure now. And a damage nerf. But it's all about the exposure. Frost Wall deals 80% less damage in the first 0.5 seconds of its duration. So no more like nuking. Okay. Frost Bolt. Base projectile speed has been lowered by 20%. No longer leaves chilled ground as it travels. Okay. But it chills better now and freezes better. Cool. Less damage though. Frozen Locust. Ice Crystal now deals 80% less damage. Cool. New metas. I mean, there's gotta be a lot of changes, yeah. There's gonna be a lot of good changes here. A lot of good changes. No, Ice got buffed a lot. Ice got buffed a lot. Like, the freezing part of Ice got buffed a lot. Damage is maybe down a bit. But Ice was very one-shotty. When can you convert the stash tabs to new trading tabs? Probably in 8 days. 7 days. When's the... Yeah, 8 days. 29th. I was planning on skipping this update, but it looks too juicy to ignore. Yeah, I mean, it's way bigger than I thought. I wasn't expecting that much. I was expecting Druid and a new act. I was not expecting the auction house stuff. No, not in a million years. Well, actually, I was in a million years, but... Gas Grenade, inspired by Zizaran, no longer has special behavior, causing it to detonate as soon as it stops bouncing. It strictly obeys its destination time like other grenades. Glacial Bolt, Ice Crystals, now 50% more AoE. 80, wow, interesting. So like way less burst. Yeah, I mean, we're halfway through. Hailstorm rounds. Bolts now fall in an expanding circle. I feel like crossbows are going to be really, really good. Impact radius of 1 meter per 7.2. Buffs there. Herald of Thunder, Bolt Impact Rate. Oh, okay, nerf to Herald. Good. X Blast. 10% more damage per 1 second remaining. Okay. Cool. High velocity rounds. No longer consumes fully broken armor. Instead, hitting a fully broken enemy will apply a debuff. Causes your attacks hitting that enemy to deal additional fist damage equal to 5% of the fist damage dealt by high velocity rounds. Seems needlessly complicated. Okay, that's fine. Ice Nova can now consume a cold infusion to deal more damage and create an area of chilled ground. Ice Shards. 82% of attack damage instead of 33. 80% less damage in the first 0.5 seconds of the duration. I don't get it. Is this like it made sense on like Ice Wall and stuff. But what's with this like 80% less damage in the first 0.5 seconds? Does that mean if you're standing next to them with Ice Shards, you do no damage and you need to be like half a screen away? Right? Because if you're like too close, it's not gonna have like... Yeah, but I mean, I had 16k before that Nico Cloud, to be fair. So you want to slow approach speed, spells, and feel spite? Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Isn't it about the shards that are created in the terrain? Maybe. You must have a lifetime of at least 0.5 seconds to deal damage. It's to prevent direct damage output from skill. Yeah, okay. I guess it's just so... I guess what they want to avoid is that you're just shitting out loads of ice shards and instantly breaking them with something else. I guess that's what they want to remove. It no longer deals 700% more damage after 0.5 seconds. Okay. Incendiary Shot now has ignites. You inflict are 200% faster. 30% ignite duration for each pellet. Cool. Incinerate has been reworked. It now requires fuel by spending mana to use. It no longer has a mana cost itself and no longer applies fire exposure. Its cast speed is fixed and gains a base stage every 0.25 seconds. Cone length is 5.8, so it's longer. 12 stages. No longer creates burning ground by default. Fire infusion can do that. Okay, hopefully it'll be good. Depends how fast you can be. Infernal Cry now empowers 1 attack per 10 enemy in range. Cool. Seems very similar though, just buffed. Significantly more damage at gem levels past 20. Allows you to expend an endurance to bypass the cooldown rather than consuming endurance charges to empower additional attacks. Okay. Killing Palm now grants 1 power charge when culling a normal or magic monster. 3 when culling a unique. Lightning Bolt granted by Quara the Storm now correctly typed as a triggered skill. Lightning Conduit no longer consumes shock from the target's hit, but has a 6-second cooldown. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Very different functionality then. Lightning Rod. Can have additional burst. Lightning Spear now fires 5 secondary bolts at all levels instead of up to 8. No longer deals more damage when consuming a frenzy charge. I mean, I think at the top end, I mean, probably better as Fob Gun, but surely at the top gun, that's the top level, that's still a wearable. Just like rough on budget. Like everyone's still going to be chasing like 1-button builds with enough budget. No, it is what it is. Living Bomb and Solar Orb have swapped places. Top Gun mentioned. Living Bomb is now a tier 5 LE skill, while Solar Bomb is an inherent skill to Pyro Fate staves. Living bomb no longer explodes at the end of its duration. It explodes upon dealing sufficient damage to the enemy or killing it. Wait, does it... So if you kill one enemy, does it explode? Fire Infusion Remnant. Okay. Magma Barrier. Now passively increase your chance to block while active. Over time it charges up with lava. That did look kind of cool. That did look neat. Mana Drain granted by tuned Y once. Leeches 408 mana instead of 136. 70% reduced mana leech rate. The fuck? Mana Remnants. Get more mana. Mana Tempest, minimum gem level of 7. Molten Blast. Also, I don't know if anyone noticed this, but Ziggy was asking for questions on Twitter, and a lot of people were talking about how, like, we're super, like, pigeonholed in PoE2 because of the gem level requirement. It was like, he did a lot of prep work for nothing. He was so prepared for that, and I was, like, really appreciating that he was going to bring it up. And then they were like, yeah, no, you can use as many gems as you want now. I was like, oh, that's nice. Molten Blast now steps backwards instead of forwards if used while moving in the opposite direction. Cool. That's nice. Orb of Storms now triggers from casting any spell in its radius. Wow. It now creates a Lightning Infusion Remnant if all of its bolts are used up or its duration expired. Wow, that's very cool that it works with other stuff. That's very interesting. They really want to sell this Remnant tech? Oh, they do. They do. Like, that's the thing, right? With PoE2, they really, really want you to use multiple skills. Overwhelming Presence and Withering Presence are described as aura skills. Perfect Strike has an attack damage of 470. Oh, well, I got nerfed a lot. A lot more melee strike range, though. Do you know what? I don't know if they've, like, fixed the functionality of this at all. But there was some, like... I don't know how to explain it. Anyone who's used it will know what I mean, but, like, it just feels weird sometimes. Like, you're doing it correctly, but something, like, steps, like, a pixel out of range, or something nudges into you, and it's just terrible. I hope that is, like, fixed. Like, the damage was obviously too much on it, but, like, the functionality just felt terrible. Permafrost Bolt, more build-up, less damage. Plasma Blast, 50% more magnitude, no longer chance to shock, and converge more. I hate slow attacks, yeah. Better Poison Burst. Rain of Arrows, they fall faster instead of +10 projectiles. I wonder if that's a nerf. Race Zombie. Effective Empowerment. Cool. Rake is no longer incorrectly tagged as a travel skill. Can you believe they're touching Rake, chat? That's crazy to me. This tag was left over from an earlier version of the skill that traveled much further without a target, whereas the released version of Rake was not meet the criteria for a travel skill. Please note that this is not a balanced motivated change. Consistency is the primary goal of gem tabs, and we would have nerfed the Rake plus Stomping Ground interaction in a different way instead if it was appropriate for Rake to retain the travel tag. We would have nerfed it in a different way, but this is how we're doing it. That's fine. Everybody saw that nerf coming. That was stupid. Rapid Assault. The spearhead left by the final strike now lasts for 30 seconds. Do you know... that feels like something you would write if you were gonna do something anyway, but now it looks like you're doing it for a different person, but you swear that's not why you're doing it. Do you know what you mean? Like you were about to say something, but somebody else said it first? Like that kind of thing. They're like, no, but we swear we were gonna do this anyway. Spearheads left by the final strike lasts for 30 seconds. Rapid Shot no longer has a delay. Less reload speed, or less 50% late risk. Okay, cool, that'll feel better. 100% max ammunition at all gem levels. Or max heat. Okay. Generates heat once per attack instead of once per 25 seconds. Okay. Heat now begins decaying after 4 seconds without gaining heat. I don't know why people say PoE is complicated. Row mount now grants 15% increased movement speed while mounted. However, grants 80% less movement speed while using skills. Previously 100%. Approximately cancelling out the bonus while using the skill. Wait, I don't get it. So that's just untouched, no? Is this not better now? You're now faster on the mount by default, but slowed when using skills. But he can't sprint. I'm confused. Am I reading this wrong? Oh, I was reading this wrong. I was reading this as it had 100% less movement speed penalty while using skills. So I actually never used the row, by the way, at all. That's why I don't. I think it's a tempo. No, I thought it was like 80 less movement speed instead of 100 less movement speed. But it was, this means it was 100% movement speed while using skills before. Like, did it not slow you down to use skills? Right. It removes slow, now it doesn't. Right. It reads weirdly like you would be stopped while using skills before. Yeah. Right? That's what I read. And I was like, what? Didn't look like that when I saw people using it, but I didn't use it. Ripwire Ballista has been renamed to Artillery Ballista. Now fires a hail of bolts into the air, landing in an area and hitting all enemies. Equal to its projectile count. Bolts fire 4 instead of 5. 24 to 40 attack damage. But it is based off your actual weapon now as well. So I think all ballistas are going to be really interesting. Does it say how long it lasts here? And the ballista now has a duration of 12 seconds instead of 16. Why are they removing the duration? Yeah, it's confusing, yeah. Why are they I feel like removing duration of things is like one of the least enjoyable changes for me personally. I get really, really frustrated when I have to like recast things like every 3 seconds. They are probably putting it on the totem wheels. I get it. But it is annoying. We already have so much to invest in this game. No, you know what? We didn't. That's a lie. We actually were a bit short. The last 15 levels was a bit like, where the fuck do I put my points? So it's fine. It's probably fine. Do you know, okay, I gotta admit, it's a little confusing playing PoE1 and PoE2. But I'm 95% sure I remember feeling like the last 15 levels towards level 100 was a little bit fucking weird of where to put the points. I'm 95% sure I remember that. Yeah, Power Weasel. Rolling Slam is plus 1.5 seconds total to attack time. No longer has an attack speed penalty. Do you think this is to fuck with the animation canceling thing we were doing? Like, they don't want this animation cancel, right? That's why it doesn't have the attack speed penalty anymore. If anything, that makes the animation canceling better. No, because it doesn't have the attack speed penalty anymore. So now the entire attack will be useful. Potentially. Surely. Surely that's what I would do if I was a dev. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll find out soon anyway. Scavenge plating. Scavenge plating now has 4% more armor per scavenge plating at all gem levels. More thorns. Siege Cascade, 145 attack damage at gem levels instead of 91. While the explosion deals 543 instead of 398 damage. No longer deals 200% more damage against immobilized enemies. No longer has 100% hidden, less stun buildup. Oh, and it doesn't have the conversion or the payoff for fire. Okay. Seismic Cry no longer is a reset if it doesn't empower attacks. Now, heavy stuns enemies that are primed for stuns. Empowers attacks. Okay. Now empowers 1 slam per 10 monster radius. Previously 1 plus 1 per endurance charge consumed. I'm so down for Fist Monk. Yeah, I mean, it looks really cool. Anything crazy? Yeah, I mean, this has been like way bigger patch notes than at least I expected. And way bigger, it's a way bigger patch. I was expecting a minor PoE2 patch. I was not expecting as much stuff as they did. Shield charge. I really want to do a shield charge build. The skill's base movement speed has been reduced by 25%, but it no longer has a cooldown. It has a base attack time of 0.6. Deals up to 100% more damage based on the distance traveled. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? 94% attack damage. Oh, I was about to say I want to do a shield charge build. Previously 254. Well, the collision now deals 217 instead of 906. Okay. That's a bit rough. That's a bit rough. Shield wall. Curvature has been reduced. Wall is now 40% longer. Longer is better. Base explosion radius of 4 meters. And additionally damages enemies in a close proximity. Use shield charge to bash straight through the wall. Okay. The wall stuff did look cool. That did look cool. I do want to look at that. Shock burst rounds. Pulse attack damage been lowered by 15%. Shockwave totems. Thou has an attack speed of 50% of base. Previously 100%. Wow. So they're gonna go... They're slower now, right? They're slower and less damage, but they scale off your weapon. But the jagged ground eruption is bigger. Quality has 0.4 or up to 4 second duration, no longer less attack time. So I guess they want them to be like slower and more impactful. Shockwave totem itself cannot create jagged ground. Okay. Wait, does that mean I have to put down jagged ground with something else? Make the shockwave totem erupt it? That sounds kind of dead, no? That doesn't sound super enjoyable to me. Maybe I'm cooked. Siphoning Strike, Shockwave, now takes the size of monsters into account. Skeletal Arsonist. Explosive Demise is now an attack instead of a spell, dealing 300% damage. Now deals additional damage equal to 8% of a maximum minion's life, previously 12, and can target minions with 30 to 1,096 life or less. Okay. My buttons, I have to press them. Well, I mean, we see a very clear trend, even in PoE2, right? Of like, most people want to play a one-button build. I also think that, like, I think maybe in a lot of cases the game doesn't adequately reward you for the clunk that you have to do when you're not playing a one-button build. Like, for example, like, in Last Epoch, do you remember the Void Knight build I was playing? That was a multi-button build. I felt very rewarded for it. It was like a 3 or 4 button build. I had to set up a proper combo where I had to put orbs around my screen, teleport with them, then slam them into one big orb, and then teleport. Like, that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work, but it felt great. So, like, multi-button abilities can feel good, but it needs to be worth it. ED Contagion always felt good. Bladeful Blade Blast. Whereas I think a lot of PoE2 abilities, I hate doing like 8 seconds of build-up to do 10% damage to a boss. No, nerfing arsonists do make sense in my opinion. Falconer last epoch feels great, yeah. Skeletal Cleric, and Brute now new command skills. The consuming freeze thing is interesting. Quality now provides revived skeletons are immune to damage. Oh, cool. That's huge. I don't want to press 5 different skills to kill a pack of 4 white monsters. Yeah. I mean, that is exaggerated too, but yeah, I get what you mean. Skeletal Frost Mage, Ice Armor. Do you know, it would be kind of cool if it could quote us in Ice Armor too, not just our other minions. Skelly Sniper, gas cooldown is 6 seconds instead of 8. Wait, where's the but? Gas arrow cooldown is 6 seconds instead of 8. Cloud is 80% attack damage instead of 70. 20% more damage. Ah. I thought this would be on the list to get nerfed. No, it's just like, this was something I thought would get nerfed, not buffed. I'm a bit confused. The biggest buff is that they don't need accuracy. Well, the gas didn't need that anyway. Deathstorm now deals 3,121 at the top end, compared to 2.6. Well, Storm Mage was already good. Hi, Gazi? Yeah. Hi, I was just reading the patch notes, Gazi. How much did you pay GGD to buff minions when they were already strong? Not more than that. That's crazy. Congrats, dude. The fuck? I'm so confused. Why are minions getting buffed that hard? Storm Mages are worse to me? Why? Chain nerfed to 2 instead of 4 though for Storm Mages? Oh, yeah, that's fair. They do more damage though. But like, we have the Spectre buffs, Sniper buff. Like, this is huge for early. Arsonist deserved more of a nerf, so that's fine. But like, we're getting Spectre buffs. This is huge early. Like, this is literally, like, you can just do this through the entire campaign. You can just run around. And minions don't need accuracy anymore. Like, there's so many buffs to minions. Snipe, Explosion is no longer a guaranteed critical hit and doesn't have crit damage bonus. Explosion deals 3 times more damage. Ah, interesting. That must be a nerf overall, right? Even though this looks like a big number, this must be a nerf. Massive nerf, yeah, that's what I thought. The numbers, Mason. Ungodly large nerf, yeah. I thought accuracy was removed only for melee minions. No. Minions don't have accuracy anymore. Any minion. Even ranged ones. Solar Orb no longer has a mana cost. Some of the hair. Thanks. No longer has a mana cost. Full says 224 instead of 202. Small buff. Tiny buff. Spark can be cold infused to do a large number of icy sparks. Cool. Rare Solaris, initial hit deals 29% less damage, while the pulses deal 50% more. Cool. So many gem changes, dude. Spearfield, 204 attack damage from 49. Okay. It no longer has an unintentionally hidden 300% more damage after 0.5 seconds. Right. Good night, Snort. Stormwave now additionally hits targets slightly to either side of your character. Stormblast Bolt. Explosion deals 478 damage instead of 388. Sunder no longer has 0.9 total attack time. But now attacks deal 35% of attack damage. Yeah, honestly, like I hope they've done this on like most melee skills, but like the weird additional attack time on melee skills made it like for me very unenjoyable to play. Did Mark say can armor bank now? I don't know. Now attacks at 35% of attack speed instead of 65. Man, that sounds slow still. It should make attack speed matter more now. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have like a full second forced attack time, but it is slower now. Sort of. And inflicts thunder armor on fully armored broken targets. 20% fish. Okay. Supercharged Slam. Attack damage is now 146 to 245. 40% more damage with heat for each stage instead of 60. Tempest Bell. 3% more damage with its per active bell is taken instead of the bell is destroyed. Ah. Bismuth looks very interesting. Now is a minimum gem of level 7, previously 13. Curse slows target by 46 to 59. Thunderous Leap. Ah! Chance to leave shock ground. Time of need, attributed requirement ratio is now 75% strength and 25 int. Toxic growth, pustules, 100% attack damage instead of 42. Now a rain skill. It's a rain skill. You know, this sounds very similar to Toxic Rain in Path of Exile 1. What do you guys think? No longer causes you to leap into the air on use. Barrageable tag. Trinity now applies to all elemental damage instead of elemental damage attacks. Unearth can now be used on dead skeleton reviving minions once per death to create a bone construct. Cool. Vaulting Impact. No way, dude. Next patch renamed to Toxic Rain. Who knows these things? Vaulting Impact now allows you to jump over enemies in small amounts of terrain. To support this, a number of changes to the camera movement has been made to result in smoother camera movement during skills. Cool. Volcanic Fissure now creates 2 branches that emerge from either side of the main fissure. The length is now affected by area modifiers. The minimum gem level of 7 instead of 9. 80% fist damage converted to fire. They've upped a lot of things to 80 instead of 60. Less damage. Aftershocks can't trigger anymore than 0.2. Attack Grenade. Bit of a buff. Oh, but way less damage. Way less damage. So more about the electrocution buildup and less about actually dealing damage with the skill. Yes, Grah. Vulnerability. Up to 20,000 minus armor instead of 9.6k. More grenade nerfs? Yeah, grenades still might be good though. War Banner, 25% more damage. Wave of Frost now freezes enemies that are primed. Whirling Slash. Movement is able to be pathed slightly. Whirlwind Lance. 20% more damage. Limit of 6 whirlwinds. Huh. Wind Serpent's Fury. No longer causes shockwaves when enemies raid into walls. Wind Blast dazes on hit instead of causing buildup. Oh, wow. Straight up dazes. Update the description of Raging Spirits. Do you know, I always thought it was weird that they made Raging Spirits an aura instead of, what do you call it? A spell. Clarify the addition to radius per stage. Updated the wording. Cool. Also, I need to go get water real quick, so I'm gonna be right back. I don't know. I think it's weird as an aura. I'm back. Acolyte, am I right? No new classes. Acolyte of Chayla is new because nobody played it before. People used it to chase the Sekima. Trial of the Shakama. Alright. Unique item changes. Also, sorry that it's taking so long to get through these. I wasn't planning on like getting poisoned by dominoes. Unique item changes. The Bayra Anguish unique charm now creates ignited ground for 4 seconds when used. As though igniting damage for 500% of your max life. Do you know, I gotta admit, I'm still not sold on the charm system. It has gotten better. I'm not a charm believer. Not a charmed fan. I'm a charmed fan. I do like the TV show. A Black Braid unique body armor has 80 to 120 armor. Applies to elemental damage instead of 100. Cool. Wait. Really? You can go over 100%. That's kind of cool. I was asking or thinking about that. It's before resistances. Yeah. But that means you can get 400% of armor. So if you have 10,000 armor, you get 40,000 armor for LA damage. Where do you get this armor from? Armor. Like body armor, helmet, gloves, boots. It's still before res, so it's shit. Maybe. Oh, I think it's just a global drop. I'm not sure. The Buns of Valor, 20 to 30% reservation instead of 20. Oh, it's just slight wording change, plus 10% more. Oh, and 5 to 15% MS. Wow, this is the real buff. This is the real buff. Wrist wrap now has chance to gain deflection rating, 30% of evasion. That's harp of 20 to 25 crit damage instead of 30 to 40. Yeah, that really needed a nerf. Effigy of Cruelty unique focuses. Critical hits with spells apply 1 to 3 crit weakness instead of 3 to 5. Malagar's Virtuosity unique gloves now have critical damage bonus is 250 instead of 300. I am shocked that they're nerfing unique items that I didn't really see people use. Am I cooked? Nazir's Judgment now has days on hit instead of build up. Horizon Embrace 20 to 40 mana cost efficiency instead of 20 reduced mana cost of skills. Cool. The Quattle's Malt Affliction rating. Tangle Tongue 5 to 8 crit chance instead of 10 to 20. Damn. Yes, Gray, I agree. Whispering Ice. Hold exposure and hit, lowering to 20 to 30. Oh, it just does exposure now. I like exposure. Soft's Blood is also exposure. Following an ace can no longer drop. It will be reintroduced when we made them less terrible. Oh, okay, never mind. This one was really good. Inferno Clasp. Okay, yeah, I mean, Smithic Kitava is kind of dog now, no? Damn, that is rough, dude. That is rough. Forbidden Gate, Center Step, Wailing Wall, Fault Information, Wildland Stake, Deepest Tower, and Remembering Tales. Damn! Red Blade Banner is 10 to 15 block chance. That doesn't matter. We can't get much block chance now anyway, chat. Like Coast today, 10 to 15 block chance. Merit of Service, just block chance reductions and loads of shields. Doom Gate Unique Shield is 80 to 100 increased block chance. Right. Distilled Emotions have been renamed to Liquid Emotions. Chat. In the future, these are called light oils. No, I'm just kidding. The 3 lowest of liquid emotions are now called diluted liquid emotions, while the 3 highest are called concentrated liquid. To better distinguish between the tiers. Okay. They have 2D art. Orb of Chance are no more likely to succeed on amulets, rings, belts, and charms. Interesting. More of all orbs are now found during the Trials of Chaos and less from other sources. Good. Following omens can no longer be obtained. Greater Annulment, Dextral Alchemy, Sinistral Alchemy, and Textral Coronation and Sinistral Coronation. Huh. Is that the prefix and suffix ones? Omen of Dextral Alchemy. Maximum number of suffix modifier. I mean, all of those were kind of bad. Talisman of Eshta, 10% cost efficiency instead of 6. Items with inherent skills now rarely drop with a skill. Can now rarely drop with skill levels up to 20 in higher tier maps. Right. Modifier on martial weapons. Now roll up to 25 crit damage. Up to 39. I love when they post this. Existing items can be made worse for the Divine Orb. Corruption implicit is 5 to 10% crit damage. War Pick, Battle Pick, Strife Pick, One Hand Mace implicit are 5 to 10 crit damage bonus. Implicit modifiers, 40% chance of days. Reduce the number of block chance on shields from 7 to 3. Okay. 10 to 15 block chance instead of 30 to 40. Iron runes are nerfed. Are all runes nerfed? The mana ones are buffed. Is it every other rune nerfed? Stun threshold is buffed. Most things are nerfed though. Soul cores are buffed. Oh no! These are now specific. +1 max cold rest if it's in helmet, if it's in glove, it's in boots, because it would have been too easy to get 90 max fire by stacking Pujartes, especially now that we can get more sockets. Damn. Soul Core, Avaspa, increased quantity of gold. El Potente, increased 25% LE ailment threshold. Charm charges gained on helmets. Dude, imagine using a slot for charm charges. 15% reduced slowing potency of debuffs. 20 reduced crit damage on body armor and shields. That's huge. That's huge. Big buff. 25% of armor applies to cold damage from hits on helmet. 5% more. Atmoha Soul Core of Retreat now also applies to Fauci. Who's Fauci? I'm confused. Plural of focus. Oh, foci. I was confused. I was so confused. Right. Fuck, I plural of focus. Focus up. I'm tired. It's 3 a.m. Thetaquotal Soul Core of Foulness add 19 to 29 chaos damage, so it's buffed. Not the focuses. Focuses. Fox Talisman, 30% presence. Owl Talisman, 10% CDR on Foci. I thought it was a typo. Oh, yeah, you can get drops here. Fuck I mean, fuck you. So funny. Stag Talisman grants 50% crit thorns. Ox Talisman, 10% block chance. Cat is 15% extras and gloves. Talisman of Valkyrie, 8% restoration efficiency of mana. Mercy 5. So Gortakaba, 5% crit damage bonus instead of 12. Wow, big nerf. Added suffix armor and strength armor from level 33. Percentage of armor to Ellie. Evasion is deflection. Dude, deflection's so much better though, no? Isn't like deflection completely cooked compared to like Ellie? Are we 100% sure it's before resistances and not after? Are you having any trouble upgrading stash tabs to merchant tabs like they said you could? Well, I assume we can't do it for a week or two. So, no, I'm not having any trouble because I'm not trying. Dude, like, Fortify was added to give melee an edge. And this is stronger than Fortify, but it almost exclusively for ranged characters. Is it better to hold off on making a new Sork until the new league? Well, I mean, yes, but if you like want to practice playing the game some now, that's not a bad idea. I don't understand why it matters if it's before or after. They're both percentage-based reductions, right? No. So the way armor works is that armor is really good at small hits, but really bad at big hits. So let's say that let's say they're about to take 10,000 fire damage, right? And your resists would make that 2,500, which armor would be very good at, whereas armor is really bad at a 10,000 hit. That's why it matters. So let's say against a 10,000 hit, your armor might reduce the damage by 200, whereas against a 2,500 hit, your armor might reduce the damage by like 2,000. Kind of. Think of it that way. I wonder if merchant tabs will cost the same as premium tabs. Yeah, surely. Surely. New suffix for intelligence, faster start of recharge. Do you know, I am very down for ES being very strong, but having the downside that it needs recharge. I'm actually so down for that. I mean, obviously, I've been suggesting it for the last like year or whatever. Or not even a year. It's been shorter than that. It's been shorter than that. But yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. The lowest tier modifier. The lowest tier modifier is granting level of all skills. A value +2. Cool. Evasion and ES gonna pop off next patch. I mean, ES is getting nerfed in a lot of ways. So you won't be able to leech ES anymore or have permanently full ES. You're actually going to... First off, you won't have a lot of mitigation with ES. And you're going to have to recharge. You can't recover while you're getting hit. So, a lot of downsides. But that's how it should be. Damage gained is extra LE damage, increased mana regen, crit chance, higher value. Ugh. Have a higher value than the corresponding mana. Okay. So just better for two-handers. That makes sense. Increased crit chance for spells on ones and foci. Spun for 27 to 73. Jewels and timeless jewels can no longer roll minion accuracy modifiers. Scepters can no longer roll allies in your presence of accuracy. Stag talisman in scepters. 1 to 40 attack lightning damage. Cool. Does the stag talisman thing have a minimum level on it? Or can I put that in like leveling? Like, could I put that in snipers for like level 1 and just like super twink level with that on my second character? That sounds great. Lesser Adapter provides +6 dex instead of +5. Embroidered glove based type has been renamed to embellished. Weapons swap, jewel, and corruption modifiers can no longer roll. Cool. We're almost through. Lower the growth on monster evasion rating with level. 30% less evasion than before. Failing to collect all the hourglasses during Xerath, the temporal boss fights no longer fails your trial of the Sekima. Now instead only damages your honor. If you fail to collect the hourglass, he enters a secondary phase where the hourglass and slow debuff persists, but at a much slower rate. Wow. Do you know, I know it was really punishing, but I kind of liked it. I did kind of like how punishing it was. I liked Ventura suggested more. Where you kept it as punishing, but if you fail, you can retry the boss for your ascendancy, but you don't get the loot. So that you get to ascend, but if you have to beat the loot to actually, or beat the boss to get the loot. I did it blind and it was such a cool moment. Yeah, I thought it was cool too. The life of most Act 3 bosses have been reduced by 15%. Honestly, this is so nice for Viper. She's so hard. Viper's so hard. It's such a cool fight. It was such a cool moment when I just fucking died. That's fun. Rogue Exiles now get additional life scaling from 65 onwards, resulting in roughly 30 to 70% life increase. Cool. Yeah, they were a bit squishy. Treant Fullspawn can once again be bound as a Spectre. Non-uniques on Rogue Exiles are now increased by rarity found in the area. Monsters in Meridian Wildwood have a lower aggro range. Map version of Rattle Cage has been renamed to Volcar. Periodic invulnerability only makes things immune to damage from enemies. Ah. Reduce the number of river hags that spawn in the drowned city. I have very strong feelings about river hags existing in the game at all. It's such a stupid mechanic to have on a random dumbass monster. I don't mind them in the Eater of Worlds fight. I don't mind them there. But why is this a random monster in the fucking campaign? Like, can the number of drowned hags, river hags be reduced to 0? Oh my god, I hate them. Like, I actually really like them as a boss mechanic. I genuinely do. I don't think a mechanic that kills you outright, it doesn't deal damage, has a place in the campaign. That's my take. I don't think a mechanic that outright kills you has a place in the campaign. I get drowning orbs in most maps, running only tier 17s. Okay, I mean, I don't even like them as a tier 17. While it doesn't outright kill you, it does. And if you're bad, I mean, DC in one of those, you're gone more than in any other thing. Scrya doesn't agree. Scrya loves them. It's his favorite monster. You have a whole 3 seconds to react. Okay, to be fair, at least they made the fade in better. I was so frustrated. Do you remember how it was at the start of PoE2? That was the worst, dude. If it stayed in the game like that, I would have fucking... Holy... No screen effect, it just slowed you, and this tiny, like, unseeable thing, and then you died. Fuck. Incrementally improved monster behavior. Oh yeah? Yeah, it was nuts at the start. Are you gonna play Albion today? I don't know. Don't know if I have time. Friday, the time of death can change if the monster is rare or something. Oh, the time to death, right? Quest change. The hunt begins can now be completed in a single instance. Sarka and the Ardura Caravan now offers the earning passage if you didn't take it from her. UI changes. Party member revive now displays whether you're too far away to revive a dead party member. Do you know it'd be kind of cool? So you know how you can, like, on softcore, you can revive each other if you die, right? It'd be kind of cool, just as like an event thing, that you could like play as a 6-man group on hardcore, and as long as one person in the group survived, you didn't die. Just for as an event, like you had to get through the campaign, all 6 of you together at the same time. And if you die, it's fine as long as your entire team doesn't die. That would be so cool, and it'd be so hectic, and they could make a little. Oh, that'd be so cool for a gauntlet or something. Free parkour gauntlet. No man left behind? Yeah. What about logout? Not allowed to log out. Just keeps you there. That's too much stress for the last man standing? No pressure on the last guy? That'd be so cool, though. Wouldn't matter in fights where you all get one shot? There's no fight in the campaign where you all get one shot, though. Not really. Clutch or kick. Yeah. Oh, that'd be so cool. Yo, Myro, I do want to make a PoE2 event. That'd be such a cool idea. Hardcore, but with revive. That'd be so cool. I would love that. That'd be so sick for a group event. 3-man clutch. Oh my god, that would be the name of the event. If I can make... Sounds like a really fun invite-only thing to do. Yeah, it would have to be. It would have to be like a streamer thing. The event's gonna be called Clutch or Kick, though. Clutch or Kick. Or just Clutch. Ah, that's such a cool idea. I'm gonna ask them about that after the stream. I don't even know if it's possible. That'd be so sick. I mean, okay, actually, this is already doable. We don't even need GDD for this. We can literally do it. We can just play on softcore, invite only. And if your entire team dies, like, we can literally do this. We can literally do this already. We just do it in softcore and you're dead if you're dead. Like, we can literally do this. That would be such a cool event. We should totally do this. We should totally do this. Modifiers, ranges on items that show a positive sign. Find both negative and positive values. Wisps minimac are no longer removed. We're now able to respawn a checkpoint from escape. Take you back to the entrance. When using a controller, you can remove buffs from your character when the game is paused. Improvement management of cache files. Cache. On console to avoid running out of temporary storage space. And control plus left click on an item to fill the I have section. Oh. Added support for the import keyword. Do you know what I really want? I want shift left click to use a wisdom scroll to identify an item in both PoE 1 and 2. I know we can identify all, but like just for a while I'm in a map, it would be so nice. Support for import, support for multiple custom, bindable action, update stash type for UI. It was an ID button, yeah. MTX changes. Ah. Just saying, is alpha held in already? I don't even know. Lots of bug fixes. Okay, I'm too dead inside to read the bug fixes right now. I usually do, but my stomach's still fucked. Thanks for bearing with me for the patch notes reading. Sorry for the breaks. I didn't think poison pizza from Domino's would get me that hard. I guess I'm not eating pizza anymore. My body's just stopping to be able to digest things. In general, very excited about this patch. I went into this with only one expectation for this patch. I went in with so low expectations. The only thing I wanted was Druid. Nothing else. So I didn't get the only thing I wanted, and I'm still excited because there was so much. There was so much in this patch that I was not expecting. I obviously talked about this earlier, and I used to be very against the synchronous trade. I think this way of doing it is way better. I think this is a really good way of doing it. As somebody who was against the idea of instant buyouts, this is a really good way of doing it. Very, very excited for this. It's so needed in PoE2. Still needed in PoE 1 too, just not as much as in PoE 2. Because like, trading in PoE 2 is a literal cancer. These look really cool. The league looks cool. Just really great stuff. So, yeah. Nah, I'm not gonna reread the patch notes with the edits. I'm sure it's not. I'll read it tomorrow. Cool. Very excited. And we're just gonna have to see. Like, the sprint alone might make it feel better for me. But yeah, I'm gonna end the stream there. Who's gonna be streaming for a while though? If anyone. Anyone coming on late? Garatha is checking out the changes a bit late. We should give Garatha some love. I'll give Garatha some love. It'll be AIDS. Imagine walking out of your map to find a bunch of people fingering through your shop. No, I love it. Alright. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for watching. Try to die less than I do. Try to die less than I do. Bye. Thanks for bearing with me today.
Hey guys, Isrin here. Hey everyone. So I was literally just about to go to bed.
Hi, Scissorin here. Scissorin here. Scissorin here. Scissorin here with Scissorin here. Hi, Scissorin here. And welcome to my channel.